I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Obli. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can-can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can-can instructor.
Hi, bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, but I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my
And
god.
it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally
We cook.
patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same
This
time.
is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up,
Up.
down, up, down. I put my head on the side, all the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes, yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah?
I know, right?
Careful, not you.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, no, that's-
If I go all out, I would definitely, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split
yeah,
right
you
now.
can just try, yeah.
Oh my.
With your hands.
I think you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't, my foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
Guys, I'm
Believe.
out of breath. I'm out of breath.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm
Okay.
better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a
right.
good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, je bonage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes! Oh my god! Yeah! You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low, get low.
tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't
Lose the
need
mic
that.
back.
We don't
We
need
don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks, high kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kicks.
We gotta sync up, Obli.
Okay. Okay.
One, two, one, two.
And now, to the end. Get ready for
All right.
the
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone! Hey, welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canellis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Mixwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man
okay,
and woman.
I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude.
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom
That's
is not lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
You can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
you probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting, we're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah. It's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even
Liquid
your
is the
floor!
defending champion here.
Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
Liquid is the defending champion here for EAFC at EWC. Alongside Falcons and Vitality, they are the three biggest organizations battling it out for the club championship points. When we're looking at the current standings ahead of today, Falcons is sitting pretty comfortably in that top 9 spot. Bashor on that 12th, and the rest of Liquid as well as Vitality lagging behind towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Today is going to be absolutely crucial in terms of determining which one of these club championship point organizations will be able to get the most amount of points, considering that when we're looking at the other stages, they're not doing too hot either.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every Games champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back to the FC26 World Championship. We are live in Paris at EWC, where 32 of the best players in the world have made it out to fight for their lives in our competition. We're still in league play. At the end of tonight, we'll be sending home 12 players. We'll also be crushing some keys. Welcome in our very special guest. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside FG and Shells. And Shells, I want to start with you. World Championship. Get a chance to crush some keys today, but also you want to avoid having your dreams crushed. What is the tension like in this venue?
This is going to be unpredictable. This is what we've been waiting for. Of course, we was meant to see some action yesterday, but we're going to see a lot more people going home today. People's careers, their future, their tournament, all the season, all the things they've hardly worked for all season long comes down to today. I can't wait to see what happens.
FG, you're dressed as a hitman. We are going to be taking people out all day. Anyone that is in your target right now, do you have anyone that you think is probably already out of the tournament?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard not to look right at the bottom of the standings, which we will see in a moment, of course. I mean, it's not looking great for the two players, Adidas and Danny Pitbull, at the bottom. We'll do some working out here throughout the day. One thing's for certain, a lot is going to change in that league standing. There's players who are fighting still for a chance to get in that 24. Some that can still get in the top 8. Players that can come out of the top 8, come out of the 24. This is the day of action.
It's going to be a great day. And of course, if you're just joining us, this is the midway point in the tournament. We're here for the league play and we finish in the next few hours. If you're just joining us, though, let's take a look at how it all works.
Welcome back to another FC Pro 26 World Championship at the Esports World Cup. The players have fought their way here throughout the season and are all ready to take to the pitch in the culmination of all their efforts. The first stage of the tournament will be played in a league format, meaning your classic groups are switched out with an all-out brawl where anyone can triumph. Prior to the tournament, every player has been assigned one of 6 different pools based on their seeding. Each player will then face one player at random from each pool, meaning each player will face 6 opponents during the league stage. Every win is equal to 3 points, a draw awards a single point, and a loss results in no change in points at all. Missing out on just a single point could mean the end of the road, as it's only the 8 highest scoring players who will find themselves straight through to the round of 16, while places 9 to 24 are left to fight for their lives in the knockout round playoffs. In case of a draw between any amount of players, the tiebreakers will kick in order as listed on screen. The playoffs are a high-intensity, all-cards-on-the-table, single elimination bracket. One screw-up and it's lights out and your key is getting crushed. Once the survivors of the initial round of knockout matches are found, they will face the top 8 from the league stage, continuing to be only one loss away from going out of the tournament. From here on out, it's all eyes on the prize as every player fights for their survival one matchup at a time, for that one chance to take home the $250,000 first place prize, the trophy, and the title of EAFC 26 Pro World Championship winner. See you on the pitch.
So pretty simple stuff. Over $1 million on the line. You got to make it through league play to survive. And of course, we'll be whittling down the competition single elimination bracket. FG, you were quoted at the start of day 1 that this is your favorite format you've seen yet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing I also love. It is the crushing of the keys. I mean, it is quite ruthless, but I enjoy that. But that is so fun that we get later on in the rounds where the actual player who eliminates you crushes the keys. So we're going to reignite some more rivalries here. It's going to be a fun day, but an unpredictable one.
Absolutely. And Shells, of course, there's some serious money along the way. These are the best FC players from around the globe. So let's talk about what they are fighting for. $250,000 is up for grabs if you win it all. But if you even make it out of league play, you're getting $12,500.
Yeah, of course. We look at the prize pool. I mean, the players are getting 10 grand just for making it to the event. I mean, if that was happening in my day, I would have been going home with a little smile on my face. But of course, $250,000 for the first place. That's what the players want. But of course, the trophy as well. That's what really matters.
You're playing for the trophy. You're playing for the title of best player on the planet. And of course, you're playing for your club here at EWC. Let's take a look at the huge money on the line in our club championship.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
There's so much money on the line, and you know that is adding pressure to one man in the competition. He goes by the name of MS Desari. He is the chairman of the Falcons, and the Falcons coming into this week are without a win. That is totally different from what we saw last year, gentlemen, because the Falcons in week 1 walked away with a Warzone victory. That set them up for their second club championship in a row, Shells.
Yeah, of course, but Falcons have got Anders and MS Desari, which is arguably kind of one of the best
Unfair.
combinations you can get. You got the best player in the game and then a boss who's been around the scene for many years now. Of course, they need to try and get a title win. And FC, they got a very good chance, but they got Team Liquid to go up against and the Vitality Boys. But anything can happen. But they got a good chance.
Of course, the Falcons aren't the only ones looking for club championship points. Liquid is still looking for their first, FG.
Yeah, Liquid are, but they've got 5 players here in FC. So from their perspective, they have to get points in this club championship. We just saw it in the explainer then. $7 million for the organisation that wins the club championships. I mean, it's not bad at all. MS Dasari is taking matters into his own hands as well.
It's kind of a bit of a split. I'll say with the Vitality Boys, you got the home nation, the French boys, that if they can make it to Sunday, they could have a lot of support from the crowd. You got MS Dasari and Anders, who's arguably maybe the best player with Anders Vergang, but Team Liquid, they got 4 hitters where, listen, I wouldn't be complaining if I had them guys in my team.
Guys, we caught up with their biggest hitter, Manu, who, of course, won last year's championship at EWC. Here's what he had to say coming into the competition.
Right, guys, we're here at the absolutely beautiful Totem with, of course, the reigning world champion, Manu Bashoria. How does it feel to be back on this stage in all of its glory? You see your name up there.
Yeah, it feels good. Of course, seeing my name up there between all the champions gives me a lot of motivation, and hopefully I can take it into my next game that I play against Samu.
Now let's talk about the last couple of days of competition. First day went really, really well for you. Last day, not so much. You had a loss and a draw. And so what was the difference between the 2 days? How are you feeling after those 2 days of performances?
I think the second day I started off a bit worse. Got immediately, I think I lost the game at the start of against Hazards, and against Ilian, I just went up 2 goals the whole time, and in the end it was a draw. So I was really angry with myself for letting that happen. At the same time, I think I'm on 7 points now, which is still good. If I win my both games, I'll be through to the top 8, which is the main objective. So let's go for that.
Now you are 10th in the rankings right now. So what is the main focus? Is it the top 8, or is it just making sure that you secure that top 24?
Well, in this game, there's only winning and losing. You can't even play for a draw. So I can only go into the next game with the aim of winning. If we win that game, we're looking to top 8. If we lose that game, then we'll all be about making sure that the top 24 is secured. But I'm looking forward to the Samu game, trying to win and get into the top 8.
All right, Manu. Well, thank you so much. I will let you get back to those preparations. Games right around the corner. Thanks so much.
Manu versus Samu Gamer could be one to look out for. And as you can see, Team Liquid not even on our first screen. If you're looking for the leaders, well, Navi is in the front spot. You got Vitality at number 2. And AGAL out of China is holding the 3rd spot on our podium. But there's a number of huge dogs in this fight, including the Falcons at number 10. You're going to see T1 in action, of course, in a number of titles this weekend. And as we continue, boys, in the club championship rankings, you can see quite a few clubs are sitting on less than 500-point shells. You got some work to do if you're Liquid, Wolves, Fluxo, and Elite.
Yeah, but anything can change after one game, of course, of Team Liquid. They had Manu Bachor picking up an EAFC title last year, 2 years in a row for Manu Bachor. So anything can happen. Team Liquid's results can change quickly after this event.
Yeah.
FG, anyone on this list you expect to climb the rankings outside of Liquid? Because we have 4 more weeks here at EWC.
I mean, you'd be silly to back against last year's winners, wouldn't you, Falcons? I mean, there's so much still to play for. If Anders Vergang does do something that many people expect him to do, and it's to win here, they'll get 1,000 points in the club championship.
Speaking of Anders, he had some tough matchups. How did he perform in the last time we saw him in league play, Shells?
Yeah, of course, Anders. We see him with Anders. I feel like the drama never stops. He's even when he's winning, there's drama. Even when he's losing, there's drama. But he is the best player in the world, and he didn't really capitalize on day 2 of the event, but he's still in a good position for day 3 to make it into knockouts, and I'll be sure we'll be seeing Anders Vergang in the knockout round.
Ali was able to jump out to 9 points with the win over the Falcon. A huge start for that young man, and of course he wasn't the only one scoring in day 2 of league play. FG, as we take a look at some of the best moments, there's been some chirping on the stage. There's been some handshakes refused. Is the drama brewing, or is this just a normal day at the office here for FC?
I mean, you could argue we've not seen any of the drama yet. Today's going to be the day where the pressure for these players goes up an absolute load. Not only to get into the next 24, but we've got the knockouts a little later on. And that is where it's do or die in that situation. If you don't win, you're going home. We're going to see some keys crushed here in Paris.
Shells coming into this match. Nasada was leading everyone in goals. Levy Finn with 9 points of his own. This was the showdown of the day. First one to win is going to get 12 points. How did this one play out?
Yeah, Levy Finn, he managed to sit on 12 points. He's coming into the tournament as one of the best Germans. I guess maybe a lot of people looking at Anders and you look at his teammates, Levy Finn, Ali and Lion and Umar. I guess most of the spotlight is always on them, but Levi Finn has been fantastic this tournament, sitting on 12 points in the prime position, in pole position. I think this will be a good chance for him to make a name for himself.
Was this the surprise of the day, Hezers versus Manu?
I mean, Hezers as a whole unbeaten throughout the whole tournament, so I'm not sure whether it's a surprise based on how he's been playing. He's been absolutely amazing. He's put himself in a fantastic position, currently third in the league standings. He is facing Nasada in his first match as well. We've got some incredible matchups today. Nasada, by the way, he's in 5th position, so it is 2 players in the top 8 looking to secure their spots.
Here in the SEC Rewind, you can see the big pressure was on Breeze. Now, Breeze had 2 draws in the opening day. That left him with just 2 points. Looking for 3 going up against Umit, who is also in our bottom 12. Both these players starting to feel the pressure of elimination shells.
Yeah, Breeze last year's runner-up in the World Cup Championship, so I think he has a lot to prove for himself. He's in his home country, so he does want to do Vitality proud. You can see in the club championships how well they're doing. So Breeze, he did make it to the final last year. Can he go one step further, win it all? But he has to try and redeem himself in the group stage and get himself into knockout.
FG, one of the surprises of the day, Emery, after taking down the Falcon Anders in day 1, struggling against PH Zin and crew. He's going to leave in the bottom 12.
Yeah, he's on 4 points right now, Emre Yilmaz, and he's got a game against Virgil. I mean, essentially, you could say being on 4 points, if he wins his 2 games, he ends up on 10. Does that mean top 8 has gone? Most probably. But for a man like Emre Yilmaz, I expect him to find a way today. He's got an interesting fixture. We said Virgil first, and then he's got MS Desaru. We spoke about him quite a bit at the top of the show. That is some fixture to have to get something from if he needs it.
We got to welcome a very special guest onto the show now as we take a look at our standings. It's the man sitting next to Levithan along the way. Doctor, how has this tournament been treating you so far?
I mean, we can't complain, right? With Levy, we're sitting top of the table. We have 3 players in the top 8, so good day so far, but hopefully an even better weekend.
So did you expect 12 points coming out of the opening 2 days of action, or what was kind of the goal that you've been setting for your 4 players?
I mean, I wouldn't say expecting, obviously hoping, always. Expecting, I think with Levy Finn, we go especially into the Nasada game, having history between both players, having in mind, okay, we can maybe lose this game, but compensate in the rest. But I think Levy has been exceptional, whether it's goal difference, whether it's attacking, whether it's defending. He's been really, really good, and I'm really proud of him.
FG, walk us through the standings right now because we are closing out league play with 2 more rounds. Everyone will play 2 more games. You get 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the talking point in this is Emre Yilmaz currently on 25th position, but the man beside me will be absolutely delighted. Levy Finn, we touched on him, arguably the best player here alongside Matty Bonanno, 100% record, absolutely flying. Umut as well for RB Leipzig. That is a man who's inevitable. He's been in the scene for so long. He must be a joy to work with. I want to put it towards you about RB Leipzig and the work you do away. I mean, because a lot of esports organizations, not many esports organizations take it as serious as you guys. Do you think in competitions like this, you're reaping the benefit of the hard work you do throughout the season?
Definitely. I think we have very good players that also step up when they need to. We were 1 penalty shootout and 1 game away from having 2 more players at the World Cup, so I think it just shows the level of this team. I think they all pull each other forward. If one player does good, someone else wants to do just as good. So having more than half of the roster at the World Cup is already a huge achievement.
Right.
But we're aiming for the top, obviously.
Obviously, and you already have 1 player in that top spot, so things are going well. Let's take a look at how you got to that top spot because Alihan was also sitting on 9 points. This was a showdown to find out who was going to climb to the top of the totem pole. Levy taking care of business against PH Zin, and then, of course, the battle against Ali. Walk me through these games. Do you prep for individual opponents? Are you talking to him to just play his own game? What's the strategy coming in?
I think at this level, you have to do a bit of both. It's on us as coaches to prepare the players for their opponents, and it's on us and the player themselves to bring out their best game when the time comes, and having the opponent adapt to us rather than vice versa. And I think every player so far has been able to do that.
The Night Watch, I mean, let's speak about Anders, your old teammate that used to play for your team. And of course, I guess he has a bit of a rival with Alian Lyon, the new wonder kid in RBL Leipzig. He's doing a great tournament so far. Coming from a coach's sport that used to work for Anders, what is your kind of, I guess, opinion on the beef between the two? Is it a little bragging rights? Is there actually a beef between Alian? Because he seems like he's a nice kid. He just wants to get his wins and go home. But is there actually a little beef between them?
I mean, I am also at this point hugely biased for obvious reasons, but I do think there's maybe some beef, rather one-sided, I would say. But I think that's also the nature of Anders. I also don't think you get to the top without having that kind of attitude. So it's to be expected, and I think it's fun also for the viewers.
How much input do you have as a coach when things like that happen, when words are exchanged, when social media posts are posted, etc.? Do you have an impact in that? Do you sort of speak to Alian about that? I mean, I'm sure that they all thrive on it. You get the impression that they have their own feelings. I mean, when there's a lot spoken about, it motivates them a little bit extra.
I think it kind of depends on the player. Some get motivated by it, some get thrown out their game. I think Alihan is one of those that just focuses on himself. He just plays his game, scores his goals, and he does his thing, right? There's no beef, there's no ill feelings on his side, or even if there is, he doesn't show them. He's a really good kid, and there's nothing more to say to him rather than just do your thing.
He doesn't really show any emotion like he just said, Shells. So from your perspective, if you were going up against a man who not only is known as the Wonder Kid, and he's not giving you anything back when you're trying to get in his head a little bit, what do you do?
I mean, everyone should know me. When I used to play, I used to be terrified. So if I had Anders screaming at me, I'll be pretty much in tears mid-game. I'm 27 years old, so Alian Lion, I mean, might need to take some tips from him because he does look dialed in. For such a young kid, it's like he's come here to do a job. And I think with him, with that kind of killer instinct, he can go and win it all.
I love it. When someone's barking at you, you just reply with, okay. They can't do anything about it. More frustration. You guys walked away with the win. Doing so, you are now at 12 points. What is it going to take, though, to reach the top 8? Because if you finish in the top 8 at the end of the league play, you are guaranteed top 16 in serious cash here at EWC.
I think, I don't want to say too big of a word, I think thanks to also the goal difference, we should pretty much have top 8, if not guaranteed, then at least have a lot of things need to go against us to not make it.
Right.
We're obviously aiming for the 18 points, like the number 1 spot. I think it gives you huge advantage. At the same time, I've always been of the opinion, it's also good to taste losses in group stages. So when you go in knockouts, you kind of know how to deal with adversity. At the same time, at this point, Levi is experienced enough to know, okay, even if I win, even if I lose, that doesn't really change my attitude, my confidence. So I think we just play our game and just hope to continue that momentum later today.
Speaking of your game, I know you got to get ready for that. Yeah. Before you go, though, this is your camera. Go ahead and address anyone that's been supporting you and your team along the way.
I mean, at this point, it's probably the friends, the family, the Leipzig fans. So thank you for the support, and we hope to bring the title home.
Dr. Nightwatch, sorry, which doctor getting it all done? And last thing before you go, how many of your players are getting in? 2? Top 8, top 16, all the way?
4.
4, all the way.
Trusting the boys.
There we go. All right, thank you very much. I know you got to go. Dr. Nightwatch will be watching you, and Levy Finn, who is on top of the leaderboard in just a moment. Shells, though, we got to talk about some of the players who are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Biggest surprise coming into day 4 in your eyes?
I mean, I'm looking at both Oberon and Neat. I think Neat came through the play-ins, and I know him very well. He's a top player. I think he's got to play against Redlac and PA Zin. I mean, Redlac sitting on 1 point. I think for Neat, that's a good, I guess, game to start off with, just to try and, on paper, you should be winning it in terms of form. But then he's got to try and beat PHN, who's redeemed himself after day 2. So I think it's a big day for Neat because he can turn around. For Oberon, he's got to play Alian Line. He's sitting on 1 point. He needs a win there.
Let's talk about that. That is our PlayStation 5 story of the day. FG, 2 players to watch. Emery, Oberon, both in a struggle bus position right now. Do they both make it forward?
Yeah, I mean, well, I would like to hope so for the competitions. I mean, to have 2 big names like Oberon and Emery Ilmaz, we want to see it when we're here on the Caster's Desk. One thing to say, Emery Ilmaz on 4 points right now. He's got 2 games where I think he will get points from. So I think Oberon's got the harder task today.
Okay.
Based on where he's at. I would love to see it, and I wouldn't back against it. I mean, interestingly enough, we spoke yesterday about not having that day of play for reasons. Do you think, Shells, that has helped Oberon maybe a little bit more of a rest, you know, just to prepare a little bit more mentally, take a bit of time away from the screens for a day? Do you think that could potentially help him?
I think as a player, yeah, I think it would definitely help, especially Oberon. He had a poor day 1 and day 2, so I think everyone's allowed to have an extra day to reset. Right. And I think if things go well, you want to keep on playing. So I think for every player can use it as an advantage. But for Oberon, I think he knows he has got a job to do, and we see him associate with winning all the time. So maybe the extra day rest has helped him.
Let's take a look at some of the big matches in this one. Samu versus Manu. That's the one, of course, we're looking at in the top left. In the bottom left, you got Jafonzo, 2024 champ, taking on the guy that has won 4 tournaments already this year, looking to make it 5 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take that away from that for a second quickly and talk about Catcher against Milkalov.
Yes.
Because we spoke about Milkalov. He was the lowest ranked player, or he is the lowest ranked player here. He had a fantastic day one, 6 points. Lost 2 games yesterday. He's playing Alian Lion later on, and Catcher is playing Nicholas later on. They're both on 6 points right now, Shells. To get into the qualification zone, you'd say they need at least 7 points. Will they be happy with a draw? Because that last fixture for both of them could be do or die. This could be a real story point because Milkalov could be the one who gets 6 points on his first day and doesn't even make it into the top.
That'd be
24.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite hard because you don't want to really plan and think about ahead. You want to think about the games in front of you. But for Milkalov and Kasia, they're definitely looking at each other. This is a game where I'm most likely the easiest on paper to get the 3 points because they know the next matchup for them both, it could be very hard. But they want to get the job done, so why not do it in the first round?
I was looking through the numbers. Emery Yilmaz is at number 25. Remember, only the top 24 make it through out of league play. So he is on the losing side of that cutoff right now. If you win, though, he's at 4 points. He'll be at 7. That jumps him up into like 13th place, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the margins are quite high. If you get 3 points, you're off to a fantastic start. A player like Emre Yilmaz, he gets a win. He'll be relaxed. He's super confident anyway, as it is. I expect him to probably get the job done here. And the Emre Yilmaz story will probably be that he makes it to the knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just looked behind me and the stage is full. It is time to get in the games here at EWC. Continues today, too, as we get into league play with all of your favorite players.
Nobody is safe here in Paris. Lemmy David, ice in those veins.
Whoa, hold on. That pass is unbelievable from Oakwood.
We're now on the day of action where we'll be seeing eliminations and players advancing to the knockout stage. I'm Ryan Pessoa, joined by my very good friend and Spanish champion, Gravison. That VT pretty much captured everything that you may have missed, but if you're joining us now on this day of action, of course, we had a technical pause yesterday that was out of our hands, but we have 6 incredible matches coming up here, Gravison, where the stakes are so high.
It seems like throughout the whole tournament, we've seen players adapt to the gameplay. We've seen them go back and forth with tactics, with players. And for me, I know we chatted about this before, Ryan. I don't see a clear favorite to win the tournament, but I feel like after today, we will have both of at least a couple of them.
It's where the players start to pull away a little bit. Obviously, we'll be seeing the first stage of the knockouts later today, but round 5 and 6 features Samu Gamer up against Manu Bachure, Brees up against Nicholas, Smoke on your screen up against the unbeaten Levi Finn, Jafonzo, 2024 EWC World Champion against Anders Vergang, FC Pro 24 World Champion. That is a massive game. Emre Yilmaz up against Virgil, Katia against Milka Love. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the action as it unfolds. You spoke about dealing with different things, Gravison. How would the players deal with a delay? Not only a delay in terms of 10 minutes or so, but a whole day where they would have been preparing, trying to get up for it, and it didn't go that way. How would they be feeling in this moment?
It is a tough one because you know that you got to be prepared for a lot of matches today. So I think it favorites the younger players, the professional players, and we are on the way with Samu Gamer against Manu.
Welcome along, everybody, to the FC Pro World Championships, and we have a marathon of games to bring you today here on the B Stream. And we're starting off with one which has a very interesting story. Both players currently sat in the qualification spots, but both outside of the top 8. You have Jafonso and Anders Vergang, who are going to be going up against each other. And an interesting kind of form report from both of the players. Jafonzo did not have a good day one. 0-2 in his day one. Day two, much better. Won both of his games. For Anders, though, it's been a win and a loss on both days, and he's going to be behind almost immediately. Jafonzo opens the scoring hit, ripping through the center of Vergang's defense, and Anders is on the back foot again. Straight from the restart, though, gets inside of the box, looking for that equalizer, and finds it immediately from the restart. Not behind for long here, Anders. Jude Bellingham on the score sheet. Just going to tie it up at 1-1. Two goals inside the first 5 minutes, and a concern for Jafonzo how easy that was from the restart for Anders to find his way into that position. But now looking to strike back. Saliba with a strong tackle, though. It's going to stop Dembele just before he looked like he was going to get that shot away. And here is Arroyo, the man who started that move to get Anders back into it, immediately driving that pass forward. Such a direct play out, Anders Vergang. Likes to keep that ball moving forwards at all times. Jafonzo a little bit more measured in his attacks. Looks for that player lock outside. It's going to be Maldini who gets the interception, though. In at fullback for Anders. Now on the counter-attack, lots of players flowing forward here. One of them, Jude Bellingham, outside now to Luca Bacchio, using that pace to get around the outside of Paolo Maldini. Little ball roll to get away. Maldini there with the interception. Now Anders immediately flooding forward himself. Nice little player lock there from Jafonzo. Second one is going to find Parahuelo. Out on the outside is going to be Ousmane Dembele. Dangerous position here for Jafonzo, looking for that pullback to Pina. Doesn't quite make contact this time around. And it will be a corner here. Looking for that player lock knockdown. Not going to happen this time. Ika Nazareth is going to bring this ball away for Anders. Tries to burst past that final defender. Lukabakio into McTominay. Options here. Overload. Lukabakio goes across goal. Casillas gets a touch on it, though. It will be a corner here for Jafonzo. Another player lock. Lukabakio just offside this time, though. But it's been a good start from both players here. You would say the majority of the momentum of the game has been in favour of Jafonzo. A couple of opportunities to get inside that 18-yard box, but Anders showing, as we all know, how deadly he can be once that attack starts to come together. Ika Nazareth into Dembele. Great tackle by Lacroix this time. Once again, so many runs being triggered from midfield. Here's McTominay continuing on his run. A little bit of a recycle here. There's that player lock once more. Dembele can't quite gather the way that he would have wanted there, Jafonzo. And now, immediately on the counter-attack, comes Vergang. Dembele. A little bit of space opening up for him here. Bellingham into the feet of Parahuelo. Great save from Gil. Destined for the top corner there. Still on the attack, though, from the corner. Dembele, quick passing, beautiful passing. Arroyo, maybe not the man in that position you want. Still tests the goalkeeper. Hernandez will keep coming forward. Dembele. Arroyo just looking for that pass. Tries to sneak it through this time around. De Jong will lose out. Arroyo with the strength, though, win the ball back here for Anders. And a little bit of sustained pressure, finally, for Anders. Can't quite beat the offside trap triggered by Jafonzo. And that'll be possession back here with the Man City man. Patient build up here from Jafonzo, looking for that play along once more, just to create some space, to create some angles for those passes. Arihuelo inside of the box. Just that ball and driven pass inside. Doesn't connect this time around, but not the first time we've seen him in that dangerous position. Look back, he was just going to steal this one away. Luckily, Lacroix was quick to react. Nico O'Reilly under pressure as well. Dembele, lovely quick pass in here. McTominay looking to use the pace around the outside, but not going to be able to get away from the defender. Look back here, though. He's got pace. Here's Keegan Nazareth. Overlapping run starting to arrive. Here's Dembele, can't get past Nico O'Reilly, and now the counter-attack is on for Jafonzo. 30 minutes gone in-game here. Look at Parahuelo striding away on the far side. Chance to strike here, gets back inside with the ball roll, and the finesse into the top corner. Jafonzo back into the lead here. It's 2-1. Anders Vergan can't make the most of the restart this time around. That's where his first goal came from. With McTominay pinching the pocket. The referee's actually going to call that one back. Bellingham. Good interception, though. You can see Vergang already getting animated. Not something that we're not used to seeing. McTominay bursting from midfield. This time gets it taken away from him. Keegan Nazareth back into Dembele. Chance to strike. It's 2-2. From back to front so quickly. Vergang finds Dembele and he's not afraid to shoot. Strikes it across the goalkeeper. With 10 minutes to go to half time, we are now tied up between the two. McTominay again with that player lock into his feet from Jafonzo. Bellingham turning back inside, another player lock, this time finding Pina. Overlap is there. Instead, recycles here to McTominay, goes around the outside of the defender. Tries to ball row pass. It's a good tackle though from Anders. And now, once again, looking to be aggressive. Dembele just got blocked off there on his run. Player switch from Jafonzo in the build-up. As Nico O'Reilly continues down that far side. Dembele. Parahuelo in all sorts of space once again. Full back for Vergang, desperately trying to get back into position. Maybe just playing for this final attack of the half here, Jafonzo. Nico O'Reilly does get forward. Now has to find the right pass. Here's McTominay, goes for the finesse! And it was the right pass, and more importantly, the perfect finish. Jafonzo, just before the break here, goes up 3-2. After taking the lead, Jafonzo will get that ball back in his possession as well, just as the halftime whistle was beckoning. As long as he doesn't make a mistake here, he's going to go into the break with a lead. I mentioned how his form picked up yesterday with the 2 wins after a rough day 1. He's looking like he's bringing that form into today. Might have another chance as he wins the ball. Lots of runners here. One of them's Dembele. There's the finesse. Oh, just wide of the upright. But at half-time here, it's going to be a 1-goal difference. Jafonzo looking calm. Vergang looking anything but. So into the second half, Vergang down 3-2. With the ball from the restart here, cannot force his way through the middle of Jafonzo's defense. A couple of really big, important tackles with the centre-backs from Jafonzo, notable in the way that he's been defending. Maybe just a little bit of a rushed pass there from Anders. Dembele now. Over the top to McTominay. Is he going to beat the offside trap? He did. Did not make the most of a golden opportunity, but given away here by Anders. Pressure starting to show. Arahuelo inside to McTominay. That offside trap. Squeezing the defense once more. Here's Lukebakio. Jafonzo leans forward in his seat as Maldini will lean on Lukebakio and force him out of play. Well defended there from Vergang. But again, given away. Uncharacteristic. From the Falcons man, Pina into Bellingham, into McTominay. Low driven, Casillas equal to it. Pressure still from Jafonzo. Araujo with a chance to release McTominay, and he takes it inside the defender. Lukebakio miles offside though. And it's just not quite finding his flow in this game. Still only down by 1. We know how quickly he can turn these games around. Here's Bellingham. Into Kika Nazareth, just walks his way to goal. And we are tied up at 3-3. Felt a little bit too easy there for Vergang to find that space for the shot, but haven't found it. The finish was perfect. Here's McTominay then at the other end. Jafonzo looking to get back into the lead. But Vergang starting to come to life a little bit here. This game goes on. Great tackle again from Jafonzo though. Steps in to steal that ball away. Same can be said about Saliba though, who steps in this time for Vergang. Bellingham on the outside here. Makes out that play a lot. Gets away from one. Dembele. Having to retreat here. The offside trap is going to continue to squeeze the defense, but that ball over the top might find his target. It's Mark Pubil, but Parahuelo does some great defensive work there for Vergang. Very well tracked. Dembele now. Look at the run through the middle. Cool short instead. Kika Nazareth. De Jong is through on goal. And De Jong has the chance to put Anders into the lead. Vergang 4. Jafonzo 3. And this game has turned on its head. pause back into the game here. And it might be 5. It is going to be 5. Anders Vergang completely taking control of this game. Looked a little bit shaky in that first half, but this second half has looked like the Vergang we expected to see. Jafonzo now has to try and come back. "25 minutes left in game for Jafonzo to try and find a way towards goal here. Lukebakio being marshaled by Paolo Maldini there. Pubil into Bellingham. Lukebakio. Play lock being attempted, but Anders winning that ball back. Scott McTominay strong in the tackle, but gives it away immediately, trying to force that ball forward. Here's Parajuelo to take a little bit of time for some offensive shape to just rebuild here, Jafonzo. And when it does, Bellingham will be able to find that ball back into Dembele. Anders trying to squeeze, trying to win that ball back. Saliba stepping out to do so. Here's Pubil. Just no extra man at the moment for him to find. Finally, a little bit of space out wide for Lukebakio. Instead, he's going to go inside to Bellingham. Opportunity for a ball into the feet of Dembele. Gets away from one, looks for that finesse shot. Just wide of the target. Didn't quite find the top corner that time around. You feel like a goal here for Vergang would be the final. One that he'd need to solidify the 3 points he came in today looking for in this league phase. Not going to be this time around, though. Now on the counter-attack. Momentary 3v3, looking for the pace of Parajuelo, who is chasing down Araujo, who just about has enough. Kike Nazareth. Out wide now to Lukebakio. Lots of grass in front of him to sprint into here. Great player switch, though, for Jafonzo. Make sure to be in position to intercept that. Bellingham striding through the middle. There's that player lock again. Instead goes into the feet of Lukebakio. Feeds it through to Jude Bellingham. Trying to beat the offside trap. Not going to be able to do so. Vergang throwing every single emote possible in the playbook. As he's frustrated about something, but the scoreline's still heavily in his favor. So final changes being made here. Jafonzo having to try and force the game. Still down by 2 here. It's been a second half display that Vergang will be very proud of. With possession of the ball and runners through the middle again. It's a chance here for him to make it 6. Tries to go round the goalkeeper. Going to happen this time around. Good save from Gil. And there's Lacroix stepping in and going to need some more of that here, Jafonzo, if he wants to get back into this game. Pina into the feet of Lukebakio. Little McGeady cancel. Here's Bellingham. Been waiting for that chance to strike. He tries the McGeady spin inside. Well defended again by Anders that time around. And just slowing the game down now. 2-goal advantage. Much more comfortable than 1 with a few moments left in this game. You can make it 3, that would be game over. And there's a chance to do so here. Kika Nazareth does make it a 3-goal advantage. Vergang 6-3 up. And now looking on for the 3 points.
Okay.
And 10 minutes left in this game out of the pause, and it's looking like Anders Vergang has wrapped this one up. 3-goal advantage now, 6-3 the scoreline. Time certainly against Jafonzo in this situation. Maybe a chance to find one here. Low driven across goal. It'll be 6-4. Still some time left, but have to win this ball back very, very quickly. Vergang's going to know exactly what is required at this point of the game. Possession and a calm head just to see this one out and collect those 3 points. But Jafonzo does win it back. Bellingham. A little bit of space here for Musiala. A lot of space here for Pina. Oh, that one had to go in for Jafonzo, you feel. If it does, we have an interesting last few moments as we go into the pause. Feels like that might have been the chance they all look back on as the one that really had to find the back of the net. Corner here for Jafonzo. Has to make the most of this. Only a few moments left in this game. He's going to look for that player lock knockdown. Not going to get it, though. It'll be Vergang who wins the header. With just a few in-game minutes left, it feels like the game is done here. Maybe a chance for a consolation here for Jafonzo. We're into stoppage time. Not enough time to find two. Gives it away though, and that will be Anders with possession at his feet. And a chance maybe to look for another one here. Look at Bacchio, almost finds the top corner. But Jafondo's good form yesterday does not continue into today. He'll pick up the loss. No points for him, but 3 points for Anders Vergang here in round 5 of the league stage. Let's take a little look at some of the replays from that game. It was Jafonzo who got out to a good start here. A little double tap pass into Peanut, who struck it into that near post. It was Anders who answered back almost immediately. One of his first attacks of the game, this one. Finding Belling with the extra pass. And it was Jafonzo who found his way back into the lead. Parahuelo showing great pace on the outside, rolls inside. And that finesse shot found the top corner. Didn't last too long though, that lead. Kika Nazareth found Dembele, who just went for the power strike across goal into that top corner. Jafonzo did manage to create himself once again. McTominay with the finesse shot into the top corner. That made it 3-2, but then from there, the second half, it felt like Vergang just switched up a little bit. Found a little bit more fluidity in his passing. And when Frankie de Jong went through on goal to slide it past the goalkeeper, the first time that he found himself in the lead. From there, 5-3. Became 6th. Kika Nazareth slid it past the goalkeeper. And even though there was to be a consolation for Jafonzo here with Poliapina inside the box with that low driven, it wasn't going to be enough. So Vergang will take the win and most importantly, the 3 points here in the league phase. This is what the players are playing for, of course. If you're just joining us, welcome to the B Stream. My name is Onset, and I wish I was involved in some of this kind of prize pool that's been distributed to the players. First place will take home $250,000, over $1 million in prizing here at the FC Pro World Championships at EWC 26. And of course, if you just joined us for the first time, this is how things will be working as well. The format, we find ourselves in round 5 of the league phase at the moment. 36 players descended upon Paris, 24 can make it through to the playoffs. And from that, the top 8 from the league phase will go through, taking a bye to the round of 16, where everybody will go into a single elimination bracket. The bottom 12 will be eliminated in the league stage, and every single player will be playing 6 matches. We've already seen 5 of them go down for some of our players, so only 1 left for the likes of Vergang and Jafonso to get through, to find those extra points, to find those qualification spots. But that's going to do it until our next game is ready here on the B stream. But don't go too far. The FC Pro World Championships will continue.
Guys, I am joined by Matthias Banana, who is currently sitting second in the standings right now. I mean, you've had a perfect week so far. So how are you feeling? You're 4 for 4. I mean, great start.
No, of course, it's a really good start, but I need to win the rest of the matches. Like, I'm not sure in the top 8 still, so I need to win 1 more.
So you think that's what you need to do to secure top 8? 1 more win will for sure get you in that top 8?
I think with 1 draw, we are safe, but just in case win, no?
The only player above you right now is Levi Finn. He's on plus 10 goal differential. You're on plus 4. Is that in your mind at all in terms of the rankings, in terms of the standings going into knockouts?
No, in my mind now is my gameplay, play better, and improve every day.
All right, Mati, we'll see if you can keep on rolling into the knockouts as well. If you can secure that win, I wish you the best of luck.
My name is Emre. I go by as Emre Yilmaz. I'm 20 years of age, and I represent Team Liquid. Last year I was really disappointed, and this year I want to do better for myself. I want to take revenge for myself and just prove the world that I can win this tournament.
As Lemmy de Word back up the other end here. A ball into Vitinha, a lovely first time through ball, and that is an outstanding low-driven finish.
Ego is a big thing in esports, I think, and I think it's also with underestimating your opponent. For example, when I win a tournament, I think I'm better than everyone, but it's not actually true. In my head, I'm always the underdog, but it's not true. But it's just in my head to keep like the opponent better than me, so I stay 200% focused.
Emre's found the advantage. Does he need to pass it? He does in the end.
Being professional is really hard as well, because we practice 6 to 8 hours a day, and now you need to focus only 1 or 2 hours a day. So you need to put all your focus in it, and I think if you don't do it, you're not a professional.
Speak to us as we go along here as Levy with Harry Kane. Eusebio, it falls back to him. Harry Kane's on side there, low driven. And he's turned it around.
When I'm playing my teammates, I don't really shift with mentally and ego. I just treat everyone the same. First of all, I think Netherlands are the best esports nation in EAFC. And I think when I started my career, Levi and Manu helped me really with the game, and I learned so much from them. And maybe they also learned from me, and that's how we keep it competitive, and that's why I think we are the best team in the world. I'm very proud being from the Netherlands in the scene.
As Emre Yilmaz back up the other end, that is an outrageous goal. Do not see past the way.
If I had to compare myself with the EAFC Ultimate item, I would compare myself to Jude Bellingham, because he can defend, he can attack, but I can do it, but it needs to be my day. I think I have a lot of experience on LAN events, and I think I can use that against some opponents who don't have. But still, that's not enough, and I need to show my best level.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. You can see who I have next to me here. It is Emre Yilmaz. I mean, we got a much-needed 3 points in that last round up against Virgil. 5-3 victory. So how are we feeling after that win?
Yeah, it was a much-needed win. Yeah, he's a crazy player. He was on 6 points, so if he won, he was through to the knockout stage. But I played very good. I think my best game of the 2 days, so 3 days.
Now let's talk about those last 2 days as well, because a lot of people were surprised by what the outcome was, because you weren't playing to your top potential. So what went wrong? What really didn't click day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, I think I just don't play at my best level. I don't know why, but I need to fix it if I want to come far in this tournament.
Coming into today, you are sitting in the elimination area. You're now out of that, but you do need to put in some work in this last game up against MS Dasre. So what needs to happen in this last match for you?
Yeah, I just need to win my game, just to play good, and then everything will fall apart.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Arme. I'll let you get back to it. Send it back over to the desk.
Great to hear from our top 3 players. Emery having a big win on day 1 and then a very rough day 2. He's starting off the 3rd day of league play, though, pretty strong. Let's talk about it, Shells. What did you just witness in the last hour?
I mean, what we're witnessing from Emery, he's one of the best players in the world. That's simply as we put it. I had no really fear in him. I guess we were just surprised to see him that low in the tables, but we know we still had day 3 to capitalize and redeem himself. And Emery was, I expect nothing less. Cool, calm, collected, and he got the job done in this round.
FG is a big round, not just for Emery, for a number of players, including Manu Bashur. Where did he finish?
Yeah, Manu Bashur, a huge win for him, actually. From 7 points, he goes to 10. So you can say he will be in the knockouts pretty safely. You can say that now. It was a good performance from him. Samu Gamer as well, actually. He's only on 9 points right now, so he's actually leapfrogged him. Great round for him. It's still one more round of fixtures for them both. I expect to see them both.
Just a handful of players into double-digit Shells as we take a look at the big wins, though. Nicholas and Brees in the first 10 minutes, very close. Nicholas, though, a blowout win gives him +6 on the goal differential just from that game alone. He is now starting to pull away. I believe now +13 overall.
Yeah, I think that was a big game. I was desperately, when Brees went 2-0 up, I'm thinking Brees is a very cool, calm, collected. When he's in possession, it's very hard to get the ball of him. Going 2-0 up against Nicholas, I thought he might be able to catch him off guard there. But that's a big win from Nicholas, especially from day 1. He had a disappointing start, and I think for Nicholas, he's the Iceman for a reason. He's slowly coming in and growing into the tournament. We expect to see him do well in the knockouts as well.
You mentioned Milkolov at the start of the day, and of course, Levy Finn, our player who was 12 points coming in. He was on top of the leaderboard, now our first to 15.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been unbelievable, Levy Finn. I mean, his performance, his score in the league standing speaks for itself. But, I mean, with regards to Milkolov, congratulations to Milkolov. He's the lowest ranked player here, and he's currently on 9 points.
Say that again. He's the what?
Lowest ranked player here. Can you believe that?
That means anyone can make it.
Performed. He has been absolutely amazing. Arguably one of the best performers here in terms of rankings. He's been amazing. He's got a massive win. His opponent, on the other hand, Catcher, he needs something, and he needs something against the Iceman Nicholas, who we just saw, like you just said, against Bryce, do so well. That is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights here from Jafonzo and Anders. I thought Jafonzo, listen, this is a great start from Jafonzo against one of the best players in the world. But Anders showing his class there, clutching up. I thought we might be getting an Anders special, potentially going into the last round. And slow going to the highlights between Brees and Nicholas. Like I said, Brees went 2-0 up, and Brees is a very possession-based player. So Nicholas to come back here shows that he's low-key playing. I know he was hating on the game on day 1, but he's still got the level.
8 straight goal Shells. Do you blow out opponents like that?
Back in my old days, but I think that happens to me now. But listen, momentum is a big thing in terms of confidence on the game. Sometimes, you know, you go into a game, for Nicholas, he's so experienced, so sometimes you can't just start off strong.
The two boys from Argentina, Bonanno and Nicholas, doing work so far. They are in your top 4 in overall points. You're looking for other players to climb the rankings. Well, Virgil had an opportunity. Yeoman shut it down. And as you mentioned in the interview, this was a huge one. 3 points denied from your opponent. He gathers them instead. FG, he is now skyrocketed into our top 16.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. Like we said, a massive result for him. I mean, let's touch on that game again, shall we, involving Nicholas, because Bryce is in a bit of trouble now. He's on 5 points. Remember, he is in his home nation. We would love for him to be there on the main stage on Sunday for the fact that he'd bring a big following with him, I'm sure. But he's in a bit of trouble. He's got 5 points, and he's got a game against Guga Faraz, who's in fantastic form next. It's not looking great, Shells.
Yeah, but it's not looking great, but anything can happen. Round change very quickly. But going back to Milkolov, I mean, being the lowest ranked player in the tournament, I think that is he's using that to his advantage. I've been in tournaments before where I've been the underdog, or people might not know my name, or I might be looking at a newcomer and thinking I have to win that game. You can use that to your advantage, because everyone will be thinking I need to get the 3 points here. And for Milkolov, he's been playing at a good level, so maybe he can carry that way into the knockouts.
Here you can see the Italian getting taken down by the youngster Mikolov with another 3 points. Should be secured into our top 24. The question is, where is he going to finish in the bracket? If you look for a live update, we'll screenshot this bad boy because the numbers are officially in. Manu and Team Liquid into your top 5. You got the Falcon into your top 6, and Alihan Lion still holding on to his 9 points alongside Nasada, Samu, and Mikolov now, who are all top 10. If you're looking at the right side of your screen, you mentioned Neat might have an opportunity. Obrun really needs some wind shells. Any other players to watch?
There's so who not to watch. To be fair, Marwan as well. Marwan had a disappointing day one. I think if you saw his reaction from the results, he knew he could have came out with a few wins, but he still has 2 chances to redeem himself. So I got my eyes on him.
It is time to get into the games. Another round of action and a big one for MS Dasari versus Ilian. Both need 3 points. A draw will not help either of them. We send it over to the casters to get this one started.
Yeah, we move into the next round of the group phase here. We are getting closer and closer to finding out our final 24 that will make you through to the next stage here of the FC Pro World Championships. Brandon Smith alongside Richard Buckley for another round here. Rich, already we've just seen 6 games conclude today, and that table is shaken up. You've already had a couple of moments to have a bit of maths on it, and you're thinking already that for some players, 6 points might not be enough.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this table as it stands right now. It's the first chance of the game whistled past the post from Bernardo. There's plenty of players with 2 games left to play. You're looking at Dasari, Levy, Paolo Neto in this game right here, Krista Bo, all on 6 points already. Below that, as we see the opening goal of the game, he put one wide past the post, but Paolo Neto, in classic Paolo Neto style, opens the scoring of what plans to be a very high-scoring game. There's plenty of players below 24th. I'm looking at MS Dossary. I'm looking at Brice on 5 points. If he wins, he goes to 8. More than likely, he is in. Ilian on 4 points. Kirby's back on 4 points. Luke Weisdudel on 4 points as well, alongside K1 John on 4 points. 7 points might be a bare minimum to get you in to that top 24 at this point.
Well, look, this is a new format for us as well that we used to see. And so often we come to a World Finals as the ball's bouncing around there from a corner. That's defended well by Paolo Neto, the E Libertadores champion against the Premier League champion on one half of them, Manchester City. Matthias Bonanno, what a tournament he's been having so far. Currently 4 wins from 4, looking to match up what Levy Finn has just been able to do. He's on maximum points with 15. No doubt they are on their way through and also in a top 8. As I was saying, Richard, look, we saw the E-Champions League earlier this season. Same format, same number of players. There was 5 players all on 7 points during that league phase, Rich. And it was the goal difference of Tuga and RVP Legend that put them through on that day. So
that was 7.
That was 7 points.
Yeah.
I think the Champions League before that was 6 points. We saw it briefly in the Liga FC Pro, the league phase, which is a little bit different. That was also 7 points to get you through. Yes, there was less players in that competition there, but I mean, this is really going to come down to the wire. So stay with us across these last round of group phase. If you are wondering why we are slightly, I guess, behind the tournament schedule, that was because yesterday we weren't able to actually connect, weren't we, to the online servers as that finesse hits the bar. And it has meant that we've kind of got to do double digits today in terms of gameplay. We've got round 5 and round 6 of the group phase to conclude, and then we're straight into knockouts. By the end of play today, Rich, we'll find out who's going through to our finals day as we got our first update over here from Ilian Bushi. There's a lot of good games in this round, including 2 former world champions in action. You just saw one there, MS Dasari, and Umut being the other.
36 players coming into today. By the end of play, we have 8 remaining going into tomorrow. We're going to be slicing this competition down, and the very, very best will be the ones that remain as Ousmane Dembele doubles Paolo Neto's lead. He was in fierce form at the Premier League for Sunderland, and I'll tell you what, he has been goal scoring for fun at the FC Pro World Championships. 31 goals scored for Paolo Neto, but it's been that leaky defence that has been to his detriment.
What's he have for breakfast, Rich? That's the question. He's flying at the moment, Paolo Neto.
Goals. What else is happening across the board?
Well, as we said, we've got 6 games taking place, Rich. You tell us where you want an update. We've got Marwan against RVP Legend, Luke Weideveld against Adida. That's a game for 2 players that have really struggled this competition. Umut, who is one of the only unbeaten players left in the competition, alongside Matthias Bonanno. He's up against Guga Faraz. MS Dasari, Ilian. We saw Ilian leading by a goal to 0. And then Karim is back against Di Fernandez. Right, here's the scores on the doors as it stands. Marwan, 2 draws so far to his name. He's leading 2-0 against RVP legend as Luke Weideveld is on our screen right now, looking for a second goal as Dembele's finesse shot is stopped there by the goalkeeper. Still 0-0 between Karim Isbak and Di Fernandez, and the only game that's just kicked off now is the late kick-off for us. It was Umut against Guga Faraz, the youngest player in the tournament, as Adida gets a goal back. He's looking for his first points in the competition still.
Certainly is. You mentioned all those games there. This is the view from the top of the room, shall we say. Free kick just on the edge of the box here.
As you said, Richard, the story of today is by the end of play, 8 players will be left for the finals day here in Paris tomorrow, where we potentially could be crowning a new FC Pro world champion or a new world champion completely. That's a lovely little turn there from Matthias Bonanno, who's just been able to pull away and get a goal back. We can see you as well at home. We are live, of course, across multiple platforms. There is not one, but 2 Mystery Nations today. We weren't live yesterday, Rich, so we've doubled up. So if you're on the console right now, you're on FC26, get those objectives complete, because there are 2 Mystery Nations up for grabs.
And we'll be giving clues.
We'll give a few, won't we?
Make sure you've got your magnifying glass out.
People are already guessing in the chat. See, you got it right.
You might be able to have an early guess. There'll be hints dropped throughout the day from the host desk.
Mr. Sari has got a goal back. There's Matthias Bonanno. Ball roll, finesse! Thank you very much, Ousmane Dembele, 2-2.
I've got to comment on Matthias Bonanno throughout this tournament. In the FC Pro World Championships in previous years, he has struggled. I think 2022 was his best performance at a World. He looks very, very composed this time around. I don't know, maybe with obviously his family being present as well with him, it could be a settling impact for him. I know he's been working very hard, obviously, with Manchester City and the video in behind him as the coach there, but he does look a lot more, almost maybe a flashback to a previous Matthias Bonanno, one that we've not seen outside of the Premier League for maybe a year or so.
The last time we saw Matthias Bonanno this good, Richards, was probably during the online era.
Welcome back, B-Stream enjoyers and FC Pro World Championship enjoyers. You are in the right place if you're enjoyers of both of those things. We have a great game in front of us right now as we're in round 5 of the league stage. We've got Umut going up against Guga Faraz. Now, Umut comes into today unbeaten, but not perfect. 2 wins and 2 draws. And the start here, he's going to have to chase the game. That might be changing because Guga Faraz has taken the lead here with the first goal of the game. And he does have one lost to his name after the first couple of days of action. He currently sits at 2-1-1. Umut down early here. After a little bit of a delayed start. Umut, of course, a former world champion himself in his own right, who can add a second title to his career. Here's Kika Nazareth out wide to Bukayo Saka. And there's the opportunity, and the goalkeeper makes himself big enough to make the save there. Just smothered that shot as it felt like the opportunity to get that finesse away had just opened up. Ooh, a risky pass inside. Umut going to take advantage of this. Kika Nazareth can't beat the goalkeeper though. Great save from Gil to turn around the post. Corner then for Umut. It's opened up for Dembele here, a little bit too easily. Gets the shot away, and the goalkeeper has to make a second save in just a matter of seconds. Umut really turning the pressure up here onto his opponent after going down one. Dembele once again just wandering his way into the box, trying to find an angle for the shot. Tackle time just well enough from Guga Faraz. Finally gets the touch of the ball. And then gives it away again in the build-up. Here's Rodri. Paraguelo on the outside. Rodri turns back into trouble, though. Vicky Lopez in that cam position. Salah. Here's Pina. The edge of the box now. Wharton tries to feed it back into Claudia Pina. Not going to happen this time around. Yaps down with a strong tackle. Dembele looks for the pass into the feet of this striker, but doesn't make contact this time. Here's Mo Salah turning away from one. Bellingham striding forward. The run from deep is coming from Salah. Bellingham gets that ball back, a little bit rushed in defence, and Pina on the outside of the boot looking for the top corner. Good save from the goalkeeper. Corner here for Guga Ferraz. If that player lock knockdown finds it. Arajuelo now turning inside the box. Pubil. Second man press is good from Umit. Forces Guga Ferraz all the way back now to his centre-backs. Arajuelo into the feet of Pina. Patient build up this time around. Looks for that through ball. Not going to be able to find it though. Laylock just being faked initially, given away by Umit. He tries to fire that ball into the feet of Ousmane Dembele. Here's Pina, here's Parajuelo. Just going to be offside though. That one won't count, we stay at 1-0. Kika Nazareth. Here's Saka, player lock into Dembele. Not going to connect this time around. Now Guga Ferraz on the counter-attack. Parajuelo with so much pace on this left-hand side. Pina tries to feed it into Vicky Lopez in that cam position. Not going to connect again. Here's another player lock now from Umit. Not going to use it again. Parajuelo on the outside. All sorts of space. Rodri now looking to orchestrate the attack here for Umit. Parajuelo chance maybe for that finesse shot. Charged down just at the last second by Guga Ferraz. Well, falls back kindly to Guga Ferraz there after the tackle from Nico O'Reilly. Pina just dropping deep. Turns away from one. Wharton fires that ball into Parajuelo. Pina now looking for the angle, possibly for that finesse shot. Wharton to Vicky Lopez. Back to Wharton, trying to bundle his way through. Well defended by Umit. And gets sucked into the pressure of that attack and just timed the tackle well. Nice build-up play here from Umit. Rodri tries to fire that in. Rodri will get the ball back though. Can't connect the second time around. And here comes Guga Ferraz. Pina into the feet of Vicky Lopez. Pina's completely free through the middle. This should be the second goal, but can't find the corner. Gill turns that one around the post when it felt like that was destined for the back of the net. Knocked down is one though. It's Vicky Lopez back to Bellingham, who has the strike, and that one does find the top corner. Shake of the head from Umit. Guga Ferraz is now 2 to the good up. Minutes left until half-time here, and Umit finds himself down by 2. The Mine are currently unbeaten in the tournament. 2 wins, 2 draws. Here's Dembele, opens up for him, and that's 2-1. That'll make you feel a little bit better. Very well worked. Dembele just finding that pocket of space. No mistake with the finish this time around. Now Uma's got space in behind here. Nazareth waiting for the support to come. Maybe just played it a little bit too much here. Dembele still has the ball. Misses the target though, unfortunately. And you felt like maybe the pass was on a little bit earlier, but wasn't able to find the space for either the shot or that pass. Already a little adjustment in the tactics screen from one of our players. Arahuelo now for Guga Ferraz. It's an interesting game as well because whoever wins this game will be in the top 8. The auto qualification spots into that round of 16. And Guga Ferraz is going to be feeling very good about his chances now. Finds that bottom corner at the near post with Pina. Puts himself now 3-1 up. Movement wins the ball back here. Arahuelo inside now to Rodri. Runs from deep but can't turn away from the defense. Now look at the players flowing forward here. For Guga Ferraz, one of those is Pina, already on the score sheet. Tries to feed through Arahuelo. Pacho makes the interception. And this would be Umat's first loss of the tournament. A long way to go, of course. Still 5 minutes until half-time. Xhaka again just gets caught in possession. Umat looking for that pass forward. Here's Adam Wharton. Into Vicky Lopez. Trying to find that angle. Not going to be able to do so. And now Umat at the other end is clean through. Needs to make the most of this opportunity. Ousmane Dembele does not make a mistake. It's 3-2 now. Just before half-time. And Umat stays within striking distance. Guga Ferraz's only loss did come to RVP legend, who came through the play-ins at this tournament. Lost that game 7-4, draw against Luke. That one ended up at 5-5. And for Umat, only a draw against Emery Yilmaz and K1 John, where he's dropped points. Both players in pretty good form after the first 2 days of FC Pro action. And at half-time, it will be Guga Ferraz who takes a goal advantage into the break, but Umat within striking distance for the last goal of that half. 1 goal separates the 2 players. Second half underway here between Umut and Guga Ferraz. It's the Brazilian who takes a goal advantage into the second 45 and will have possession at the start of the half as well. Big implications for qualification in this game. Whoever wins it will be in that top 8. If you finish there, you will go through to the round of 16 when we reach the playoffs. And here comes Guga Ferraz, waiting for that run outside. Can't quite make the connection on the pass though. Squeezed at just the last second. Now Umut can come forward. Remember, he scored that goal to make it 3-2. And with Parahuelo away down this left-hand side, might be looking to find the equaliser. The block, though, coming in off the back of that finesse shot opportunity. Orojo done for pace on the outside here by Parahuelo. Leans across using that strength. Done for pace, but certainly not strength in that situation. As Umut now fires that ball into Kike Nazareth. Rodri just caught on the ball again. And then falls to his knees after getting barged off a bit by Jude Bellingham. Here's Pina. Here's Vicky Lopez. It's 4-3 now to Guga Ferraz. The daylight is back in that scoreline. 4-2. And it all kind of stemmed again from Umut just getting caught on the ball in midfield. Maybe just guilty of getting caught looking ahead of the play a little bit, allowing Guga Ferraz to snap into the tackle and win that ball back. And now Mo Salah's in behind. Stam has to come across, and that's going to mean there's gaps in the middle here. One of them is going to be exploited by Adam Wharton. Pacho strong though to win that ball back. Umut looking to bring this back to a one-goal game. Parahuelo tried to fire it into the edge of the box. Rodri was arriving, but Bellingham acrobatically gets the interception. Xhaka now plays the pass into Kike Nazareth. Rodri fires this one in. There's a chance here for Saka. Oh, what a save. Great save by the goalkeeper to keep this a 2-goal game. Umut wants to get back on with this one. A little shake of the head, frustrated. Didn't make more of that opportunity, but a chance to make up for it now. Dembele. Bukayo Saka off the back of the pass from Parahuelo. Gets it back now. It'll play a lot fake. Out wide this time to Dembele, who gets around the outside of his man. But there is Mark Pubel showing that strength just to barge him off the ball. So vital to make that challenge. Ooh, will Dembele be able to get there? Maldini beats him to the ball, so Guga Ferraz, it's away with one there. Guga Ferraz just slowing the game down a little bit here. Trying to take the sting out of it. Just over 30 minutes in game. Left for Umut to find a way to get back into this one. Here's Vicky Lopez. There's Rodri with the interception. Now 4v4 momentarily, and with a player striding forward from midfield. Real opportunity to make something of this. Parahuelo will beat Pubel to the ball. Can she beat the goalkeeper? It's the upright. That denies Umut for bringing this back to a 1-goal game. Heartbreaking moment for the German. Now at the other end, Rodri has to be in the right place at the right time, and is for Umut defensively. Parahuelo. Back to O'Reilly. Again, very similar to what we saw earlier. The cost, Umut. A mistake in midfield, getting caught on the ball. Parahuelo tries to fire it back inside. It's going to be a corner here for Guga Ferraz. as we jump into the pause screen once again. Corner here for Guga Ferres off the back of the pause. See changes being made both offensively and defensively on both sides. Bellingham wins the header. Chanoglu will keep possession. You can already see the pressure being applied by Umut here. Salah. With that pressure will come space for Guga Ferres to take advantage of. Parahuelo! Simakan and a combination of the goalkeeper, I think, turned that one behind. Another corner. Parahuelo once again all the way back. For Guga Ferres. Riley into the feet of Parahuelo. Chanoglu. Dembele. There's Pina. There's Gil. Equal to the shot this time, the goalkeeper. Parahuelo again, going to go all the way back once more. More precious seconds off of that clock. For Guga Ferres, still up by 2 here, and Umut really struggling to get this ball back. Finally, Jakub Kivior will be there to intercept and get that ball back in the possession of Umut. Now, can you make something of this? Parahuelo tries to fire it square. Almost gave it away. Guga Ferres just showing a little bit of nerves maybe in that moment. Space here for Parahuelo to attack though. Umut desperately trying to get back defensively. Pina around the outside, lays it back to Salah. Just enough bodies in the way. As Umut immediately now strides forward. Tries to play a lock forward, will do so. Kiki Nazareth around the corner. Big chance, Ousmane Dembele. Doesn't quite have the angle for the shot though. But will keep the pressure on. McTominay. Parahuelo into Kiki Nazareth. Can't get through the bodies again though, Umut. And another pause here to make yet some more changes on either side. left in game, though. Has to find a way towards goal. And is a way, but it's a little bit speculative, the effort from distance from Dembele. And more important, vital seconds off of the clock here for Guga Ferraz, getting closer and closer to dealing Umut his first loss of the FC Pro World Championship. And a goal here for Guga Ferraz would solidify those all-important 3 points here in round 5. And we'll put him into that top 8, of course, that will qualify in the playoffs to the round of 16, getting a bye from that first round. Kivior. Umut trying to throw the dice. Let's see if we can have one more opportunity to get forward. Only 5 minutes left in game now. We'd have to win the ball back almost immediately. But Guga Ferraz, the game management has been superb ever since that 4th goal went in. Umut just hasn't been able to get his hands on the ball. Finally, it will turn over, and the German has a chance to go forward, but time, as we enter the 90th minute, has almost run out for him. Kika Nazareth. Saka gets the ball back. The finesse will find the top corner to make it 4-3, but only 30 seconds left in game. Bar a massive mistake here from Guga Ferraz. He will pick up the 3 points as the ball goes out of play, or certainly would have been put out of play. The referee brings this one to a close. 4-3. Guga Ferraz with a huge win, dealing Umut his first loss of the FC Pro World Championships. This is the first goal here, beautifully worked through the defensive lines. The second one came not long afterwards as well. It was Jude Bellingham from distance this time out with a finesse shot. Umut did find a way back into the game to half the deficit though. A well-worked move with Ousmane Dembele applying that final touch. But again, it was going to be Guga Ferraz who kept creating opportunities, this time in at the near post. Found a way to make it 3-1. And then just before half-time here, Umut put himself back into the game, with Ousmane Dembele being played through on goal, just beating that offside trap. This was the final goal of the game, though. Vicky Lopez with that finesse shot across goal. Bukayo Saka does get one right at the end of the game, which I almost forgot about. But, you know, it's 4-3 in the end. 4-3 is going to be the final result, and it's Guga Ferraz who does manage to take home all 3 points and put himself one step closer to that top 8 spot for qualification into the round of 16. The B-Stream will continue. Don't go too far. The FC World Championships keeps going at EWC 2026.
Nasada and Hezers, Levi David versus Abu Maka. I cannot wait. I'll be back after the break alongside Ryan Pessoa to guide you through the games.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Ilian Bushi, who just had a nail-biter of a game up against MS Doxery. It ended up 6-6, but you had a red card in the 80th minute as well. So that was quite a stressful game because you need every point that you can get this point. But how are you feeling after that match?
I feel disappointed because I think I dominated this game. I was winning until the 89 minutes, and I took the red card 82. So bad end of the game, but overall a good game, and I need to win the last game to go knockouts.
Now, I have a very specific question to ask you. A lot of people say that you are the best player locker in the world at this point. So can you give everyone back home a little bit of an insight as to how you're so good at that mechanic of the game?
I think I try to improve this mechanic since she exists. So, but it's difficult. You can cancel, you can do a lot of things with that. So, but now the people know how to do. So I think it's the best mechanic with the creative run.
All right, and your last game is a must-win, of course, and it's against Abu Maka. So how do you envision that one going? What is your mindset going into it? Because we need those points.
Yeah, I need to win. If I win, I will go knockout. So I will give everything. Maybe it's my last game, maybe not. So I will give everything on this game. But I feel really good against Doxery. So I think, I hope I will do it.
All right, Ilian, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, does Ilian have what it takes in that last round to make it out of the elimination?
Well, we mentioned that a draw isn't going to be good enough. A little bit worried about him as we're looking at the math. 6 points seems to be the cutoff right now, but that is without 6 more winners coming in. So, Shells, let's talk a little bit about what just happened. You said there were 2 stars we needed to call out that were on that elimination threat.
Yeah.
Who got big wins?
Yes, both the Monaco boys, the E-League 1 champions, and both Marwan and Karim winning their games. And listen, if they didn't do that, I pretty much think their tournament was done. Now, Marwan has to play Nasada in his last game. But if you want to win the World Championship, you have to beat players like Nasada. So I think these boys bouncing back in day 3, anything can happen.
FG, we're going to take a look at the updated standings. Any other standout games from that last round?
I mean, we did just see our first elimination, our first official elimination. Adida is out. He's rock bottom. He's not got a single point.
He can finish with 3.
He can finish with 3, and it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. He's a fantastic FC player. He's here on merit. It's just not been his few days, unfortunately. He is bowing out of the competition, but as we start to see, as Casey mentioned, we have got a massive game coming up. Ilian, he just conceded late on in that game. Them extra 2 points could have been huge for him, but now it sets up a tie against Abu Maka as we roll into the highlights. Like we just said, Matthias Bonanno, by the way.
2 perfect players now, right?
He is on fire. And by the way, I did say on the first day nobody would do the perfect round, and maybe 2 of them.
Maybe 2 of them. But listen, the guys that are coming up, of course, Matthias Bonanno and Levyfin, they're playing out of their mind, and they're most likely going to clinch the top 8 spot. But you see like Emre Yilmaz and Anders creeping in through the knockout rounds. Imagine playing Emre Yilmaz as your first game of knockout 4. If I was Levyfin or Matthias Bonanno, I would be fuming if that was first game. But as you can see, the highlight between Guga and Umar. Guga, I guess, kind of redeemed himself. We've seen at previous tournaments, it kind of feels like he's drawing a lot of games, but he's come here to this first World Championship, and he's absolutely flying. Most likely qualifying for the knockout rounds.
Guga with wins over Emery and another one now over Umit and Adida. That is going to put him into double digits. Is 10 points good enough for the top 16? Where does he finish?
Oh, I mean, I think Guga will be looking at the top 8 now as a real possibility. He's through now to the knockouts. I mean, it's just where he's placed. That top 8, I think 12 points to be certain. Maybe 11, maybe 1 on 11 Shells potentially.
I think maybe one person might get lucky with 12 or maybe 11, but I think 12 will be safe. You don't get top 8 with 12, you can't really argue anything else.
At the start of the day, I thought RVP Legend was going to be a shoo, and he was coming off a massive blowout over Karim. He scored 12 points in that game. RVP on the losing end of this battle. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, RVP going into it, he had a strong day 1 and day 2, and I think for Karim, he started off very slow, but as you can see, the player talent in this group, in this whole tournament, anything can happen on their day. And Karim is a top player, and I think he's trying to clutch up to claim his spot, whereas RVP, I think he's through to the knockouts, but he maybe missed out his chance on top 8.
And then, of course, MS Dasari saying last night on Twitter, I need 1 more win to make it through. He's at a draw.
Yeah, well, he still needs 1 more win to make it through. I mean, it's going to be a massive game involving him a little bit later on. We're looking at the highlights of all these games, and again, the common theme throughout the whole weekend has been goals, goals, and goals. Adida played a massive part in this game, like he has in the majority of the games for him. And I actually thought at one moment he could have got something from it, because I think the scores scores were level at that point. You mentioned before Kareem is back. Big win for him. He's up against Virgil next, who's on 6 points. Kareem's now on 7.
Yeah, the one thing I love about this format, it feels like everyone's getting their change snaps. As you said, DOS was playing Ilian. They're basically playing for the same spot. That draw from DOS has potentially kept him in the tournament because look, DOS has got to play Emre Yilmaz next round. He's on 7 points. DOS is on 6. So it's like, who's going to snap their champion's chain?
Let's take a look at those upcoming games. This is the end of round 5. Remember, we have 6 rounds, 6 games for every player. This will be the 5th for this group. Danny Pitbull sitting on 0, could still finish with 6 and make it through to a Saturday. Let's take a look at some of the other big ones. We've got Oberon looking for points. Levy de Weird looking comfortable. Hezers and Nasada, both of them are playing for big double digits here.
Well, that Oberon game is massive. We know about how important that result is. Ali Online, we've seen some fantastic performances from him. Oberon needs a win here.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. Otherwise, he will not be going through to the knockout stages. That is where we're at. Redlac as well. He needs to get a win himself as well against Neat, another tough opponent. These games mean so much, but now we're at the point in the competition where the results in this game might not just impact the 2 players playing, but the players around them.
Shell's final thoughts as we get into our group of 6 here.
I'm looking for the guys that are fighting to the death. And listen, I'm looking at Neat and Redlight. They're both on 3 and 1 point. Whoever wins is most likely going to have the only chance of making it through. This game is my highlight of the round.
We got our eyes on the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, and of course, the players fighting for the top 8 to guarantee themselves a top 16 finish here at EWC. One of those players is Ali Online, and we caught up with him before the game.
I'm joined by Alihan Line, who currently has 9 points coming into today's competition. You have a fantastic start. How are we feeling, honestly, in the World Championship so far?
I'm feeling very good, and I hope to continue like this.
Now let's talk about the goals, because you've scored 28 goals coming into today's competition. You are only behind Nasada so far. So is attacking football your main goal coming into all these games? Because I've enjoyed every second. Goals galore.
Yeah, I try to score more than my opponent. This is my goal this is my game plan.
Now, of course, we have to ask about that very important matchup that you had the other day. It was against Anders. A lot of drama in that one, but you did come out on top, and there was not a handshake from the other side. So talk to me about that one. How are you feeling after that big win?
It's good win, important points, but me, for the handshake, I don't care. It's his choice. Me, I just focus on my game.
All right, guys, he is locked in. You've heard it here from Alihan Lion. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it.
FG, a big smile on your face after that one.
I love the rivalry. He doesn't care about the lack of handshake. Maybe they might face each other a little later on. You did just mention really quickly K1 John against PHN is another massive game, Shells.
Yeah, K1 John's bottom 6 right now at 4 points. On the other side, I believe 6 points for PHN.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Anything can happen. If K1 John wins this, he goes above PHN. And we've been talking about maybe K1 John hasn't had the best tournament so far, but anything can happen. That's what we love.
We've got a Mystery Nation. We'll be teasing it a little bit later. For now, another round of games. Let's get into it.
Absolutely, Chris. The action keeps on rolling. And you just saw over your shoulder there the key cutter where people's dreams and keys are going to be crushed, because after this round, Grav, we might be in a position where mathematically players' tournaments are over and keys could be getting crushed.
We're looking at Oberon, we're looking at Redlac, we're looking at Danny Pitbull as well.
Adida mathematically now as well.
Yes.
He's only got 3 points left to play for.
Let's see what happens now. I do think the game that we should definitely talk about is that Levy against Abumaka. Rich,
Yeah,
how do you see that one going?
It's such a big game. When you look at the table coming into it, Abumaka 7 points, 15th. His remaining 2 games, Levy David and Ilian. Both Ilian needs points as well. As for Levy David, he's 24th right now. He's on 6 points. He plays Abumaka and then Levy Finn. The last game, a Levy Finn that has been flawless so far. This feels like the game that he has to win on 6 points, because 6 doesn't feel, Grav. When we've looked at the table, we've started doing a little bit of mental math. 6 doesn't feel safe.
No, not at all. I wouldn't like to be on 6 points coming up
right
to
now,
that last match.
Jafonso, PHN, Cristobal, Virgil, Levy David, Palo Neto, Kachia, all on 6. Those players are going to potentially go out on 9 if they win their last game.
Not only that, but if we look at the goal difference, Jafonso +6, PH +4, it does look like even if you get to the 6 points, you should get at least -2, 3, 4. So it's going to be tough for them.
And then below that as well, Ilian on 5 points. He plays in his last game. Abu Maka. As for Marwan, he's on 5 points. He plays in the Sada in his last game. Brees on 5 points. He plays Guga Ferez in his last game.
Guga, who has been on fire throughout the whole
really
season,
well.
but especially during this month. So,
well, let's give you all the matches that are taking place in this round. We have got 6 games once again on the main stage. We just heard from Alihan Line. He's locked in, ready to go up against Oberon from Exceed. K1 John takes on PH Zin. Levy David against Abu Maka. We've got Neat and Redlac. Danny Pitbull will take on Cristobal. And Nasada and Hezers in a top 8 clash. What's going on for Oberon this week, Graf?
I feel like his defense has been poor, and Oberon is a really good defender throughout his whole career. And I would like to mention that game, especially against Redlac, which went 7-7.
Welcome back, folks, to the FC Pro World Championships. Welcome to the B Stream and welcome to another match commentated by myself on set. Looking forward to this one as we continue in the league stage in round 5. We've got Levy David going up against Abu Maka. Both players looking to solidify qualification to the knockouts and the playoffs. It's going to start very, very soon as these games start to slip away in the league stage. Coming into this game, Levy David has 6 points on the board, just about holding on to the final qualification spot into those knockouts. Abu Maka a little bit more comfortable at 2-1-1. There's 7 points on the board, but not much between many players in those qualification spots at the moment. And even though we've seen a couple of early shots taken, none really troubling the goalkeeper. But here comes Levy. Arajuelo. Little player lock inside, gonna be faked out. Looks at the ball inside. It almost felt like that one was destined to get a final touch on it. Goalkeeper beats him to it though, and Abu Maka will keep this game tied up at 0-0. Here's Bellingham at the other end now for Abu Maka. Nine points seems to be the number that people are looking at the moment to secure qualification into the knockouts. With how unpredictable things have been so far in Paris, I'm surprised to see if there's a couple of players who get those 9 points on the board, don't quite make it. So goal difference could be something that comes into play. Or turning a draw into a win and getting those extra 2 valuable points becomes all the more important. Here is Abu Maka. Saka back inside. Nice passing, flowing play. Bukayo Saka looks like a little double tap. Through ball. Can't quite connect this time around. Both players had good opportunities in attack. Some decent looking situations that have developed, but nobody able to get that real shot away yet to test the goalkeeper. That might be about to change. Player lock from Levy. Here's the chance for Bellingham. Beats the offside trap. Beats the goalkeeper. First chance on goal. And Levy David makes no mistake whatsoever. Jude Bellingham will get our first goal of the game here. Given away by Abu Maka. Levy David will have a chance just to control possession now, control the pace of the game, control the momentum for a few moments after that first goal. Xhaka out wide to Parajuelo again. Looking for that run in behind, player lock instead into Musiala. Beautiful pass in here from Levy David. Looks like that ball roll inside. Abu Maka defends exceptionally well, and now with a run from midfield from McTominay. Maybe looking to go down the other end himself. Run from Saka on the outside. Chance to strike. O'Reilly just at the last second bites in to keep that clean sheet intact. Nice first time ball there from Parahuelo inside, and then she'll get it on the outside. Saka is tracking back. Excuse me, Freeman is tracking back. Messi inside the box. Tackle from Araujo inside his own 18-yard area, though, is going to stop. That being 2-0, and from one end to the other, Casillas called out beautifully by Levi David. Such an vital interception from the goalkeeper. And it looked like McTominay was ready to put the finishing touches onto that to tie the game up. Here's Xhaka. Messi. Nothing from that attack this time around, but Parahuelo inside the box. Chance to strike here. Casillas again equal to it. Great save from the Spanish goalkeeper. Corner then for Abu Maka. Goes all the way back to Maldini. Recycles the play. Paylock out wide here to McTominay. Another one into Vitinha. On the edge of the box, Jude Bellingham thinking about the finesse. Casillas again, almost deja vu in the style of save. Tips that one around the post and still keeps that clean sheet intact for Levi David. Abu Maka inside the box. Was back inside. Vitinha looking for the extra pass. Saka was waiting. Levi David keeping a clean sheet for longer than most players have managed so far at the FC Pro World Championship. And maybe now looking to make it too. Parahuelo does have space. You could see on the outside. And Levi David recognized that situation, but now at the other end there's space for Vicky Lopez. Saka on the outside. Lopez will get it back. Lopez away from numerous players here. Just got to find the right pass. Bellingham. McTominay now inside of the box, but Pubel will be there to make the interception, but can't stop that ball going out of play. It will be a corner here for Abu Maka. The pressure continues. On the edge of the box is Bellingham. Lines up the finesse, and Casillas, who's already had 2 opportunities to practice that save. And the third one, the same result. Turns it around the post once more. Pressure continuing to be applied by Abu Maka. Here is Vicky Lopez. Araujo manages to wrap a leg round to make that tackle at the last second. Interception here from Saka. Abu Maka flies forward once again. On the overlap, numerous players breaking from midfield. Saka, ball rolls back inside. Little Cruyff turn to the edge of the box. Bellingham, chance to shoot here. Lines it up. Casillas again keeps Levi David in the lead here. Abu Maka with a little rub of the hands. He's done everything right but beat the goalkeeper. So yet another corner here for Abu Maka. Space on the edge of the box here for Vicky Lopez. There is an overlap from Vitinha. Be careful in the tackle here. Levi David, Vitinha, that close dribbling. Maybe a chance for a strike here from Bellingham. Again, Casillas equal to it. The corners really are stacking up for Abu Makar. Reverse ball into Vitinha. David is squeezing with that offside trap. Forcing Abu Makar all the way back to his centre-backs. Good patience here. A chance for Parajuelo maybe to get around the outside of the defender. Maldini just about strong enough though. That's been the story of the first half so far for Abu Makar. So close so many times, but just cannot beat the goalkeeper and break the deadlock for himself. And Levi David, who's defended for much of this half, now has possession towards the end of it. Little burst forward here from Musiala. Levy will come forward towards the end of this half. Last attack this should be. Arajuelo around the outside. Play a lot going to be faked. Couple of step overs. Well defended by Abu Makar, but there's a ball roll scoop. There's Parajuelo bursting around the outside. Chance surely to find a target in the box, but again cannot connect. And a low-scoring first half ends with Levi David up 1-0 here. But Abu Makar had a lot of pressure in that first half as well. So into the second half. Abu Makar not being able to break down the defenses of Levi David in that first 45. Had a lot of the possession, controlled the game extremely well. But that final finish not quite been there yet. Maybe this is the opportunity though. Vicky Lopez out wide now to Vitinha. Looking for that cutback. We'll keep possession here. Bit of space for Bellingham on the edge of the box. And the pattern of play from the first 45 continues here in the second half. Abu Makar just continually pressing and pressurizing the defense of Levi David. There's a beautiful Magidi spin and the finish is there. It took a little bit of magic, but Abu Makar found it. And that will be the equalizer, tied up at 1-1. So now Levi David has to come forward himself. And maybe about to do so almost immediately. Parajuelo on the edge of the box. Player lock out wide to Bellingham. Here's Saka away from one. Tries to find that player lock again. Not going to be able to connect. And now Abu Maka, having worked so hard to get back into this game, having controlled so much of the game, sends away Bukayo Saka. The ball roll scoop from the Englishman. Bellingham into Vicky Lopez. Bellingham very well controlled there. Good player switch coming in from Levi David, and now on the outside is going to be Parajuelo. Almost turns back into trouble. Musiala. Bellingham, Musiala, chance to shoot. It's Abu Maka this time who relies on the goalkeeper to turn that one around the post. Knocked down from Levi David. Bellingham. Chance maybe for Parajuelo to shoot! And find the top corner. Levi David back in the lead. It's 2-1. Performance from Levi David has been efficient, to say the least. A lot of the time on the back foot defending against the pressure of Abu Maka, but the two chances he has had, he has put away tremendously well. For Abu Maka, now needs to try and find a way towards goal again. Took him around 50 minutes to break down the defenses of Levi David. And not enough time left in the game if he has to wait that long to do so again. Here's Messi. McTominay back to Messi. McTominay continues his run. Looked for that little double tap through ball, wasn't able to connect. And here comes Abu Maka, flowing forward, flooding forward. And has to. Saka across to McTominay. Vicky Lopez looking for that first time ball to Saka. Levi David will win that ball back again though. It has been a bit of a defensive masterclass. Sometimes relying on the goalkeeper. Vitinha now out wide. Abu Maka on the attack once more. Saka into Freeman on the underlap. Vitinha on the outside this time. Back into Freeman. No clear path towards goal again. Just going to take a second to reset here. Freeman just dancing inside, just waiting for the opportunity to find that pass that's going to be the killer one. Again, very well marshaled in defense by Levi David. There's that ball in though. Vicky Lopez! One chance, one goal. Abu Maka ties it up. A lot of patience in that build-up. When the chance came, he made no mistake. 2-2 now. So having trailed twice, Abumaka once again finds an equalizer in this game. Now, is there a winner in this one? Few changes in personnel on the pitch that you can see. Simakan in at fullback. Musiala around the outside. Dancing, finds Messi. That is wayward, though, from Levi David. João Neves through the middle momentarily. Excuse me, Vitinha was the player who was making that run. Saka. Back to Vitinha, Bellingham round the outside. There is the goal! Into the lead. For the first time in this game goes Abumaka. Dembele just drifting wide and finding that finesse shot into the top corner. And the pressure has paid off here for Abumaka. So now Levi David has to be the player to apply the pressure himself. A lot of this game has been spent on the defensive side, soaking up pressure, but now having fallen behind for the first time in the game, and just over 20 minutes left in game, he's got to be the one to turn creator here. A bit of space for Simakan to step into the center of the pitch. Wasteful pass though. And now Abumaka. It's now his chance to control the game. Saka combining with Bellingham. Saka around the outside. Ball roll scoop again to get a little half a yard. Good tackle from João Neves, though. And a player lock into Lionel Messi. Parahuelo is away on the outside. Instead, going to go back inside here to Musiala. Scott McTominay bursting from midfield, trying to get round the outside. Saka now with a chance. Has to make this count. Save from the goalkeeper. Corner now. Touchdown to Parahuelo. We've had a goal from here already. Almost a second. So we'll jump back into the tactical pause as more changes will be made. Corner here for Levi David. Time's starting to run out. Here's Saka. O'Reilly picks his pocket. And for Abu Maka, speaking of picking pockets, he's had his pick right now. Here's Parahuelo on the outside for Levi David. Chance to strike across goal. Push for the low driven. Keeper will make the save. McTominay, Parahuelo, Simican. Pressure building from Levy. McTominay back to Maldini. João Neves. Musiala, little player lock, not going to be used this time around. There is space for Messi, though, off the back of this player lock, but turns into Vitinha. And now on the counter-attack, space for Saka. And Abu Maka will now control this game, slow it down just a little bit. Or maybe he's just going to look to release Freeman here. Kivior coming across to deal with the advancing run from the fullback. Parahuelo, though, going to steal that one back. That's going to be a frustrating moment here for Abu Maka. Is that one he's going to regret giving that ball away when he had control, still has this lead. Messi wide to Parahuelo. First time in. Musiala goes for the extra pass when it wasn't really needed. Had a run at goal there. Could have taken the goalkeeper on. Expecting the defender to be switched to manually by Abu Maka to try and cut that pass. But Levi David, that's an opportunity. And now at the other end, Saka has acres of space to run into. Tries to go around the outside of the defender. Can't beat Casillas. The pressure comes in just the last second. Neves out wide now to Parahuelo. Inside. Musiala, lots of runners you would expect at this point in the game. Levi David chasing a point here. Great player switch again from Abu Maka. And now space for Dembele. Ball rolls back inside. Every second will hurt Levi David here, not having possession of this ball. See, desperately chasing with Jakub Kivior. And you get the feeling that Abu Maka is not going to make the same mistake he did a few moments ago. Going to take this one a little bit more slowly, but the offside trap will give Levi David one more chance, one more opportunity with possession at his feet. Into the 90th minute we find ourselves. João Neves looking to orchestrate something. Oh, look for that ball out wide, but Parahuelo was there. It's a poor pass, in all honesty. And now at the other end, Ousmane Dembele for Abu Maka to finish this one off, lifts it over the goalkeeper. And having survived a bit of a scare, Abu Maka, now 4-2 up, will be collecting the 3 points here in round 5. The final interception for Morojo sends that ball out of play, and Abu Maka with a big result. 4-2 the final score, 3 points on the board for him, and one step closer to qualification to the playoffs. This is the first goal of the game. It went to Levi David, Bellingham bursting through and finishing with the outside of the boot. Vitinha, though, dancing on the edge of the box, and a beautiful Magidi spin after a sustained period of pressure brought us the equaliser. Levi David from distance would make it 2-1 though. And the pressure just continued from Abu Maka. He found a way to find Vicky Lopez and find that top corner. And then from there, it felt like he started to feel a little bit more comfortable, started to take this game over. Dembele gives him the lead. And then right at the end of the game, Dembele breaks through once more, lifts it over the goalkeeper to secure the 3 points for Abu Maka. Such an important piece of the puzzle for him as far as qualifying to the following stages of this tournament. And this is, of course, what they're going to be playing for. This is why you want to go deep into this tournament. Over $1 million is on the line in Paris at the moment at the FC Pro World Championships. 250k for first place. And of course, making it into that final 24 is going to make you feel a lot more comfortable when it comes to that prizing as well. The format and where we find ourselves at the moment in the tournament, we're in the league stage at the moment where 36 players are playing it out. Everyone playing 6 matches, where the top 24 will advance to the playoffs. If you finish top 8, you'll get a bye into the round of 16 where the single elimination bracket will continue. The bottom 12 will be eliminated, and at EWC 26, those keys of those players will be crushed as well at the end of today. It has been a fantastic day of action. Levi David's going to feel a little bit heartbroken after that result. He was holding on to that final qualification place in the playoffs. At the moment, he's going to have to work hard to wrestle that back. We're going to get back very, very soon, though, with some more games from the FC Pro World Championship.
Ginny here with Glitter over at the Cadia City Grid, where we have PUBG Battlegrounds. It's the second day of finals. A lot of games happening, but what's the update in terms of club championship points and teams that are performing well?
Okay, let's break this down a little bit, because in day 2, it's going to be important heading into day 3, because the point total that is set today will determine where match point ends up being set tomorrow. That's obviously when we're going to crown a winner. However, if we're talking CC side of things, it is absolutely stacked to the top of our leaderboard right now. And let me give you a little bit of a rundown. We have VP in first place, Falcons in second place, defending champs Twisted Minds in third place, Navi in fourth, but they did just get a win, so that'll probably shake it up a little bit, and then Vitality in fifth. That's not counting AGAL, who are very quiet today, but they're still also in this lobby. I mean, there's so many storylines to be following.
That sounds like a lot of updates coming through from your stage tomorrow specifically, because today these teams just have to get as many points as possible.
Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Just get points on the board today, because tomorrow, technically, depending how teams play, they could end in 2 matches. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's going to be crazy for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it, Glitter. That's it from us. We're going to keep you guys updated. See you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I have Chris DeBoer with me here on this stage. Chris, a very important win there that you just had up against Danny Pitbull, because you started round 5 in 22nd place, which is very close to that elimination. You've skyrocketed all the way up the standings as well, and you're now in the possibility of getting in that top 8. But talk to me specifically about that Danny match, because that was a must-need win.
It was a really important win. Takes off a lot of pressure in this last day. I knew if I was going to win, I was going to go through at least to the playoff match. And yeah, I was really nervous, to be honest, beforehand. Like one of my most nervous games I've ever played, I think. But I was 4-1 up in 20 minutes, and I felt like, okay, I've got this. But then at the end, I got a bit nervous again, but it was enough. I think I played well. It's a bit weird playing someone who was already on 0 points, because he was. But I tried to keep it out of my head and just play my game. And I did play it quite well, and now I'm through, and yeah.
All right, let's talk about your journey so far here in Paris. You started off day 1 with a big win against Paulinetto, 10 goals in that matchup. From there, it's been a little bit up and down, but how do you feel about your overall performance so far?
I feel really happy, especially after my Champions League campaign. I wasn't playing well, and maybe people doubted me. Now I feel like I showed that I belong here and I play well. And yeah, more to come, I hope.
More to come, because your next game is up against Matias Bonanno, undefeated as well. And so if you want those eyes set on that top 8, you will have to go through him. How are you feeling about that matchup against Bonanno?
Yeah, it's a crazy run from him this far. He won every game. Yeah, I think you should see this game as a game on its own. And I think I got a pretty good chance against him, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Matias Bonanno versus Chris DeBoer. That is going to be a banger of a matchup, isn't it?
Looking forward to that one, and a big win for Chris. Has 3 more points and a little bit more comfort, because it's getting tight in the middle. We got Shells and FG to break down everything we just witnessed. 5 matches in the books for every player's 1 match to go. Shells, let's take a look at what we just witnessed. Big surprises?
Yeah, I guess a couple big surprises, but this is where we see the emotions coming. This is why I love this format. Every round, as it increases, you see the emotion from players. Red Lack versus Neat. I mean, 6-6. Both of these players fought to the end, and as you can see from the reaction from them both, they was both disappointed. Red Lack is unfortunately out of the tournament, but Neat survives, and he still has another chance. But another Oberon against Alien Lion. He fought to the end. Alien Lion, one of the best players, but Oberon will sadly be going home as well.
Alien Lion earning another 3 points. Oberon, is that the surprise for you of this round?
Well, I mean, Alien Lion's been in fantastic form. Unfortunately, Oberon, it's the end of the journey for him, as well as it is with Danny Pitbull from that round. With regards to Neat, his goal difference might be against him a little bit. That point really, really didn't help him. If he'd have got a couple of extra points, he would have been in a much better position. He's on 4 points, minus 10 goal difference, but K1 John is also on the same with a minus 9 goal difference. They're both clinging on, but just about. But the story of the round is Levy David.
Yes.
He is 1 game away from potentially being out. He is being back-to-back top 4 in this competition. He's inevitable for the knockouts. Well, he might not be making it.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights between the Sada and Header. I know most of these players have already gone through to the knockouts, but talking about Levy the Weird, going into the tournament, we've always spoke about Levy. We know how good he is and what he can do, but he's always kind of hidden behind Manu Bachor and Emre Yilmaz. And like I said, he's only 1 game away from missing out on the tournament. But as you can see from the highlights here from that game, Levy the Weird's taking on Abu Maka. Levy started off 1-0 up against Abu Maka, but Abu Maka seems to equalize. But I think Levy, I don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to always click or can't seem to get all the final strings pulled together, but he still has a chance to redeem himself.
What's the age difference between these two, and what's kind of their big level tournament experience?
I think they're quite similar in age, to be honest. No, Abu Maka might be a little bit older, but Levy the Weird has been competing for the last 4 or 5 years, and he's been at the top ever since he came to the team, I believe in 21. But he just hasn't been able to repeat the success as Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor in the recent years, but he still has the talent to win it all.
Abu Maka, by the way, Saudi League champion for this season, so he's having a great season himself, and he's in a good position. That game finished 4-2. Levy David has got it all to do. That man we just heard from with Casey, he's gone a little bit under the radar a little bit. We haven't probably given him as much credit as he deserves, but he is well within a chance of getting into that top 8. Standing in his way is a man who has a 100% record, Matthias Bonanno.
Allianz Lion on your screen going up against Oberon. This was tight for a while, 5-5 going down to the final minute. A crucial go-ahead goal, and that is another 3 points for Allianz. As we take a look at this one, Neat and Redlock, the 2 players that could not afford a draw, both facing elimination. What do? Earn 1 point each.
If you look at it, though, Redlock was 4-1 up at one point in this game, so from Neat's perspective, it was a great comeback from him. I think both players were really, really disappointed. Neat going into that game, looking at the position, he needed a win there no matter what, and he didn't get it. I think we might see the end of Neat now pretty much, unless he has a fantastic game. He's got P8 Zin next. Not an easy game at all.
I mean, for Redlock, his commiserations to him as well, and I think being 4-1 up and you let a lead like that and now your tournament's over, it's definitely going to sting for him at home. But the only UK player to make to the World Championship, he should be proud, but unfortunately his tournament is ended there.
Neat coming through the play-ins, entered this match with 3 points. He will exit the match with 4. He is minus 11 when it comes to that goal differential, as you mentioned, though. As you take a look at the big board, Levy Finn, Bonanno, the 2 perfect players. Nasada earning 3 more over Hezers, a big win there. Hezers is going to fall out of your first group into 9th. Remember, top 8, what do they get? A guaranteed top 16 finish as they get a bye through the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at this, and we're looking at that elimination bracket as it stands. Catcher has got a massive game. He's got the Iceman Nicholas next. He's on 6 points, like you see. He really does need a win in that one because it's so tight at the bottom there. There's so many players. Ilian, of course, still in with a chance. Again, another player who will need a win. He's got Abu Maka up next as well. There's so many big games here. I'm making about 5 or 6 people from that elimination zone who could still potentially sneak their way into the knockouts. That's surely where we're going to be focusing.
Yeah, and the thing about this, you can't really call it because I think goal difference will be coming into play because I thought like 7 points will be a safe bet, but nah, I think goal difference is going to be really important. For example, Bryce has to beat Guga. You know, K1 John, his goal difference is poor, so these guys have to win big in their last game.
Let's take a look at the upcoming matches for this next round. We have some big names in action once again. The ones on the elimination fight, we got Kasha, you got to look at Smolk, and of course, you just mentioned him, Bryce or Brees, however you want to pronounce it. The man representing France is sitting at just 5 points. You win here, you jump up to 8 points, and you got to think 8's going to be good enough to go through, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd think so, but you can't really commit to it. Jafonso's also in action. He's playing RVP Legend. He needs something from that game as well. A lot of players have got a lot on the line here, Shells. From a player's perspective, how hard is it to block out the fact that, I mean, we're saying that we're in the knockouts for the next stage. The beauty of this format, this is essentially a knockout round we're about to watch.
It's a knockout round, and the beauty of the thing is someone else that you're not even thinking of could save you at all times, and your opponent could already be qualified, which kind of gives them a little calming against an advantage against you, whereas you know you feel the pressure, you have to get a result. As you can see, you could give up last-minute goals if you're chasing the lead.
Gentlemen, it's time to tease our Mystery Nation. For those who don't know, you can earn big in-game. All you got to do is watch the broadcast and listen in for the clues. Today's Mystery Nation apparently has hosted one of the loudest clubs in Europe, especially in their home capital.
Yeah, they definitely have. The letter of the country begins with a T, shall we say. Yeah, a couple of former players from Manchester City have gone there recently to that league. Nathan Ake is now playing in that country. Hopefully that helps you a little bit.
That's a lot of good hints there. We got a great matchup. Final question for you: is RVP or is it going to be my man Jafonzo moving through? Because only one of them will. 7 points and 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't want to draw in it. So I'm going to sit on the fence completely and not answer that because I don't know the answer to the question.
I will support my Man City teammate in Jafonzo, even though RVP is very good and I think he's got a tough task against him. I think Jafonzo played well against Anders. I think he's going to do it.
It's time to find out who is getting knocked out before the knockout rounds. We send it over to the casters one more time for round 6.
Thank you so much, Puckett, FG, and Shells. Yes, we are into the last round now of the league phase for this year's FC Pro World Championships. There's 36 players technically still in the competition. In, I'd say, about 2 hours' time, Ryan, there will be only 24 left in the competition. 12 will be eliminated here in Paris, and 24 will look ahead to what will be a really difficult, a really exciting, at least for us, knockout bracket.
It's nervy, Brandon, especially for some of these players where they know that their tournament hangs in the balance. They need to win in order to advance. You see some of the matchups there. Catchy is playing against Nicholas. He needs to win the game. Jafonzo, again, has to win. He's up against RVP Legend, who can't finish in that top 8, but will want to finish at a high seed in that first knockout round.
I was just looking at the history. The best examples we've got is the Champions League the last 2 years. What is the point tally, Ryan, basically, that's going to get you a top 8? As far as we've seen, 12 points previously has been enough with goal difference in your favour.
Yeah.
This year, I believe there was 7 players all on 12 points, and it was goal difference that sent 2 players into the top 8. So, for example, players like Nicholas in this round, Manu Bashure, Guga Faraz, if they start well as Schmork has here, by the way, what a start. 2-0 in 7 minutes against Umit. You could be in the top 8 this round, done.
Yeah, for me, before the tournament started, I said it would be 8 points, or 7 points, sorry, good goal difference to get into the top 24. To get in the top 8, I said 12 points, again, with good goal difference. It remains to be seen if that will come true, but what's happening right now in this game is that you've got Schmork, who's pretty much eliminated unless everything goes in his favour, which I just don't see it happening. And you've got Umut, who, again, if he wins, it will put him on 11 points. Don't know if it's enough. He needs other results to go in his favour, but to be starting 2-0 down, he'll be devastated with.
Well, looking across the board here, Ryan, of who desperately needs a win for a chance to change their fortunes in regards to a top 24, you've got to say Brees. Brees against Guga Faraz. Brees is on 5 points, Guga's on 10, Catcher's on 6, Nicholas is on 10 as well. These are the players that you don't want to match up against.
Back to the B stream, everyone, where you do not miss a single moment's action at the FC Pro World Championship. In this game, there's only really one story. It's about Manu Bashure, former world champion himself, looking to solidify his qualification in the top 8 through to the round of 16. Unfortunately for Adida, it's not been the tournament to remember. Came through the play-ins and currently finds himself without a single point on the board after his first 5 games. And at the start here, it's looking like the same kind of result. Manu Bashure immediately into the lead here. Ousmane Dembele with the first touch. Coming into this game, Manu Bashure was inside of that top 8 in 5th. 3 wins, 1 draw, and the 1 loss. That did come at the hand of Hezes. That game was just a 1-goal difference as well. 7-6 it ended to the Italian. Every other game been pretty good for him. Karim, Manu Bashure taking a 5-3 win. Nicholas, a big win for him, 6-4. The draw against Ilian, 7-7. And then a win against Samu Gamer a little bit earlier, 6-5, getting that win on the board. So sits on 10 points as it stands. 12 seems to be the magic number to be in that top 8. So a win here, and Manu Bashure should be feeling pretty good. Will he get the second goal of the game? He almost does. Casillas has to make himself big to turn that one around the post, but this has been all one-way traffic so far. Saka into Parajuelo. Xhaka. Back to Paruello, looking for the angle for that finesse shot. It's the crossbar that keeps it at 1. Rattles off of the woodwork. As now Rodri will have the first attack of the game for Adida. Here's Bellingham. Arroyo comes in there with a really strong tackle. Player lock immediately being triggered. And now the creative run in behind. Not going to be used. Dembele. Quick pass in here from Manabashire. A chance maybe to step away and find another goal here. Dembele. Tried the fake shot outside. Adida manages to do well to hold on. And now the through ball has released Luca Bacchio. And he's got the pace to trouble the defender. It's 1-1. Adida makes this one interesting. Releasing Luca Bacchio. And the pace of the winger was enough to get him away from his man and find that finish. And here he is again. Adida in behind Watson. Left foot across the goalkeeper. Casillas makes the save. Corner here for Adida. He wants a result to talk about at the end of the FC Pro World Championships. Here comes Manabashire though. A quick passing. Once again, Paruello's got the run on the defender here. Arroyo just about stays with her. Has the strength to push her off the ball. First time ball over the top, can't find the on-rushing Jude Bellingham from midfield for Adida. Xhaka into the feet of Dembele. Kika Nazareth now with the creative run into space. Dembele not going to use it this time around. Manabashire looking to walk his way towards goal. Players in front of him, one of those is going to be Kika Nazareth, but a good tackle from Adida. On back immediately, though, by Bellingham. And pressure continues here for Manabashire. Beautiful ball over the top. Saka is there. Oh, the touch is beautiful. But unfortunately, the assistant referee says that one is going to be ruled as offside. It was a wonderful move. But just caught in that offside position. Saka running from deep. Now after that let off, first time through ball again from Adida. This time doesn't connect. Space again for Dembele here. Nazareth looking to use the pace of Paruello in behind with that through ball. Speaking of through balls, it's going to be Bellingham who gets in the end of this one. Here's Luca Bacchio, the goal scorer. Looking to fire across goal. Casillas has to make another save here. And Adida is looking very, very dangerous on the counter-attack. Arroyo will win the header defensively. Paruello going to be challenging Maldini, who wins it. Watson into Bellingham. Adida looking dangerous at the edge of the box once more now. Luca Bacchio into Wharton. Looking for that finesse shot. Kika Nazareth not going to find a way past the defender this time as Dembele now comes away. Dembele tries to feed it through again. Maldini strong. Adida immediately again looking to release Luca Bacchio. Kika Nazareth through ball now to Saka. Gets a run at his man. Manabashire inside the box. Will McGeady cancel? No Cricketta. Tricks are starting to come out to find that half a yard, but Wharton's strong. Adida strong mentally as well defensively there. And now at the other end is Luca Bacchio again. Big chance taken. Manabashire is 2-1 down. So the story coming into this game was if Manabashire could solidify top 8 and a spot in the round of 16 in the playoffs, And now he's got to find some answers to this quick counter-attacking game plan that we're seeing from Adida, who has yet to get a point on the board. Here's Dembele. Saka with the creative run outside. Dembele now, going around the outside of his man. Ball will scoop away from one. Space on the edge of the box for Bellingham. Saka will take over, tries to feed it in again, but that man Maldini there again for Adida. And now the counter-attack, which has been so devastating, starts once again. And it's Wharton in behind. Chance to make it 3. Adida is 3-1 up over Manabashure. And this would be an upset with how this tournament's gone so far. Oh, for Manabashure. He's got to find a way to break the defense numerous times here of Adida. And more importantly, be careful of that counter-attack. Bellingham might be the man to create something for him, though. Finally gets the 2-2. Granit Xhaka! 3-2. Game on. Manabashure finds a way towards goal. A much different feel to the game now with just one goal separating the two players. And with Saka winning that back, for all the good work that Adida has done in this first half, it could be Manabashure who goes into the break with the game level. Saka. A step over out wide now to Dembele. Ball inside to Jude Bellingham. The angle was opening up, but Maldini is there. And now that counter-attack, which has been so devastating, is there again. Maldini can't beat Luca Bacchio. And it's 4-2. Yet another devastating counter-attack from Adida. Manabashure inside the box. It's Kika Nazareth returning and recovering. Maldini makes the tackle. The speed of these attacks, the first time through balls in behind, have caused Manabashure all kinds of problems defensively. And he has not had the answer. Last attack until half-time here. Arahuelo. Dembele will come back inside. Bellingham. Xhaka. Scored a few moments ago. This is going to be a goal though. Kika Nazareth in all sorts of space in the box, and it's back to 1. Manabashure keeping this one very, very interesting as we head towards the break. And at half-time here, it's Adida, the underdog, with his counter-attacking play, who leads the game 4-3. Manabashure has got to find a way to come back in this second half. So here we go then, second half. 1 goal between the two players. Adidas devastating counterattacks. Put him up 4-3. Now he's in behind again with Parajuelo. Just that cutback, Maldini there. Quick, incisive passing from Manabashure. Turns defence into attack almost instantaneously. Kika Nazareth wrestling with Wharton. Keeps the ball. Xhaka. Dembele into the feet of Parajuelo. Back to Dembele. Trying to find the angle for the shot. Finds that angle but does not find the finish. Straight down the goalkeeper's throat, that one. Away there as Manabashure will stride forward once more. There's a chance. Dembele on the outside. Can he find a finish? This time he can. 4-4. Manabashure is back in charge, and the momentum is with him. From 4-2 to 4-4, and he's won the ball back immediately from the restart as well. Q being paused up here by Adida as well. He needs a little break. And Manabashure is looking for another. Oh, it's 5-4. World champions have this ability. And Manabashure has turned this game into his favour. 5-4 he leads. It was all smiles for Adida a little bit earlier in this game, but now some frustration as he's lost that 4-2 advantage that he worked hard for. Complete turnaround. Manabashure now getting closer and closer to solidifying top 8 in the league phase and qualification to the round of 16 in the playoffs. Beautiful little McGeady cancel. Ooh, just offside there. Interesting to see maybe a little bit of an adjustment tactically as well from Manabashure, and that particular defensive sequence just made sure that he stayed with that runner from deep as long as possible. And now at the other end is Granit Xhaka. And it will be 6-4 now to Manabashure from defence to attack. And the Swiss central midfielder will step in and pass the ball past Iker Casillas to now give him a 2-goal advantage. Great composure been shown in this game by Manabashure. It would have been very easy to get frustrated with the way he was conceding those goals, but makes the necessary adjustments and keeps flowing in his attack as he almost finds a way through to goal again. Xhaka will intercept momentarily. Rodri wins it back on the other side of things as Kika Nazareth now looks for the run of McTominay potentially. Rodri. Out wide now to Parajuelo. Strong tackle, though, comes in from Mark Pubel. And look at that for a ball inside. Parajuelo is running. Dembele is going as well. Saka is available outside. Saka will be found. Dembele! Oh, great save from Casillas. Amana Bashure in attack is starting to float. Off the back of the tactical pause. With 25 minutes left in game. And a ball over the top. We almost found a way through for a seventh. Parajuelo does have a run on the outside here for Adida. Just about keeps that ball in on the far side. Cycles to Hakan Çalhanoğlu inside the box now. You can see Tomine looking. That directional nutmeg cancel to find a way to create an angle for that pass. And instead at the other end, look at the run from Bellingham from deep. Striding away from Amana Bashure. Ends a little bit disappointingly. It will go out for a goal kick. Granit Xhaka, another great interception and a focal point of a lot of what's been good for Amana Bashure in this game, that item. Defensive interceptions and tackles, 2 goals already. Running from deep to finish. Adida looking to find a way to get back into this game. 20 minutes left in game. Hika Nazareth out wide now to Scott McTominay. Chance. Ball roll into that finesse shot, but not quite placed well enough to beat Casillas. And now Dembele will pinch the pocket, and possession will be back with Amana Bashure. Lovely pass down the line. Dembele into Saka. Saka finds a little half yard himself, or Rojo will push him off the ball. And this is where Adida's been dangerous, these counter-attacks. Again, Granit Xhaka in midfield with that tackle. As Dembele runs away to just buy a little bit of time here. The pause will come in once more. Minutes left in game here to see this one out for Amana Bashure and solidify his place inside of that top 8 ahead of the knockout stages of the tournament. Mo Salah fresh on the pitch. His first contribution is to have the ball taken away from him by Nico O'Reilly. Again, Amana Bashure just managing that run defensively, making sure it was tracked the entire way. And now the other end, Bellingham is running from deep. Inside of the box, it's going to be Granit Xhaka. It's a hat-trick for the Swiss. And it's 7 now for Amana Bashure. And what was a worrying first half is now looking like the result that many expected. We'll run out for a goal kick here as we have just over 10 minutes left in this game. Adida had a lot of success in that first half with those quick, decisive counter-attacks with the first-time through balls, and he's in behind again. Paraguello. Casillas with the save. But it's been Mana Bashura. He's just had the constant pressure. It seems to have got the best of him in this game. Chananoglu. Keegan Nazareth was looking for that touch just to create the angle for the finesse on that left foot. At the other end, it'll be Keegan Nazareth defensively who does some great work. The run from Paraguello tries to dink it over Freeman. But that for a ball. O'Reilly almost got away from Freeman. There should be space in behind. Freeman being committed up the pitch. Maldini steps in though, but there's Chananoglu again with an interception. Into Bellingham. Into McTominay. Turns back onto the left. And I think time is the only thing that's going to stop Adida's hopes here of making this comeback. And just over 5 minutes plus stoppage time left in this game. He'd have to win the ball back now, and he'd have to win it quickly. And create an opportunity to even have a chance at coming away from this with a point. Bellingham completely free in the middle. Xhaka also continuing his run. Bashura just wants to win the game. They're giving away a little bit here. Oscar Bob. With runners either side. Here's Chananoglu. Through the middle is going to be Bellingham. Instead it opens up here for Chananoglu. Oscar Bob. Just overplayed it a little bit. Into the 90th minute, the last few kicks of this game. Will be another goal kick. Dida has a laugh about that one. And Xhaka's given the ball away here. Chananoglu. As stoppage time starts. 2 goals are needed in the next few seconds. Not going to happen for Adida. His drought here at the FC Pro World Championships will continue. But for Mana Bashura, what a comeback, what a performance, and that has pretty much solidified his spot inside of the top 8. A fantastic performance from the former world champion. Very, very impressive stuff. It was going to be him who was in the lead almost immediately in this game, but these kind of goals, these quick, incisive, long through balls on the counter-attack allowed Adida to really make a game of this. Nukabakio threw on goal here and didn't make a mistake with the finish. And 2-1 turned to 3-1, once again getting in behind the fullback. This time was Adam Wharton who drove it in at that near post, and it was all smiles at that point for Adida. But then Mana Bashura, 10 minutes till halftime, finds a little ball into Granit Xhaka, who was such an influence on how he played in this game. That made it 1, the difference between the two players. But again, a long over-the-top through ball. Lukabakio on the back of it. Made it 4-2. Now, Mana Bashura did manage to find one to keep it interesting just before halftime. A 1-goal game going into the second half, and this is where it felt like something was adjusted for Mana Bashura. Took complete control of the game. That was the equalizer from Dembele. Then a beautiful pass here through the center of the defense. A first-time finish from Keegan Nazareth. Made it 6-4. And the smiles turned to shrugs for Adida. And then Granit Xhaka through again. That was his second of the game. And it wasn't to be done for Granit Xhaka in this game as Manabashure went on to score yet another. Bellingham turning provider as Xhaka got his hat-trick and Manabashure locked the game up with the deficit that he managed to build. There was one more goal in the game in the last few moments here as Bellingham did find McTominay. Lovely footwork from the Scotsman inside of the box, but it wasn't going to be enough for Adida to come back. So Manabashure looking very, very good in that game. That will guarantee him another 3 points and potentially a top 8 into the round of 16 qualification as we head towards the knockouts. Plenty more games to come today, though. We'll have you covered here on the B stream. Don't go too far. The FC Pro World Championship will continue.
Go anywhere. The league phase continues after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Here over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have some MLBB action, and Chris is joining us to really hammer home how important this one is for Liquid to be able to get some points, because they're currently sitting on 0 points in total.
They are, but we were just having a conversation in the sense that you win one game and you are back into it. I mean, look, that's easier said than done when it comes down to EWC. The competition is very, very stiff. But MLBB still could be that game for Liquid. At this moment in time, they are in a stage where playing GSL, so they got to win 2 before you lose 2. They've already lost 1 in their very first game. They have to win back-to-back games. Their first one coming up, I was doing my pick'ems this morning on the EWC website. It was a look at that plug. The 95% win coming, 95% chance win coming through for them. So you would expect them to be able to take it absolutely. But still 2 games you got to win. The pressure starts to come on when you lose that first game. They could still go on and win the tournament from here, but they would have liked a more comfortable start than they had.
Yeah, this is definitely a very crucial week for Liquid, so we're going to keep you guys updated. I'll be coming back later today to see how they've performed. That's it from us from now, though. We'll see you around.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined on the stage by Luke, who had a very important game up against Samuel Gamer end-to-end. Talk to me through that last game because it was a must-needed win for you.
Yeah, it was much needed for me to go through to the knockouts. Yeah, Samuel Gamer obviously a really good player, so it was a tough match. But at the end, I scored 1 goal more than him, so yeah, I win, and very happy.
Now, you're currently sitting 10th in the standings. Things could move around because we do have another round to go. But I have to ask, after day 1, you were sitting on 0 points. So what happened? How did you turn it around? Because you definitely did.
Yeah, all year long I play 4-1-4-1, so with the CDM and the 2 center mids, and it didn't work for me, just like in ECL where I didn't score that many goals, but I also didn't concede many. But here the level is, in my opinion, higher than the ECL. So I switched to 4-4-1-1 just to turn things around, to just attack a bit more, and that paid off, I think. So yeah, I'm really happy how it goes right now.
All right, well, whatever you did, it absolutely worked because it's looking like you are going through to those knockouts. But what is your mindset? Does it change at all going from league phase into knockouts? Because it is a bit of a different competition starting in a couple hours.
Yeah, obviously every loss is now killing. But I'm still unbeaten in 4-4-1-1. So let's see. Now, I'm just seeing the next games. And then we will see what comes. And hopefully I will win.
All right, well, knockouts right around the corner. Thank you so much to Luke. Everyone over at the desk, 4-4-1-1, are we adding that into our repertoire? Because it obviously has done a very good job for him.
I'm taking notes. Well done on the adjustment here in the final day of the league play. And FG, you are all smiles. Is that because it's time to crush some dreams?
Oh, I'm not smiling at that. I do like it, though. I do like the key crushing. But can we just take a moment to just discuss how well that man who's just spoken to Casey has done? Like she said, he lost both his games on day one. It's amazing, this format, how it offers another opportunities for players. He's through to the knockouts. We're going to see him in action a little bit later on.
Now, I really embarrassed myself. I called Luke Levy, and ever since I did, he's been playing like our top spotted player. Just saying. May have cursed him in the right direction. Let's take a look here at our updated numbers. As you can see, Manu is going to take the final win over Adida. That is a 7-5, which is brutal because Adida, despite already being knocked out, played his heart out. The man was up 3-1 at one point in that game.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately for Adida, his tournament has come to an end. But I guess you want to end on a high. You did make it to your first World Championship, so there's something to be proud of. He's taken home $10,000, which is still a good prize money. But he wanted to try beat the world number one because you can carry that confidence into next season.
We talked about the Jafonso matchup. Is the loss going to cost him his spot in the bracket?
Well, we say that because we were sat here and we were stood here, so we were speaking about it last minute. Nicholas gets a free kick. That goal has changed a lot for Jafonso. It's still not in his hands, of course. Yeah. He's played all of his games now. We've seen it all happen. But what a goal by Nicholas. On the other side, from Catcher, that could be pretty detrimental to him. I think that means that he is out of the competition. We're waiting to confirm that when we see the league standards in a minute. But Jafonso now, he needs to watch this next round of fixtures and he needs to hope results go his way. Now, if you put yourself in that position, it's out your hands. It's not ideal, Shells, but he's still in there. He's 22nd, as you can see. So Catcher is outside of the top 24.
Keep in mind, he has the same amount of points as Catcher, Levy, and Smolk, right? All at 6. So it could come down to the goal differential of the final players.
But Catcher is not playing again now. He is out. That goal, Shells, from Nicholas, the Iceman, the last kick of the game. Ryan Pessoa said it on commentary. He is scary from set pieces. Well, I'll tell you what, Catcher's having nightmares because he's been knocked out because of it.
And he was leading, but once again, we've seen Nicholas coming back once again, showing his composure, and he's found another win. As soon as that free kick and I saw it was dead ball with Calahonu, I knew this could be a goal, and that has unfortunately put Catcher out the run for his money. But Jafonso, like you said, still has a chance. And these players on 6 points, their goal difference is keeping them in for now.
Players on the far right side still to go in the next round. We're going to see Marwan up to bat. Are we going to see an opportunity for him to have an epic final day of action, FG?
He's got a massive game, but unfortunately he's playing Nasada. I mean, 6th place at the minute, 12 points. He's been an absolutely fantastic form, one of the best attacking players in the scene as we roll through the highlights. This game had it all, Shells. It always goes down to the last kick of the game in this format. This is another great advert for this format.
Yeah, I mean, this format is just great. But once again, I'm going to give praise to Nicholas. He started the tournament off slow, but he seems to always fight. And when you play at FC this year as well, when your opponent has a 2 or 3 goal lead, it feels like it might just be too far reach. But for Nicholas, he's found his way to claw a 3-point victory once again. And it just shows his Iceman, he's coming to win it all this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And who else but Manu Bashore? Unbelievable. But like you said, Puckett, Adida played his part. Unfortunately, he's out of the competition. We hope to see him again on the big stage. He definitely fought his heart out. He's 3-1 up, like Puckett said. But Manu Bashore does what Manu Bashore does. He finds a way no matter what, and we will be seeing him later on.
Yeah, once again, good sportsmanship from Adida because it's quite hard to play your last game, even though the tournament is kind of over. But he still tried his best, unfortunately going home against Manu Bachor. But this game against Smoke against Uma, I guess this is a big result from Smoke because I expected Uma to take the 3 points there, and it's still giving him a chance to go through. But Uma done the job in the earlier rounds, and that's a great thing about the format. You can kind of save yourself.
Look how many goals Smolk put up as well. That is going to be massive when it comes to the tiebreakers. That will be done at the end of this round. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Luke, does he make it through? Was it enough points? He seems confident.
Yeah, he's there. I mean, Luke found a way. Like we said, he lost his first 2 games in this format, and it can be a little bit of a slog when you've not got any points on the board. He's come out the other end of it. He played really well against Samu Gamer, who's also played really well throughout this.
9-point start for Samu.
Yeah.
0 for 3 on the way back.
And that's the funny thing. Things can change very quickly. And of course, we got to play the knockout games today. So if Samu Gamer doesn't seem to change things quickly, he could be going home early. After the first day 1 and day 2, we thought Samu Gamer might be one of the favorites. But this man right here, Guga Ferez, his first season at the World Championship, knocking out the last year's runner-up. This is a statement from Guga. And I think the way how he's played in this tournament so far, maybe he's showing that he can compete for the trophy.
Guga already had double digits coming into this game. On the other side, you controlled your destiny if you were Breeze, the local hero. Unfortunately, not able to get it done. And same can be said for Jafonzo, Man City star player, going to fall at the hands of RVP legend, who's had his ups and downs, holds on in a strong way.
Yeah, he's done his job, and congratulations to RVP legend. He's another player who'll be very happy with where he's at. He's in the knockouts. Jafonzo, on the other hand, you can see what it means to him. In that, to be in that position, I tell you what, we were shocked at that Nicholas free kick. There might have just been a little bit of a fist bump from Jafonzo because he has been given an added lifeline by Nicholas there.
36 players entered the tournament. 24 will survive at the end of the day. Unfortunately for this man, his end has come a little bit earlier than expected. Let's go to the Key Crush Live. There is a look at Adidas Key. Manu given the honors as the returning EWC champion, is the first to crush one.
Yeah, this is a bit heartbreaking. So I'm very fortunate enough I haven't really experienced this before, getting my key crush, but just to solidify that you being out of the tournament.
Did you just smirk at him?
I would be doing the same thing. If I beat someone out, I would be smirking as well. But to see my key getting crushed, I'll be devastated.
A bit of added motivation for Manu. He's not only crushing the key, he has an opportunity, if he does win the tournament, or whoever does, to take, I think, 3 parts of other people's keys. I mean, Manu's done it before, and Shells, do you remember whose key he took?
I mean, I think everyone will be putting Anders in their trophy if they could, because he just causes a lot of drama. And he is the number 1 player in the world, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I was worried he just bent it, but that is a full-on smash, break, and shatter. Our first key destroyed here at the hands of the returning champ.
I absolutely love to see it, you know. I mean, I think the key concept here that they have at EWC is incredible. It adds to so much drama. And it also sort of makes it real that you've been eliminated. Once that sound goes and it crushes the key, it is all over. And unfortunately, for a few players, it already is all over.
Any surprise to see that an American was the first one knocked out of a competition?
You know what my biggest surprise is today? Puckett so far has actually predicted every single player he thinks is going out. So before we started everything, off camera, we were like, Puckett, name us your 12. You'll get a present from us if you do it, but you're actually like four down.
I'm crushing it right now. I'm crushing it right now. I'm told we got to get to an interview. Guga has scored 13 points, and he's on the floor with Case.
Right, guys, I'm with Guga Faraz, who is currently sitting 13th in the standings right now on 7 points. Guga, you have an up and down, pretty much competition so far, but how are we feeling going into the last day of the league phase?
Really confident today. We have more 2 games, so I think I'm going to win both games, so let's do each.
Now, top 8 is very, very important. What needs to be done today for you to secure that top 8? Because you're close. It's definitely possible, but what do you need to do today?
Yeah, I mean, if I win both games, I have a lot of opportunity to be in the top 8, so that's my objective today.
Well, fun fact for everyone back home, but you're actually the youngest player in the competition by 6 days. Is that on your mind at all, being the youngest player here at all?
It's nice. Really excited in the first days, but I played a lot of competition this year, so I have a lot of experience, and I win now more experience to the more years, so really happy with this.
All right, Guga. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it.
A confident finish to his run here in the league portion of the competition, but we have a huge bracket in front of us. Guga's moving through. The question is with which seed? And you have to think he's going to have a pretty easy first round. You take a look at this next one, though. It is not an easy fight between the two men in the top left shelves, both sitting at 7 points entering this competition, just on that bubble of making it into the top 24.
And this is where it's unpredictable because goal difference can come into play. Yes, they're sitting on 7 points, which is quite comfortable, but everyone else has still got a couple games to play and things can fall very quickly. But Emma Yilmaz and Dosari will want to clinch it up right here.
I don't know really what to say about these fixtures, so I'm not going to. I'm going to speak about the Mission Nation instead. A little bit of a clue. This team in the 2002 World Cup, the nation finished third, I believe it was, if that helps anybody.
That's a high
watching at
finish.
home. I'll look out in the chat and see if anyone's got it, but I mean, I think we've given quite a few clues now.
A lot of Call of Duty pros fly there for hair plugs. Some of them earlier than they wanted to.
Teeth as well, maybe.
Teeth,
Yeah.
some veneers. Yeah, you can get some work done over there. Shout out to our Mystery Nation. Best of luck to everyone trying to score with players from that nation. For now, we got to get into the 5th round here as we get into 5 of 6. Let's go to you guys, casters. This camera.
Thank you, Pucky. Yes, we are getting closer, aren't we, to our final 20.
Welcome back to the B stream, where dreams are made, and sometimes dreams, unfortunately, will be crushed. One player whose dreams have been crushed so far in this tournament is Danny Pitbull, struggling to get points on the board at the other end of the pitch. With a man who is no stranger to winning games of EAFC, and that is going to be Anders Vergang. Anders, who comes into this game still needing to break into that top 8. Qualification looking pretty good for him. Into the knockouts. But wants to be inside that top 8 to make sure that he gets that buy into the round of 16. On the attack here, we Jude Bellingham around the outside. There's the play along. There's De Jong. Can't get past the defender this time around. Vergang, who starts almost behind in this game, and indeed behind in this game. Puts himself down 1-0. I was about to go through and tell you what his record has been so far in this tournament. 3 wins and 2 losses. So 9 points on the board. The magic number seems to be 12 for qualification into that top 8. Now he's got work to do to get back into this one. A little bit of footwork there from Frankie de Jong. Almost found the angle for the pass. There's Ousmane Dembele looking to release. Luka Bacchio, all kinds of pace. And a finesse shot, but it's not going to find that top corner. Danny Pitbull, on the other hand, yet to find a point. 5 losses from the 5 games, and he might be about to concede an equaliser here. Mistake from him. Vergang takes advantage. 1-1 now. Danny Pitbull, though, first time finesse. And is looking over his shoulder for some sort of help from someone. But the equaliser was only momentary. Bellingham fighting, though, for Anders. Luka Bacchio inside now to Kika Nazareth. Tries to squeeze it back. Gets a little bit fortunate with the ball ricocheting. Back into his favours here, Vergang. That's a finish, though, 2-2. 15 minutes in this game. Little celebration from him as well. And a wry smile as well from Danny Pitbull. He knows what he's up against in this game. And Dembele wrestles the ball away for Vergang. Well, loads of space on this far side. Not a lot of support, though. He's going to have to just take a little bit of time here to recycle. Here's Bellingham. There's the third. 3-2. And a war cry coming in from Vergang. He leads for the first time in this game. Now things starting to open up. Look at the space on the far side and the near side. Look at Bacchio. Completely unmarked in the middle. Ousmane Dembele makes it 4. And Vergang has found his groove here. And he put ball looking to retaliate. Little roulette cancel there. Just found half a yard. Pacho just eases. Dembele off the ball. Nazareth into Bellingham. Dembele back to Bellingham. Oh, Dembele. Well, Danny Putball wants to have something to say in this game. And at 4-3, keeps the focus here for Vergang. First time over the top ball. Saliba just about got there. Using every single inch of that 6'4" frame to do so. Player lock in behind. Has he beat the offside trap here? Great save, but on the rebound, Parahuelo will make it 5-3. Space here for De Jong, for Danny Pitbull. One thing this game certainly doesn't seem to be devoid of is goals. 8 already in this game. And there might be another one here. There is another one here. 5-4. And Danny Pitbull's in again for the equaliser. Look at Bacchio, tries to lift it over the goalkeeper. Just for a few seconds, Anders is hanging on. But here comes De Jong. There's Luca Bacchio. Goes for the shot. Pacho gets across for the block. This has been an electric start to this game. Vergang will recycle here from the corner. Dembele looks for that finesse shot from distance. De Jong just tiptoes his way forward. Look at Bacchio, there is an overload in this far side. Parahuelo with a chance, near post. 5-5. Well, 10 goals inside half an hour in game. You can't ask for much more at the FC Pro World Championships. Here's Luca Bacchio for Danny Pitbull again. Around the outside of his man, cut back. Dembele with a power shot. Casillas with a save and immediately bowls it out, and now Vergang's on the attack himself. De Jong gets back to intercept. Luca Bacchio turns away from his marker. Space in behind, Parahuelo goes first time! Danny Pitbull's up 6-5. Vergang shell-shocked. And here comes Danny Pitbull again. Dembele, back to De Jong. Luca Bacchio. Into Kika Nazareth. For the power shot, cancel. Luca Bacchio. Nice passing again here from Danny Pitbull. Can't quite find that pass inside though. Dembele will come away. Has he beaten the offside trap? No. Luca Bacchio just went a little bit too early. Parahuelo just turns inside of Arroyo there. Got to be careful here. Got to manage these centre-backs extremely well. The tackle's got to be timed perfectly. Danny Pitbull does extremely well defensively. Dembele back to De Jong. Tries to fire that one over the top first time. Saliba again retreating and does well. Bergang on the attack. Keegan Nazareth. Gets it back from Dembele. Extra touch. And the most vital touch from Casillas, just turns it around the post. A few moments until half-time here. 11 goals already in this half. Is there going to be a 12th? Another corner here for Bergang. Smile on both players' faces. They're having fun out there. Saliba. 12 goals in one half. 6-6. Plenty of entertainment here, and there might be time for one more. Referee brings it to a close, and at half-time, it's 6-6 between Bergang and Danny Pitbull. So into the second half, and almost feels like you expect goals. Danny Pitbull might be looking to provide first. Bergang will come away though, tied up at 6-6 after that first 45 minutes. Play a lock out wide. Lukebakio will get beyond Maldini and find Keegan Nazareth. Great tackle from Danny Pitbull. Had to be perfect. Paraguello on the outside of Arroyo has the pace to beat him. That power shot fakers once again, both players a smile on their face. But in behind is going to be Anders Bergang once again. Lukebakio. Kapstam gets back. Pacho this time with the tackle. Oof, big solid tackle from Saliba. Paraguello. Dembele on the finesse. Will be Casillas to turn it wide though. Shake of the head from Anders. I don't think I've seen two players smile as much as these two in the FC Pro World Championship. Oh, it's the post that stops another one going in. And we go back up the other end. Dembele trying to play Paraguello in behind the fullback. McQuarrie gets across though. It's almost a miracle we haven't had a goal yet. Well, that's about to change. Paraguello can't beat Casillas to the ball. And this time tackle there from Danny Pitbull. Allows Bergang to find the pass into Lukebakio. And Bergang goes into the lead, 7-6. Without a doubt, the most entertaining game that we've had on the B stream so far. Paraguello just turning away from the attentions of the fullback, Ronald Arroyo. McGeady cancel, allows him to get away from his man. Danny Pitbull once again with a McGeady cancel. Can't find a way through, and now flowing forward is going to be Bergang. Look at the runners in front. One of them is going to be Paraguello. Stand with the interception, and immediately on the attack goes Danny Pitbull. And he's in. Look at Bacchio. 7-7. Coming into this game, Danny Pitbull had not got a point on the board. 0 wins, 0 draws. With this attack in play, might be about to go behind again. De Jong makes the difference here. Vergang will go back in the lead, 8-7. Then Dembele for Danny Pitbull. Maldini with the tackle. Kika Nazareth wins it back. Can't get out. Stifling pressure from Danny Pitbull. He's only playing one way in this game, and that is offensively. He wants to try and score goals. Lukebakio's in behind Maldini again, though. Maldini might have a chance to get the tackle in, but a little bit of daylight now. Vergang 9. Danny Pitbull 7. And it feels like the Falcons' man has just started to take a bit of control in this second half. Arahuelo trying to beat Arroyo in the foot race. Player lock into the feet of Dembele, just dragged wide. Lukebakio trying to get in behind. Maldini will intercept. Arahuelo shoulder to shoulder with Arroyo. Just about does enough that time around. Danny Pitbull tracking that run. Dembele free through the middle here. Kika Nazareth. Stam trying to get back. Dembele. Stam does get back. Anders bouncing around his chair, checking the suspension out on that thing. Frustrated with how that went. As now Danny Pitbull comes forward, 15 in-game minutes left. Tries to thread it in behind and has tracked it all the way. Arahuelo inside to Bellingham. Trying to find that pass. Beautiful stuff. Bellingham with a left-footed strike. Bellingham wins it back. Danny Pitbull continuing to try and drive forward, find a way back into this game. Here's De Jong. Gets it back and gives it back. Dembele can't get away from Arroyo, back in that fullback position. As we enter the last 10 minutes here, finally just a second to breathe. It has been all offensive play in this game, and at 10-7, Vergang surely done enough now as we're inside the last 10 minutes. 17 goals already in this game. Maldini getting some airtime on that header. Anders now looking for an 11th goal. Dembele. Oh, it's beautiful from Anders. He goes down under the tackle and looks to his coach, asking if he thought it was a penalty. Not going to be given. Now Parahuelo into De Jong. Slides in Lukebakio. There's a man free in the middle. Dembele will score. 10-8. 18 goals in this game. Time for one more. 10-8. Kike Nazareth into Parahuelo. Turns away from Stam. Can't find that top corner though. Big switch of the play coming in from Danny Pitbull. Maldini will win it. Lovely ball this time into the feet of Kike Nazareth. Here's Bellingham. Casillas palms it and paws it around the post. And a poor pass might put the end to what has been a very entertaining game. Danny Pitbull wants to keep going forward. It's all he's done the whole game. Kike Nazareth, it squeezes through to De Jong. There was time for one more. 10-9. While Vergang does his best TikTok dances in the bottom right, Danny Pitbull's all smiles, even though he's losing the game. So, on the back of a very long pause, Danny Pitbull has about 5 seconds to win the ball back. Vergang gives him a little wave. Danny Pitbull's already on his way. At the end of it, it's 10-9, the final score between the two here. In one of the most entertaining games we've had so far at the FC Pro World Championships. Now, this replay package will be long, everyone. So hopefully you're comfortable, because we've got 19 goals to show you here. The first half of the game was back and forth. Dembele with that finish from distance, one of the pick of the bunch. Anders back inside to Dembele with a little finesse shot to that far post. That was 16 minutes, 4 goals. 17 minutes, that was 5. Dembele plays it wide to Luca Bacchio. 18 minutes, 6 goals. You're getting the point here. But Danny Pitbull kept it close the entire first half. Lukebakio got in behind for Anders. Almost found the net. Parahuelo on the rebound from the post did so. Great finish in at the near post, made it 5-4, and then it was 5-5 just moments later. Bellingham finding the overlapping Parahuelo, driving home at that near post. And then having spent so much of the game behind, that screamer from Parahuelo put Danny Pitbull into the lead. But at the halftime break, it was 6-6, all tied up. 12 goals in the first 45. Into the second half, Anders retook the lead, but then was pegged back immediately by Lukebakio. And then this nice little reverse ball off the back of the offside trap being sprung. Left De Jong in all sorts of space. And this one I felt like just gave Anders a little bit of breathing room here. Vergang through with Lukebakio again. And then he made it 10-7 with the same man a few moments later. Danny Pitbull, though, did not give up. Kept coming, kept going forward. And Anders basically showing how hard it is to track with his hand movements. So many runners that Danny Pitbull had in that game. And at the end of it, it is Vergang who comes out of that game with the 3 points, and very importantly now leaves him on 12 points in the standings, meaning he sits inside of that top 8, which will put him through to the round of 16 in the playoff stage. Now let's take a look at the prize in for the event if you're just joining us. Over $1 million, of course, is what these players are playing for, as well as, of course, as wanting to call themselves the FC Pro World Champion. 250k goes in your pocket if you take home that first place finish and that championship. And of course, you have the club championship points available as well, so that prize pool could go up depending on how things look for your club. This is how things are working. We are working our way through the group stage at the moment. 6 matches per player. That was the last one for both Vergang and Danny Pitbull. 24 will make it through to the playoffs. 12 will be eliminated from the league stage today. If you finish top 8 in the league stage, you will get a bye and go straight through to the round of 16 before we move into our single elimination bracket. It will be win or watch from the stands. It is as simple as that. And every single step that you will take, you will increase your prize pool. You get a little bit closer to that $250,000. That's going to do it all for the group stage here on the B Stream. Plenty more games to come today, though, and we will have you covered. So don't go too far. FC Pro World Championship will continue.
Broadcaster on offer. That is the goal to maybe win it there for Abu Maka. For a second, I thought Liam Bushi was going to get it back. But to my point, I was saying there's a B Stream, a CD, a C, and a D Stream. Here are the FC Pro World Championships. Of course, you can join Onset, Gaskin, Mike LaBelle. They'll be taking you through each of those streams. If you want to follow a game in a little bit more closely, I know we've been jumping around, but there is so much action to try and squeeze into one single broadcast. Ilian Bushi. 8-7. But even if he does get a point grab, it'll only be 6.
It's not enough, unfortunately. He needs a win.
Two minutes of added time left. We've got 3 games left as it stands. We've got PH in for Needful. You keep an eye on that grab on the right-hand side of the screen. We'll close out this one first. Abu Maka, 8, Ilian Bushi, 7. We're also into the last 3 minutes between MS Dasari and Emre Yilmaz, but there's a 4-goal gap on that one. MS Dasari is most definitely going to be picking up 3 points there. Right, last chance of the game for Abu Maka. He'll be looking to just try and take the time out of this game that he needs to. But there could be a big match winner in the right corner of the screen. Tears for Ilian Bushi. He knows that that is the end of his FC Pro World Championships. This is much more than just a competition. The dream for him getting to this stage of the tournament. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for the Algerian. Grav, what's happened?
It's just scored a goal to qualify for the knockout stage.
Well, let's jump there now. Neat PH in. There was drama in the play-ins against Tex when he qualified for the World Championships on penalties. Let's jump over if we can. Full-time result. Neat snatches 3 points off PH in. He prays Is that enough? He doesn't know yet. The one thing he's not got on his side is goal difference. He's on 7 points. Yes, 7 points might be enough, but a -10 goal swing might not be. PhD, on the other hand, is lucky. He is going to be going through. He's definitely in the knockouts, yes. But he won't be in the top 8, I'll tell you that. Unbelievable next round of action there. But it's all on this one. 6 more games, 6 final games to close out the league phase here in Paris. It's up next. You do not want to miss this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Right, guys, I am so happy to be joined by Rami Lueso. He's honestly an online expert. He's covering every single one of our leagues across the world. If you guys have a question about FC esports, this is the guy to ask it. So, Rami, you've been covering this event here in Paris, which is absolutely fantastic. Talk to me about your time here in Paris so far.
Okay, I'm so happy for being here. You know how I work on socials. You can follow me, Rami Lueso FC there. I'm covering every tournament, and as I say, I'm so happy for being here. I'm enjoying a lot the tournament, the really good matches that we are having.
All right, let's talk specifically about the tournament. Who has surprised you? Maybe you thought that they would do better and they haven't necessarily met that mark.
Okay, I would say like this is a tournament with the most amount of Italian players qualified, and some of them perhaps aren't performing. So I have to say them. Sorry for them, but I expected more from the Italian players perhaps.
All right, and on the opposite note, who has impressed you the most in the competition?
Well, you know, we're in round 5, and we have Levi Fim from Germany and Matias Bonanno from Argentina. Like, they are unbeaten, so it's crazy to perform in that way here in the big stage, so I have to mention them, of course.
Absolutely. Now, last question. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who is winning the FC Pro World Championships?
Okay, that's a really tough question. I don't know if I can say a name. You know, I'm from Argentina. So I could say Matias Bonanno or Nicolas Naina FC, but I think every player could lift that trophy, so let's see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, Rami, thank you so much. Your coverage has been absolutely fantastic. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by MS Dasari. That was a very important game. I know everyone in the crowd was just saying you got your revenge on Emre Yilmaz from the FC Pro Open, but how are you feeling because you needed that win to stay alive in the competition?
I miss this feeling a lot. I think I missed competing very badly, to be honest. I know what I'm capable of. Emre is a great player. He went from Pro Open, from a knockout game against me in extra time to the all the way to the second against Anders. So I know what I'm capable of. I think now after groups is over, I would say warm-up is done. And now it's about character, personality. And the past 2 World Cups I've played was first and second. So I think nobody had a high chance of podium finishes above me.
Absolutely. You love to see it. No, it's interesting. It's interesting because you're going through to those knockouts as well. You needed that win. There's a chance that you could be crushing Emre's key as well. And so that's a very fun one. I know getting that revenge. Is crushing a key mean a lot to you at the end of the day?
Crushing every liquid key means a lot for Falcons.
All right, he loves to crush a liquid key. And I do have to ask you about the club championship as well for Team Falcons. You're a player and your points are going into that point total. And so does that mean a lot to you as all of these wins are helping you at the end of the day for your club?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Neo, which is the founder of Vitality, and we're very good friends. He was just congratulating me on being able to play in the World Cup. And I was saying I want to be the guy who earned points for his team, to be like, I think I would be the first in history to be as a CEO founder who even gets points for his team. So I think that would be fun. I know what I'm capable of. Beating Emre, which is top 2, makes me obviously knows what's my level, and I'm just looking forward.
All right, Mr. Astori, I'll let you get back to it because more games are on the horizon for you here today. But guys, over at the desk, he loves to crush the Team Liquid keys. What are we thinking about that?
We love that call out because if you were joining us earlier in the club championships, Falcons were currently at 10th place. Liquid, well, they're down in 30th place, and Liquid so far is not going to get points from the man they were kind of banking on. He was their highest ranked player coming in. Emre is now out. FG Shells, how big of a loss is this to Liquid?
I mean, he's not quite out, I don't think.
I think there's a little chance.
There is still a little chance, but it's out of his hands completely.
Okay. So he's at 7 points?
We saw the celebrations from Neat right at the end to score a winner. Massive winner against P8 Zin. But just looking at the table, Emre is on the same points, but has better goal difference. So, a bit of an interesting one. Was that celebration in vain from Neat? I hope not for his sake. Let's take a look at the highlights. This was the game between Anders Vergang and Danny Pitbull. Anders Vergang, and I mean, they both played really, really well in this game. There was a lot of goals in this. In the grand scheme of things, doesn't really change much for Danny Pitbull.
I did want to say great commentary from Brandon on this one, calling out the fact that Danny came in bottom of the leaderboard. Very bottom, 0 points, has nothing to play for. It's going nearly double digits.
Yeah, it both shows the sportsmanship from him and Adida. You know, both these players didn't have the greatest tournament that they expected to have, but they wanted to give it the end, and you want to end the season high, and you don't want to just be a bad sportsmanship and throw the game away. But unlucky to Danny Pitbull, who gave Anders a run for his money. Milka Love losing to Alian Lion, who's just completely showing his dominance, and Ilian against Abu Maka. This was a tough one because I thought Ilian had it. Listen,
right, 3-0 start again.
This is a crazy bottle from Ilian, and I know he's such an emotional player. This one will be so frustrating for him because he was so close to having a chance to make it to the knockouts, and to give up a 4-0 lead, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Ilian controlled his own destiny. He entered that match with 5 points. He goes away with 0. How big of a loss is this for him, FG?
Yeah, I mean, he's out. Like you said, we're going to see his key get crushed, and that is confirmed. Ilian is no longer in the tournament. It's a massive blow for him and a massive blow for his fans here in Paris. Remember, he's representing Paris Saint-Germain. They would have brought a lot of fans here to that main stage. That game between Nasada, I mean, Nasada just was fantastic in this game. Attacking, he's been so impressive. There was a lot of goals in that one. Not the result Marwan would have wanted.
Yeah, Marwan, he nearly had a chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. And you can see the last-minute winner from there from Neat. That's helped him to give him a chance to make it to the round, to the knockouts round. That's a big result.
Let's just talk about what we're seeing here right now. We spoke about Jafonso earlier on. He's now dropped down to 23rd. He still has to get through one more round. In action in this next round, Levi David, massive story. He's going up against Levi Finn, who has the opportunity to go 100% in the league stage, whilst also knocking out a back-to-back semi-finalist in this competition in Levi David. We've also got Virgil fighting for a place. Paolo Neto's got another game as well. K1 John has got a game against D Fernandez. Taking a look at that, there are a lot of players who could be moving around, and there could be some players finding themselves eliminated without even playing.
So if you're Jafonso right now, you're trying to avoid a win from Levi David. You're trying to avoid a win from Paolo Neto. K1 John, and Virgil, of course, is right behind you right now.
Yeah.
As a player, I would be terrified. I don't know if I could watch the game because my butterflies would be running in my stomach. But Jafonso has given himself a chance. That's all he needs.
And, of course, for most of those players, just a single draw would put them above Jafonso as well. It's going to get spicy here in the final round. FG, any final thoughts on what we're about to see here as we close out league play?
I mean, the massive story is Levi David. We would never have expected him to be in this position. We're used to him getting in the knockouts. He's been back-to-back semi-finalists in this competition. He could be going out. We need a huge performance from him against the man who has not lost. He's had a 100% record. He's been perfect.
It looks like Emery, for now, is safe. But the man who is not, well, it's Ilian, and his key is about to be crushed. Let's take a look at the action. Shells, walk me through this moment, because this is brutal for the guy who's going home and a great feeling for the man pushing the lever.
Yeah, I mean, for Abu Maka, he would not be angry at all. What a beautiful key that is, by the way. But for Ilian, it's definitely heartbreaking.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Who wouldn't be
whilst doing
smiling? Listen, FG, if I had your key on the day, I'll be smiling. I have the biggest smile on my face. But I think for Ilian, it was just a heartbreaking loss, and you tried all year to, you worked so hard, and he was in a great position, 4-0 up. But unfortunately, Abu Maka, I mean, he's just showing his key with he's giggling as well.
Yeah, he's enjoying every moment of that, and rightly so, because I was just thinking if I had Shells' key, I'd be laughing all throughout as well.
But you'll never beat me, so that will never happen.
Yeah, well, we'll never find out, will we? Listen, one thing's for certain, Abu Maka, Saudi League champion this year. How far do you think he can go in this tournament?
I think everyone in this competition can win it. And Abu Maka, with the Saudi support, you can see Dossary having the fans. I'm sure if Dossary and they was playing against each other, I wouldn't want to see what happens. But Abu Maka, he's a great player. He burst into the World Cup Championship a few years ago and done well there. He can win it.
Shout out to our usher, by the way, just kind of pushing around the dust at the end of that key crush. The keys are absolutely getting shattered here at FC, and we have plenty more keys to go. Final round coming up here in just a few moments. If you have star players to look at, Shells, who do you expect to move through, and who has a chance to move into our top 8?
I mean, it's definitely between eyes on the Levi the Weird versus Levi Finn game and the K1 John D. Fernandez game. I mean, Levi Finn has been superb. I'm not surprised that he's not going to show his level, but Levi the Weird, I'm a big fan of him, but he has to win this game if he wants to go through. Of course, Karim is back, has a chance to go through as well. If he beats Virgil, after just seeing his teammate get eliminated in the round before, I'm sure he wants to try to redeem it for the
And Paulo Neto at 6 points playing against Oberon, who's had a terrible tournament. Is that the best chance?
He has, but Oberon also is the type of person to not want to just sit down and lose this game. He will not want to end this tournament with another defeat. It's been well below his standards, well below the standards we're used to seeing of Oberon. I think that's a game to keep an eye on. I could really see Oberon getting his first win there.
I mean, we even saw it with Adida and Danny Pitbull. They're fighting to the last breath. So I think Oberon will be doing the same. And it's Paulo Neto, he still has a job to do.
Redlock in a similar position going up against Hezers, who is playing for a spot in the top 8. It is going to get spicy. It's going to come down to goal differential. If you're looking for one player to lead this group, this lobby that we're about to have here on the stage, who's been the flashiest of our stars in this league, Shells?
Ooh, I'll probably say Levi Finn. I think Levi Finn, the goals that he's been scoring as well, I like the dribbling. He's got his kind of own distinctive play style going forward. I think I'm a big fan of Levi Finn.
Matthias Bonanno as well, by the way, has been fantastic. We haven't even touched on him right now, but he's been absolutely flawless as well as Levi Finn. That Levi Finn game is going to be quite special.
We're going to see both of those players in your top 8. They're already at 15 points guaranteed. Here's a look, though, at a man who is walking home with 0. The number 1 ranked player in the world going up against Danny Pitbull for his final match. And Danny put up a great fight. It was nearly a 20-goal game. At the end, it's the Falcon walking away with a smile on his face.
Yeah, Anders, this won't be the last time we'll be seeing him smile, that's for sure. He just loves this type of stuff. And of course, the more players he can eliminate, the more keys he can crush. And listen, if he gets his hand on the trophy at the end, we're not going to see him stop smiling for
Did he have to get a little help there? Did the usher do the official crushing for him, FG?
I mean, listen, one thing's for certain, they are not easy to crush. So that machine's doing a great job. It is just a shame to see such a beautiful item get smashed to pieces. I wish I could
Can I get a little
keep it
piece
how
of
it
that?
is. Just a little piece of it would be perfect. We absolutely love the EWC and what they do here. This is such an amazing feature. It adds a little bit of an edge. Maybe some future way to sort of motivate Danny Pitbull, knowing that Anders Vergang crushed his key in Paris.
Now, production, is that it for the key crushes? Do we have more going down? Because I feel like we still got to do a little bit more math before we officially send players packing. Shells, this is the final fight for a lot of people, for others like Jafonzo sitting in the seats watching this match. Have you ever been in this position? where you are waiting for others' results to find out if you move on or not.
Yes, our good teammate and behind the scenes caster, Ryan Pessoa, we had a Club World Cup tournament where it's 2v2. We're hoping on another team to get results, and we lost on penalty shootouts. We watched the team win on penalty shootouts. It was heartbreaking.
Oh.
But at the end of the day, all you need is a chance. And as a fan, listen, the butterflies in the stomach, you can't recreate.
Do you speak to the person who has your destiny in their hands, or do you just leave them to it? Like, what would your approach be in a situation? For example, if you're Jafonso and you can't do anything, is there any... I mean, Jafonso in the position, he has to do the rounds today. He has to speak to a couple of players.
I think it's maybe depending who it is. If it's a close friend of mine, I think I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on them. Maybe if it's someone like a hitter that maybe from, an Obram, for example, I'm going to Obram and I'm saying, please, brother, I'll do anything for you.
I do think we are getting another key crushed very soon. I can see potentially, I think that's Nasada over there.
If Nasada will be destroying Marwan's key, I think that will be...
Marwan, with a very tough loss, entered that match with 5 points. Could have moved into your top 24 instead. Nasada with a great...
Welcome back, folks, to the B stream. Welcome to the FC Pro World Championship, and welcome to Krista Bird taking on Bonanno. Now, Bonanno coming into this game, perfect record. 5 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. His qualification into the round of 16 is looking all but secured. On the other side, a little bit of a different story. Krista Bird currently inside of the qualification spots, but needs points out of this game to make sure that he isn't leaving it down to forces outside of his own control as to whether he makes it through. Now, that's a great start from him, and that will make him feel much more confident about coming out of this game with something. A wonderful late run from Bellingham, a great passing move. And it is going to be Krista Burr who strikes first here. Nine points from the 5 games he's had so far, Krista Burr. 3 wins, 2 losses. Doesn't need much in this game, but like I say, something would secure it. And Matthias Bonanno finds himself an equalizer almost immediately. Little lofted ball over to Jude Bellingham, who pokes it past the on-rushing goalkeeper. 1-1. Looking to preserve that perfect record here in the league stage. Krista Burr on the attack here. Player lock on the edge of the box, not going to be used this time around. They're just patiently building. Vitinha just tiptoeing his way through the defense. Parajuelo, edge of the box is going to be Jude Bellingham. Player lock again, just teased. Vicky Lopez has to go all the way back. Bellingham with a little bit more space here. Dinks it in towards that back post. Lacroix just had the jump. Onto Vicky Lopez. I think he was running through the middle there. Krista Burr win this ball back. Arajuelo on the far side. You can see the player lock being utilized outside now to find Kika Nazareth. Quick pass inside of Vicky Lopez. Looks for that player lock again. Retains possession. A little bit fortunate. Bellingham. Nothing fortunate about the finish. 2-1 Krista Burr. Bonanno down by 1. Long crossfield ball from the restart then by Bonanno. A bit of technical dribble on the edge of the box here. Trying to find an angle, maybe for a shot, maybe for that pass. Trying to track as many defenders in before finding that ball in. Nice little stop up there from Maldini, as it looked like he was going to just pass the ball away. Look at Parajuelo on that far side. Lots of options inside the box. One of them is to go for goal. Casillas will make the save here for Bonanno. It's the edge of the box to Maldini. Here's Bukayo Saka. Vitinha. Cricketta followed by a ball roll scoop there. Saka tucks it under the goalkeeper. And Krista Burr is up 3-1 now over Bonanno, whose perfect record is in danger. So 3-1 Chris de Burgh. Talked about how he had his own fate in his hands at the start of this game. Well, the perfect start for him. Brought into the edge of the box. Musiala. Pubo in the way. Really good block from the Spanish fullback. Couple of player locks once again being teased, but it's not going to be bait taken this time around as Bonanno will snap into the tackle in midfield. Good ball roll scoop from Dembele. It's away from one, but Paraguello actually going to concede the free kick, retreating to defend there. Here's Pina. Saka will concede the corner. Bonanno now with a chance to create something from the set piece. Goes direct into the box, and people will get up. The aerial fortress will be enough for him to win that header. And Nico O'Reilly, through the ruckus, comes away with the ball here for Bonanno once again. Here's Pina. Chris de Burgh defends well and now starts the attack. Just gives it away, looking for that driven pass into the feet of the forward players. Here's Bellingham running from midfield. Paraguello on the overlap. Pina drags it wide. A big chance for Bonanno in that situation, but could not hit the target. O'Reilly with the interception. Adam Wharton turns back into trouble in the form of Jude Bellingham, though. Good pressure from Chris de Burgh in midfield. Not letting Bonanno settle whatsoever. Here's Vicky Lopez. People inside to Vitinha. Bellingham now back to Vicky Lopez. Lovely first time ball. Bukayo Saka. Wonderful goal from Chris de Burgh. Flare pass into the run of Bukayo Saka. The Arsenal man made no mistake with the finish, finessing it across the goalkeeper. 4-1. Chris de Burgh heavily in control. It's Pina. 4-2. Now just 2 goals between the two players. Almost immediate response from Matheus Bonanno. And Bonanno will want to keep that perfect record going. He has the best seed going into that playoffs, into the knockouts. Here's O'Reilly stepping into midfield. Vitinha out wide to Saka. On the score sheet a few moments ago, now looking to be creator in this attack that's coming in from Chris de Burgh. Is that going to recycle all the way back? Vitinha. Vitinha now sent on that run from deep. Saka. A lot of attention on Bukayo Saka. Drives around the outside, looks for a player lock. Once again, chooses not to use it this time around. Saka now inside. Vicky Lopez. Got the finesse shot away, but too many bodies in the way this time around. A comfortable block in that central defensive position. And now Pina can run away at the other end. Look at the overlapping run here from Dembele. Space in behind the defensive line. Little spin back inside. He was looking for a shot there, but combination of attacker and defender just got in the way. Nano wins it back though. Here's Pina. Lines up the finesse shot, maybe looking for it. Instead he went for the roulette. Turns away though, and a chance. And a low driven will make it 4-3. Bonanno back in this game. So a great start from Chris de Burgh in this game. And it's looking a bit more comfortable again now. 5-3. The offside trap is beaten. Triggered by Bonanno. But The run just beat that defensive line. And with all the space in the world, a simple finish to restore a 2-goal advantage now. Musiala now for Bonanno. Arahuelo continues the run through the middle. Little player switch to try and mark that run. Finds that run that was triggered a few moments ago. Parahuelo inside the box now, goes for that finesse. Casillas stands strong. Corner hit for Chris de Boer. Given away. Sloppy from the corner. Bellingham now through the middle. And he's going to be brought down. I think a smart tactical foul from Chris de Boer. That situation was looking very dangerous for Matthias Bonanno. Wharton now. Just couldn't find the space for that next pass. Now just a few moments until half-time. In round 6 of the league stage, a reminder that Bonanno coming into this 5-0-0. Perfect in every game so far when it comes to wins. Chris de Boer just needs a point or so just to make sure that he qualifies into that next stage of the tournament. Just to make sure that it's in his hands. And at half-time, he's doing everything he needs to do. Chris de Boer leads at the break over Bonanno. So not too long on the turnaround as we head into the second half here between Chris de Boer and Bonanno. 5-3 the score. 2 goals the difference between the two players. And it'll be Bonanno with the first chance to come forward here with Musiala. Tries to force that ball into the feet of Pina. Coutinho though breaking away. Lovely little reverse pass. Player lock being faked. And then through the middle. Kika Nazareth with the outside of the boot. Finds the top corner. And Chris de Boer will be feeling all kinds of confident now. 6-3, up by 3. The perfect start to the second 45 for him. Musiala drives it into Dembele. Off of Jude Bellingham on its way forward, and it's 6-4 now. Plenty of time for Bonanno. We'll raise the eyebrows from Chris de Boer there as that pass goes wayward. Here's Pina. Bonanno looking threatening on the attack now. Here's Pina again. Jude Bellingham gets around the outside. Bellingham, oh, just showed too much of it to the goalkeeper. Trying to turn and take the ball past the onrushing Casillas. It wasn't to be. Now the other end, the defense is caught out. And Parahuelo will make Bonanno pay for missing that opportunity. Chris de Boer 7, Bonanno 4. So after the tactical pause, we're back into the game now as we approach the last half hour of this game. And Chris de Boer has been absolutely superb in pretty much every single facet of the game so far. Controlled the ball extremely well. Defended very, very well on the edge of his 18-yard box as well. And when the chances have come, he has made the most of those chances. Here's Bonanno. And there's the finesse shot. Top corner found. And Paruello will put this game now within 2 goals and very much within reach. That perfect record is on the line. Bonanno would love to come out of this league phase with every single point he can get. Going into the knockouts, your confidence could not be higher, knowing you haven't dropped a point. As Vicky Lopez steps through midfield here for Chris de Boer. Kika Nazareth gets dispossessed. Important tackle there from Bellingham as things were starting to develop for de Boer. Given away sloppily on the attack. Play a lot to find Paruello out wide. Kika Nazareth comes to assist. Little play a lot back into her. And Chris de Boer now just slowing the game down. Making sure that he's the one in control of the possession. And therefore in control of this game. But given away again. Musiala battling to win it back for Bonanno. Now the creative run inside and then out. Paruello, beautiful spin back inside. Goes with the outside of the boot and Casillas turns it around the post. McTominay with a little roulette. Make it 2. Make the finish perfect. And it's 7-6 now. 1 goal separates the two. (7-6) then. Chris de Boer, who had a commanding lead and needs the points just to secure his own fate from the group stage here, has now found himself down by just, should I say ahead by just 1 goal. Bonanno has come back in this game and looked very strong on the attack in this second half. Lamine Yamal going to be brought on the pitch on that far side for Chris de Boer. Here's Pubel. Finding Yamal with a player lock. There's a ball roll. There's a scoop. He gets it back, the Spaniard. Tries to twist and turn away from the attentions of the defender. Bonanno marshalling his man well, though, making sure that it's difficult to get through and find any gap for that killer pass. Fired into the box. The goal had to get there just before Pina. And here is Pina at the other end now. That through ball attempted by Bonanno. Didn't quite have the angle or the run for it. Kika Nazareth just lent on there by Ronald Araujo. McTominay just going to be called short here by Bonanno. Musiala is the runner. Inside of the box, though, there's so much space for Pina! 7-7! Bonanno has turned this game around and tied it up. 20 minutes left in this game then from the tactical pause. And where will the points go? For Chris de Burgh, this has got to be a really difficult mental situation to be in, having been up by such a margin. And knowing how valuable those points are going to be for you for qualification. But Bonanno has just kept coming forward. And found, most importantly, the finishes when they've mattered. And then from behind now, he's got Jamal Musiala in position with a roulette. Almost found the room for another killer pass. And now you're starting to see the nerves on display a little bit. Forcing that pass. Here's Pina. McGeady cancel. This time it's just simple before another McGeady cancel. Just steps up with L2. Faces up the defender, McTominay. Bellingham's on the run. Bellingham's going to get there, but cannot beat Casillas. How big could that save be for Chris de Burgh? Musiala now. Player lock into McTominay. Space here for Pina. And a pause at just the right time, I think, here for Chris de Burgh. This has been a scary few moments for him. Corner then for Bonanno. Pina, chance to shoot, chance to score, chance taken. Bonanno is in the lead. And the perfect record dream stays alive. 8-7. What a turnaround this has been, and this is not good news for Chris de Burgh. He needs to find a way to get a point out of this. Xhaka out wide to Parajuelo. O'Reilly now in the attack. Bellingham. Pina. Finish has to be good, but Casillas will turn it around. A big left foot from the goalkeeper will deny Chris de Burgh. Here's Pina from the resulting corner. Lamine Yamal. It's a ball roll inside of Lacroix wasn't going to happen. And now Bonanno, who's taken the lead, looks to fly forward, but it's pinched off of him. Lamine Yamal. Big chance, Pina! 8-8. How big that goal could be for Chris de Burgh. But still time for plenty of goals. And at the other end, it's Bonanno. 9-8 and Chris de Burgh is exploding. Not happy as the finesse finds that top corner. So Chris de Burgh finds himself down now, and he'll be a little bit disappointed. 9 points on the board coming into this game. It should be enough for qualification, but for a chance at that top 8, a chance to go through into the round of 16, that's what you want to achieve from this league stage. And he might be seeing that chance slip through his fingers unless he can turn it around. Musiala. Xhaka. Oh, that was the chance. That was the chance. Was not taken. And the question now is, will he get another one? Or will it be Bonanno adding a 10th? Trying to find half a yard on the edge of the box here, Jude Bellingham. Mr. Burr has to capitalize and press and find a way to get that ball back, but having done so now gives it away. Icky Lopez. Parajuelo is free on that far side. Turns back inside. Bonanno closes it out. 10-8. And you feel like time has run out in this game for Chris de Burgh. Bonanno is looking perfect. And is moments away from going 6-0 in the league phase here. For the end of stoppage time, Chris de Burgh brings it to a close, and from being in the lead by some margin, Chris de Burgh finds himself on the receiving end of a 10-8 result. And that will be extremely frustrating for him. Now, should have done enough to qualify, of course, for the playoffs. But knowing there was the opportunity and making it into that top 8 will certainly hurt. These were the first 2 goals that we saw in the game. It was Chris de Burgh who really did turn it on a little bit. Bellingham with the finish in at that near post to make it 2-1. And then made it 3-1 pretty soon afterwards as well. Fancy footwork from Bukayo Saka and a smart finish under the unrushing goalkeeper. Player lock here into Vitinha. That was the favourite goal that I've seen so far. That little fancy pass. Into Saka again. But Bonanno kept it close. From 4-1 it became 4-2. And then from 4-2... it became 4-3 very soon afterwards. Chris de Burgh beats the offside trap here with Kiki Nazareth to find the top corner to make it 5-3. But the second half is where things really changed. Chris de Burgh got out to a great start, 6-3. But then Bonanno just seemed to find another level. Dembele bundling his way towards goal and finding the finish. Parajuelo in behind here. Made it 7-4. But then this finesse shot from distance from Parajuelo made it 7-5. Moments later, McTominay inside of the box finds the top corner, 7-6. And then McTominay finds the space that Pina was left in. That's 7-7. And then Pina again, just in enough space to get that finesse shot away, puts Bonanno into the lead. Now, Chris de Burgh did answer back with a finesse shot around the goalkeeper of his own from Pina. But this move here, so impressive. Bellingham onto that right foot again, off the upright. And then the last few moments here, the dagger, 10-8, it finishes up. And like I say, Matthias Bonanno finishes the group stages absolutely perfect, only wins for that man. And this is going to help him, of course, on his way, potentially, to picking up some of this prize money. So much money on the line, over $1 million. Is going to be available. Of course, 250,000 is going to be available for first, but we'll tell you more about that when we get back, because the group stage is just about wrapping up now. We're heading towards the knockouts, and we'll be back very soon to bring you some action.
7-1 up against Levy Finn.
Good defending. Aggressive.
We're not going to go there because the story is here. Levy David's story was very simple. Win and you're in. As for K1 John and D Fernandez, there's a few more chapters to that story.
He needs 2 goals, K1 John.
And he just takes the blatant foul to get the substitution coming on. We're going to see the full-time result very quickly from this game. That's the table as it stands right now, Ryan Pasowa. What are you thinking?
I'm just trying to work out. Abimaka 9th. If it stays like this, he will be up against Neat. It will be Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz in the first round of the knockouts. If it stays like this, the only way it changes is if K1 John wins.
And K1 John can go from 32nd to 24th if he scores 2 quick-fire goals. the other question that maybe we can't answer, where has this Levy David been the last 2 days?
Yeah, exactly. But we spoke to him yesterday, and he looked so calm.
I mean, you look at his games. He beat Di Fernandez 8-6. He lost 8-7. He beat Neat 8-5. He lost against Nasada.
Yeah.
He then lost against Abu Maka. That felt like the one to swing, where we were potentially saying there could be a little bit of jeopardy here. He's put that jeopardy to rest in emphatic fashion. Levy David will be in to play later today. The question is, will he be into tomorrow?
Yep, exactly. And that's all of Team Liquid's players through to the knockout stages. All 5 of them. Which for the club championship points, so it gives them a good potential opportunity. If a couple of them make a run in the tournament, they can get some points on the board. And it's Di Fernandez running in on goal here. There's opportunities to go across goal. He cuts inside. And he buries K1 Johns. World Championship campaign this season.
Any hopes and dreams or ambitions of winning the World Championship go to rest with that finish from Di Fernandez. And it's a result that Di Fernandez simply needed as well to qualify himself through. Someone find Neat. Really, really unfortunate for K1 John. It just happened to be, in the end, a middle portion of the games, Ryan, that just went away from him. 8-5, 7-2, 5-7 losses. He started the day fantastically. Ilian and Umut,
exactly.
4 points from 6.
I think that's the difficult thing to take as a player when you start so well in the tournament, where you're thinking, you know what, 4 points from a possible 6 is a very handsome return. It's just not been enough for him. It's a last-minute consolation goal there. Finesse shot from Salah, but it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it had to be a win for K1 John. A draw, I don't think, does too much in terms of the other players around these two competitors as well, and I don't believe Di Fernandez is even going to let him have a touch of the ball. The league stage has been superb once again in this 36-player format. Favourites teetering on elimination. Esports World Cup champions not going through. Fan favourites being eliminated. We lost, what, 5 of our 7 Italians that came into the tournament. It has been heartbreak for Team Vitality. But where we leave the group play, 24 remain. The top 8 is finalised. When we get back after the break, knockout play will commence. See you very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
At the current club championship point standings, you might be a little worried, especially for the top 3 organizations that everybody thought were going to do well. Looking at the standings at the moment, Falcons is on 11th. Liquid does not have any points. Vitality is sitting on 2nd, but it's Na'Vi that is topping that number 1 spot with a total of 1,750 points. But fear not, because the competition is not even halfway through. Casting back to EWC 2025, Week 3, Falcons was on spot number 7. Vitality was the one in the first slot, but Liquid was 4th. Every single one of these organizations was still looking to get more than the top 1 finish, and Falcons didn't even have that one in their pockets yet. But if we all remember correctly, Falcons ended up winning on that first slot with 6 medals, Liquid placed 2nd, and Vitality placed 3rd. So the truth is, anything can happen.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Matías Bonanno, who is top of the standings. He's unbeaten 6 for 6. Mati, how are you feeling? Because you had a great last couple days, didn't you?
Of course, I'm really happy because I won all the matches, but now in important things in knockouts.
I have to ask you, when you first arrived to Paris, if someone would ask you, Mati, are you going to be top of the standings at day 4? What would you have said?
Yeah, maybe no, but the practice was really good, so a little bit I expected, but of course not. I say, yeah, I will win every match. So, I'm really good.
What worked well for you? Because I was so impressed by your attacking. All of your attack has been so stellar these last couple days. But what do you think, in your opinion, worked really well for you in your gameplay?
I think in attack, I have, a lot of options in terms of the tactics, in terms of skills, true balls, everything. So I think it's all about the practice.
All right, and last question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot. Now being top of the standings, do you think you have what it takes to be a world champion tomorrow on that big stage?
I don't know. I work for that, of course, but I'm focused right now in round of 16.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it over to the desk. What do they think? Do they think Matías Bonanno could be a world champion tomorrow?
No, it's going to have to wait till Sunday. Bonanno definitely on fire right now, those shells. And the man, like you heard, is moving into our top 16 guaranteed. He doesn't have to play this opener round of the knockout. So if you're in his position, what are you doing from here until your next match?
I'm trying not to change anything at all. I mean, he went 6 for 6. Matías Bonanno has absolutely dominated the league phase. And I think you don't want to change anything, but you don't want to get too comfortable. You don't want to get too confident, because now in the knockout rounds, things are resetted. Everything's in square one. One loss, you're going home. But he needs to sustain what he's been doing, because it hasn't been broken yet.
I mean, you can see just maybe slightly behind us, he's brought his family here with us, here as well to Paris. I don't know if they've had an impact, because the way he's played in every single one of them games has been superb. Going into the knockouts is something completely different, like you just said.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're another player, you don't want to run into a man who's 6 from 6 in such a difficult tournament. You can see the results on the screen there. Red Lack again put up a fight. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Hezes has been fantastic as well. The big result, though, the one we have to focus on, is the man who had the destiny in his own hands. He needed a win against a guy who'd won 5 games in a row. He didn't just beat him, he demolished him. 7-1 to Levi David.
Levi David is in. He controlled his own destiny, and K1 John was in a similar position, unable to accomplish his goals. His key is going to get crushed tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the commiserations to K1 John. I thought he had a good chance to do it against D. Fernandez, but D. Fernandez needed that win himself. And Levi David, that's the type of statement performance you needed to do. You're playing against Levi Finn. He was unbeaten in the tournament at the time, trying to join Matías Bonanno, but he ended that. That's the type of confidence boost you kind of need for the reset in the knockout round. But even Neat, you played his game last round before. We thought he was going out. He managed to scrape his way in. I can't wait for the knockouts.
When we can, let's get the official numbers up, because I saw on Wikipedia there's been some improper results being scored. I thought Neat was through. You were arguing, no, he's definitely gone. I'm with you now. I think Neat is definitely going to make it in, and K1 John is going to be on the other side. FG, any big surprises for you as we wrap up 6 rounds in the first 6 games for all of our competitors?
Well, unfortunately, unfortunately, a previous winner is out. Jafonzo has been knocked out. We said earlier on, he's waving to the camera. We said earlier on, as we look at the league stages now, that it was out of his hands. Well, I tell you what, 6 points was not enough. It probably never was going to be enough. That last-minute winner from Neat means everything to him. On the other side, also Catcher was eliminated by last kick of the game by the Iceman, who finished 5th. If you look at that top 8, Shells, realistically speaking, you've got to point to our number 6, Guga Faraz. What a tournament he's had so far. What a performance in the league stage. He's been amazing. And also, one more thing, Anders Vergang has got to play a knockout game before he can have the opportunity to play one of the top 8. He finished 10th.
Yeah, I'd like to say with Guga Faraz, throughout the season, every game I've seen him play at tournaments, it was like he was in every game, and that's a great sign as a pro player. The fact that now in the World Championships, he's turning them draws and losses into wins, it shows his dominance and how good he's really at the game. But like you said, Anders Verga not making it into the top 8, into the knockouts round, but listen.
Gentlemen, I don't know how the bracket works, but is there any chance 10 plays 23 and 9 plays 24?
Oh my gosh, I just realized. My gosh, I just realized.
Wow, we are about to see one of the most craziest knockout rounds you've ever seen.
Let's wait on the bracket officially. Before we get to that, walk me through some of the highlights. Yeah, chat, you caught on to it.
Listen, we're waiting for them knockout fixtures to be confirmed. I think you might be right, Puckett. Levy David as well. We spoke about it. 1-0 down, as you can see, very early on. What an awful moment that was for the goalkeeper. But the thing is with Levy David is he's been in this scene for a long time. He's a very professional guy. He wouldn't really have been fazed by Levy Finn's 5 games before. He was focusing solely on that one. What a performance. He booked his place into the knockouts. You can see in the top corner, Shells, Cristobal was on fire against Matias Bonanno, but Matias Bonanno ended up winning.
I mean, there's a reason why the boy went 6 for 6. It just shows you kind of need to bring and be at all points of your game. And Matias Bonanno, even when he's losing, he's still in control and still believes himself that he can pull the result back. And that's the type of results you kind of want to take it to the knockouts. Yes, you went 6 for 6. You was losing in the last game, but you still managed to see out the victory. And that's the type of morale boost you need in the knockouts as well.
Yeah, in terms of Red Lack, it wasn't meant to be this time out in Paris. Congratulations to him and all the other players who bow out of the tournament but made it to the World Championships. From Hezza's perspective, business as usual. Great performance by him. We'll be seeing him soon in the top 8. He made it.
Yeah, with Hezza's, I feel like his confidence is growing every time we've seen him in more tournaments. Like I said before, he was never really known for his defensive style. I felt like his defensive side of the game was always letting it down. Goals scored, we know he can score goals. But I feel like the last few tournaments, he's changed the way he defends, changed the way how he's keeping the ball, and I think he can really make a run to make himself a world champion.
It seems like a high-scoring meta right now.
Yeah.
Is this his time to win if there is one?
You know what? I think there's so many players that we can say that can potentially win it. I think so many players so far in this tournament have shown glimpses of being a champion, but then also shown that they're weak. Anders, for example, he's lost a couple games. Nicholas, he's losing a couple games, but he's fought back a couple games. So there's so many players where I think on their day they can win it, but why not? It can be Hezes, it can be Nasada, it can be anyone.
Virgil, also with destiny in his own hands, was on that 6 points, just like Jafonzo, unable to score a draw. He is going to fall at the very end. Kareem takes the 3-point win.
Yeah, Kareem was fantastic, actually, in that game, and he's been fantastic. He's had a great season as well. Kareem, unfortunately for Virgil, it was in his own hands. It just didn't go his way. I think sometimes probably a lot more harder to take, Shells, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to, you work so hard for this tournament. Sometimes things don't click, you know, you can prepare so well at home, things just feel good, but you can't get the results. But of course, Virgil, he went to the very end. Unfortunately, he will be going home. But once again, it's so unpredictable. This is why I love the league phase. Every result matters.
The knockouts are going to be absolutely crazy, Bucket. You know, I actually genuinely don't know where to look. We're going to see heavyweights. We're now at the point in the competition. We saw, obviously, 36. And we were like, this 36 is very, very strong. Reminder, the likes of Neat, who just made it through last kick of the game. He got through the play-ins.
Yes.
Beating Tex, a goat of the scene on a penalty shootout. He's rode his luck all the way. He's got this far. Just how far can he go?
What is better story? The way that Neat is getting into the knockout bracket, or the way that Kasha got knocked out of getting into the knockout bracket?
I think deep down, Neat. I think the play-in story is superb. Same with Manu Bachor last year. He came through the play-in and ended up being a champion. I think if you do that, you went through the grit, you went through the grind. So if you can pull that off, I think it's a crazy achievement. But yeah, for Katya, was just a heartbreaking loss. From a free kick from the side as well, it was tough.
Production's gone silent, which means they're probably preparing that bracket in double checking it with all the admins, as they should.
I think there's a few keys to be cut as well, which is happening, which we will update you with. But there's also a Mystery Nation bucket.
There is a Mystery Nation. And Shells, for those who don't know, what is going on with the Mystery Nation? Why should everyone in the chat take part?
Because you can get easy and good objectives and packs from it. But FG, do you want to give the clue?
Am I going to reveal the Mystery Nation now? We'll wait for the go ahead. We gave you clues earlier on. They finished third in the 2002 World Cup. They've got players playing in their league now that have moved to the Premier League.
Liverpool fans have a historic Champions League night in one of the cities.
Yeah, in one of the cities, as do Manchester City, a Rodri winner in their city as well.
Quite recently, yeah.
The national team is nicknamed the Crescent Stars.
Yep.
I wouldn't even know.
For those who know about the Crescent Stars.
I genuinely wouldn't have known that, so that probably doesn't help, but I'm pretty sure we can.
You can Google it, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, if you haven't got the answer already, feel free to put it in the chat. We will reveal it to you very, very soon.
Share it with your friends. We want you all to win at home. Shout out to everyone who has been tuning in since the start of League Play. We just concluded 6 games for each player. We're about to crush 12 keys. And, of course, the final 24 are playing for the $250,000 and title of EWC champion. Shells, I asked you at the start of the show, who is in the herd? Who is in the GOAT conversation? And did they all make it through the early portion of this competition?
I think they all made it through, actually.
Yeah, he would say that.
They all made it through. Anders Vergang, I think, is obviously the main guy we're going to have to talk about. I know he hates us talking about, but he loves it, really. Listen, I'm a bit scared for everyone else. Because he didn't make it through the top 8, he has to play an extra round in a knockout round. Now, I know there's early predictions that might be Emre Yilmaz, and now I wouldn't be able to call that one. But if Anders gets hot there, in a knockout where everything's reset, this could be his tournament once again. But of course, Nicholas is still in the conversation. MS Dasari, the king of the jungle, he's back, and I think he can win it. Imagine a CEO versus their own player in the final. I wouldn't mind that.
We've got one of our EWC champions out. Jafonzo, 2024 winner here, is now gone. Manu's still in the mix. Anders still in the mix. Do you have a favorite, FG?
You know what, right? I would love Levy DeVee to win it.
Yeah?
He's been back-to-back top 4. He's an amazing person off the stage and stuff, as are a lot of these players. It'd be a really nice story for him. It's hard to look past Anders Vergang like we always do. There's something really, really special about him because I feel like he finds it really difficult to motivate himself in league stages when he knows that there's still a knockout. When this man gets to the knockouts,
he needs that pressure.
Yeah, there is an air of inevitability with him.
Nah, I don't think he finds it. I just think when he loses in the groups or the league phases, he just uses that as, I don't really care about this, because you know what? He backs it up with the trophies. So I think he can use that against it, because really and truly, it matters in the knockouts, and you can't argue with his resume because the guy brings trophies.
But we've got serial winners here, by the way, as well, in this. We've not even mentioned Abu Makr, the Saudi League champion. He went there against Dasari, who finished runners-up in Saudi this season. He's won something. Nasada's had an incredible
Banano,
season.
EPL champion, 6-6.
Banano's won the EPL. We've got the Ligue 1 winners there as well. It's crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket.
I'm told it's ready. We filled long enough, and here we have it official for you. Round of 24 is going to see all of your competitors that were just outside of that top 8, and there we have it. Shells, where are you looking for all those on their cell phone? Where do we need to zoom in?
This bottom right side of the bracket is wicked.
That Falcon versus that pony from Liquid?
And then look at even the round of 16, we got Manu Bator and Nasada waited. The people that's named on that side of the bracket alone. We got Levy DeWitt, D. Fernandez, okay, but Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. Winner plays Manu Bator.
Now, does this mean that Levy would also run into the winner of Emery or Manu? Are we looking at Liquid just knocking each other out before the semis?
Yeah, this is a nightmare situation if you're Liquid. If you're a neutral and you're watching this, Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang, the reignition of another rivalry. There is a big rivalry between those two players. I'm looking at the other side at the top left, and you're looking at P8's in Samu Gamer.
Yep.
And you're looking at where Matthias Bonanno is, round of 16.
Yep.
He'll be really confident to make it through to Sunday. That's Samu Gamer P8 Zin game. The person who plays Matthias Bonanno, I mean, either way, it's going to be fireworks. Samu's been in great form. P8 Zin, of course, it's another South American clash between the two. It'll be full of emotion. There'll be loads going on. That is going to be
Chills, as we
huge.
take a look at the bracket, who has the strongest region right now in FC?
I mean, I might be biased. I think the European boys, there's something about us. I think there's too many. But the South Americans, I do think I have a little bit of sauce about them. You see Gugo Ferrez and Bonanno, Nicholas, they can always make a run for the tournament trophies. But I think the European boys do have that little bit of an advantage.
If we're looking at this, we have to, by the way, off camera, get your predictions, Puckett, 100%. We definitely do. 100% get it for sure. If we're looking at this, who do you think is your favourite to make it through to the round of 16?
I think Nicholas is smiling, right? He's like, I played Kareem or I played the very bottom-ranked player in this tournament. At the top side of it, I'm like, Hezers, I'm not really too worried about Neat. Abu, of course, was looking ferocious on day 2. I think I want to be Nicholas right now in the bracket.
Yeah, if I'm on the left-hand side of the play as a pro player, I'm not saying any of these guys are beatable or easy opponents, but I would rather be on that left-hand side of the bracket. And if you are there, I think you got a chance to win the trophy.
Here's a look at our keys being crushed as the first one is getting dialed in. Who is doing the honors? Walk me through these plays, guys.
Yeah, Levy Finn there crushing a key. I mean, I'm not being funny. These keys are beautiful.
Yeah,
can we not
really,
just have them?
Can I just,
rather than
one around?
They are absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, you get your key crushed if you've got no place to play in this tournament, and we're going to get rid of 12 keys here, Puckett.
Now, of course, you will choose 3 opponents' keys to put into your trophy if you win it here at EWC. It's an excellent way to celebrate not only your victory, but the downfall of your opponents. And the big names, is Levy Finn going to be one to gun after?
Yeah, I think Levy Finn will... I don't think people really want to crush his key, but we have the chance of maybe crushing 3 of the GOAT's key that's in the debate. So if I'm Levy Finn and the rest of the guys, if I'm going to be putting Dasari, Anders, and Manu Bachor, even Nicholas if you want. Imagine having those 3 in your trophy. That's a little bit of a bragging right that you can take forever.
We talked about Paulo sitting on 6 points. He had the opportunity to lock into the top 24. He does so. And what's his reward?
Yeah, he's crushing the key of Oberon now, actually, as well. So that's another huge name who we're losing here in Paris. Thinking about that bracket again as we see these keys getting crushed, we are about to see some of the best matchups we've seen arguably all year. That Anders Vergang Emre Yilmaz game has everything. Shells, if you had to pick a winner in that one.
Is that 2 top 3 seeds playing each other in the opening round?
Yeah, because Emre Yilmaz has got so much more to offer. We haven't seen the real Emre Yilmaz. I feel like he needed to just find a way through. He's done that. This could be a game for the ages.
And I don't know if you guys remember, Emre Yilmaz and Anders played a game earlier this season. And I think it was like Euros or something else. It was one of the highest levels of FC I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that we're getting this at the World Championship, this is what we're talking about. And this should be a final type of game.
Gentlemen, I just scrolled back. They played each other day 1, their second match. It was 8-7.
Yep.
Every time they play against each other, I'm telling you, it's great FC. They're literally going at each other, highest level of skill, and even throughout the season, they've been competing. But Anders, he has got the trophies to back up, but I think Emre could maybe ruin his dreams right here.
Massive win here for Kareem as he's able to secure his spot in the top 24, able to crush the key of Virgil, and it is all smiles for the young man who knows he is moving on, at least to the second half of this day.
Yeah, I think for Kareem, he had a disappointing day 1 and day 2, of course, with his teammate Marwan at Monaco, but he managed to redeem himself, got the wins he needed, and then puts himself in the knockout bracket. And that's all you need to give yourself a chance to put your hands on a trophy. He is still smiling because he's not going home yet.
Yeah, if we're looking at Kareem as well, of course, E-League and champion.
Yeah,
we haven't mentioned that enough. This man has won his domestic league this season.
Who did he take down in that E-League as well?
But this is what I'm saying. So this is where we're looking now. Of course, there's rivalries being reignited all throughout. I'm wondering if we can just take one more look at the bracket when we get a chance, just so we can dissect it whilst we've got a bit of time. Because, mate, I'm looking at this and there's so many possibilities. There is a real possibility of a new champion based on this bracket as we take a look at it now. Because, Shells, if we're looking at it and let's just focus solely on, for example, the round of 16 players. If you've got yourself to a round of 16 this time, you're going to be really confident to make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, of course, because you skip around. But I just feel sorry for Manu Bachor and Nasada, to be honest, because Manny Bachor potentially playing against his teammate no matter when he's going to go through, because he could be playing against Emre Yilmaz or Anders. If he wins then he could be playing against Levi de Wit.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid fans, I am so sorry, because you do have Paolo Neto at the top, but you would love to spread out your teammates. But I'm just looking at that left-hand side.
Yeah.
I think if I was a player in that situation, you could talk about MS Dasari, Bonanno, Levi Finn, even Nicholas. In my head, I'm thinking I could actually get to a final. And it's not because any of these players are bad, but you just look at that bottom right-hand side of the bracket, even looking at Ali and Lion at the top of the other side, that is a war zone on that right-hand side.
We saw earlier on this week, we saw a rivalry between Anders Vergang and his previous team RB Leipzig. Well, I tell you what, if MS Dasari goes through, he faces Levi Finn from RB Leipzig, so maybe he can do Anders a little favour with that one. Also, the lowest ranked player here, Milkalov.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at his side, that game against Karim is back based on how he's been playing. He will be confident to go through. I'm waiting for him. It's the Iceman.
Yeah, but even his loss against Anders Vergang in the group stages, Milkalov, he's probably shut everyone up in this competition. No one probably would expect him to get this far, but he's managed to put himself into the knockout round. And against Karim is back, anything can happen. But once again, I got to reiterate, if Anders makes it through those two games against Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor, he will be on a heater. His confidence will be through the roof, and anyone, if he makes through there, be careful. I'll be so scared for you.
We heard the Falcons fans earlier for MS Dasari as well. He plays Cristobal in that first round. Thoughts on this one? Is Dasari the favorite?
You know what it is? You have to sort of back for Dasari maybe because of where he's been at.
He beat him in the league phase.
He's been incredible though, yeah. He's been incredible, Cristobal, but something about MS Dasari. Imagine if he does it one more time.
And I think he's going to have the crowd support behind him. MS Dasari, he's too cool. He's been doing this for years. He's a veteran in the scene.
Of course, we've got a lot more FC around the corner. For now, we're going to a quick break. We have more Keys to Crush and special interviews live from the desk as our players take 45 minutes before they return to the stage. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hi guys, Hazers here.
Hello guys, I'm Kacha. Hello, I'm Nasara.
So today we are gonna play the power rankings, but not of skill, but of aura. So let's see.
So we start with Danny Pitbull. Oi, oi, oi.
He's my friend, so I cannot start with him.
Honestly,
You start.
bro, he has aura. I agree, he has.
Yeah, but not that much.
Bro, every time when he scores last minute against me, bro, in Pro Open, he screamed crazy, bro.
Also in Serie A, he screamed crazy.
Yes,
yeah, but
bro.
just scream is not aura.
But bro,
just
he's
scream
like
is not aura.
pushing everybody.
I agree with Nasara.
I would say A.
I will say A, but I have to tell you one thing. For me, aura is when you play someone and you are scared of him.
Yeah, that's
But
another
A.
thing.
No,
That's
it's a clearly A. Sorry, I just...
say,
sorry.
I said that it's A.
Easy. Abo.
Okay.
He lost really bad last year.
I will go for C.
For me, it's B. You pick.
I would say C too.
Okay, so it's C. That's why Jafons.
Oh, he's world champion.
World champion, huh?
I will go for A.
We'll go B.
I would say B too.
Never. Never.
Yes.
Chris, so you pick this, okay? Because he disagree with us, no?
Yeah, Lucho.
I will go for D.
What do you think?
He's a young player, I don't know.
I think he tilts too much. People who tilt so much can't have a lot of aura. No, no. If he goes really angry, never compose a lot.
You think it's minus aura?
I'm sorry, yes.
No, bro. No.
I'm sorry. Yeah. What
I
you
would
I will say D anyway.
You too?
I would go with C.
I go D as well.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris. I will go for S.
The GOAT.
He's even doing the shush, bro, in this picture.
I will go for S. We don't have to talk about this.
Only without like seeing him, just the name has aura.
Yeah, of course.
Or Tex too, bro.
Honestly, S. Big S.
For me, Tex is S too.
Yeah.
Easy. No doubt.
Yeah,
S.
easy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
No doubt.
Breeze.
Run
Finally.
up. Run up last year.
Too friendly.
Yeah, too friendly, Don't be serious guy.
B or C.
I agree. You're B or C. You pick.
For me, same of you, but I will go
What are you
for
looking?
C.
You were looking E, eh?
No,
You
I
were
will go
looking
for
E. You were looking E.
Oh, Manu, bro. Two-time world champion, bro.
I will go for A.
I would say A too. He has aura, but S, Anders, and Tex are like...
Shame on you. Manu, I'm sorry. Manu, I'm sorry. For me, you are here.
I will explain. He was too respectful.
Nice way to say
Yeah,
sorry.
he's too respectful to have aura. I
It's a
agree.
nice way to say sorry. Yeah, it's a nice
A
way
is
to say
good.
sorry.
Bro, honestly, for me, Levi is S too.
S.
For me,
Easy.
say. But
S because
even though he's not the world champion.
Bro, he scored 90 minutes.
Anyway, I agree. But
S.
yeah, I agree.
S. Okay.
I agree. I agree that it's cold.
Nico.
Now Nico.
S.
Nico, S.
Yes.
No doubt. It's cold.
Yeah.
Same.
Honestly,
Same
I
as
think
Levi,
we
no?
have a good ranking. Only Chris could be C, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I will
have
keep
to
it.
put someone like.
No, I will
Bro,
keep
in
it.
this picture, he looks too young too.
That's true. But I stay with this.
This is a key. And just like every single one of the players here at the competition, I get to get one. Not because I actually won anything, but because it's really important to demonstrate the actual value of having one and being able to hold on to it for the entirety of the competition. Because you get to put it up in the totem. And to me, that is super exciting. So let's see what that's like. This is absolutely incredible. Wait, the view is great up here. So now this is the totem. We have our keys. Imagine being the winner, getting on this platform, having the fans cheering for you, and all you got to do is grab it and slot it right into where you won.
Before we rate the other, and after we rate ourselves.
Okay.
So we start with you. So, am I scared to play Lucio Edzers? Let me think.
Only Nassada can say no.
No.
Because he beat me every time.
We don't talk about player level. So you are friendly. In match, you have no aura, bro.
I don't agree.
I think the nickname has aura.
The nickname a lot.
Ezos has aura.
A lot.
The nickname has aura.
I think
it's between B and C, in my opinion. No, you don't think anything.
I would say it's between
Wait.
B and A, so let's agree with B.
B. Okay. So Edzers is here for us.
Never.
B.
What do you think for
Bro, you
for
are with
yourself?
Jafonso, he's world champion, please.
Yeah.
I think that if someone see my name is like
S.
is carrot.
So put
S is
yourself.
too
I'm
much.
cold. Like if
look
I-
at the S, look at
like,
the S, Verna.
Also, Oblun
But
doesn't
you are too
scream.
funny, bro.
People think bad about me. They don't know me.
He's
He
not
know.
a good guy.
He
Yeah, he's
know.
not a good
He
guy.
know.
He's not
So-
a good.
You are a bad guy?
Yes.
Because someone don't
It
ask
looks
me
funny.
thing.
For you, it's funny.
Because people don't ask me things, but like I always saying the truth of things.
So you put yourself in S.
Yes, 100%.
But we agree B.
We agreed on B.
I don't care.
We don't believe you.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
Bro, he beat me twice this season, so I can't say anything.
So
I would say C with Breeze and Abu Makar.
I
But old
respect.
man aura B, maybe.
But I respect it. I'm not like, whoa, I don't care, I won't
but I'm like
dance.
this. What I have to do?
It's fine for
But
me.
where would you rank yourself?
I rank C. It's between B and C.
I would
Then
say
you
B
think.
and C too, but C in the end.
So we go next.
Asada.
Now me, bro.
It's real first season, we must say that.
Bro, I told you what I mean for aura. For me, it's between S and A. It's cold.
It is too much. in game.
It's cold.
When you see him punching the desk,
But
you
bro,
think
It's
yes,
aura.
aura.
But it's aura. It's aura. Yeah.
In DBL, I raged. I was
Honestly.
punching the tape and I won it.
Honestly,
Yeah, but it's
bro,
not aura.
For me, it's aura. It's when Djokovic destroyed Racket. That's aura because he's
No.
angry on himself. He knows that he's the
No.
best and wants to win. That's
You know
aura.
ball, bro. You know
We
ball.
know.
You
We
know
know.
No way, no way.
That's aura.
It's
That's
no
aura.
control of emotion. It's
But,
no aura.
but angry also can help you in playing
Bro,
better.
Anders is tilting every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
but he's the goat.
I will put you here or here.
Hey, yeah, come on, hey. I say hey, so we don't make any more polemic with you. Hey.
I respect you.
What you
I
think?
respect it. With the 2-time world champion and one.
You sign it, huh?
I sign it.
You sign it.
Perfect, bro. I'm fine with this.
You have to rate them from 1 to 4 in aura. The S.
The S is Nico for me.
No, first is Anders.
For me, it's Nico.
No, first is Anders, bro. For how long is he playing? He won every single tournament this year. Every single tournament he won.
Okay,
it.
but
every
when-
single.
but
He's
when
world
you
champion,
make
club world champion,
somebody
e-Champions
coming
League
out-
winner, 2-time Pro Open winner. What he won everything.
Okay, but when they say Nicolas, and Nicolas walk on the stage.
Yeah, but he has aura. I'm not saying, bro. he's
More than
on S.
Anders.
He's on. No, bro. Anders.
For me, yes. What do you think?
I can tell you one thing. I think it's Anders because I have the feeling that someone that play with the pressure that he plays.
That's true.
It's something unbelievable what
That's
he
true,
does.
that's
so
crazy, bro.
I will go for Anders first, Nico second, Levi third, Tex fourth.
100%. I agree with that.
At this point, I will say that it's over. It was great.
it
They
was
don't have too much clue, but I mean, what should we do? We go next.
Yeah, we go next. I hope you enjoyed.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the FC 26 World Championship, and we just whittled down the field from 36 competitors to 24. There's only one thing to do before we say goodbye to those players, and that, of course, is to crush their keys. To do so, we have a very smiley Shells. Shells, do you think you'll get the honors to ever, crush someone's key here at EWC?
I wouldn't want to do that. But listen, I was here. If I was here competing, and I'm crushing someone's key, that means I'm doing a good job in the corner.
What would your approach be, though, Shells?
I'll be
Because he
fair.
is a very nice man, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I feel like he would be the most nicest key crusher around, whereas if it was me, I'd love to do it.
Now I'll try 360 no scope it and just have some fun with it or something.
Yeah, maybe buckets.
My favorite has been some of the COD guys who just stare you in the eyes while they crush your key. We'll see if anyone is diabolical, as we have a few of the players getting ready to go to work over there behind us. 2 stages. We're full of players. We're starting to whittle it down. What's coming up for anyone who's just joining the stream, Shells?
I mean, we're finding out GOAT debates. We're going to find out who's going to get knocked out. Team Liquid, if they're going to survive. But I just can't get over this first round of the knockouts. Anders Vergang versus Emre Yilmaz. Number 1 versus number 3. But I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the best games we're ever going to see.
Tournament resumes in just 10 minutes and 30 seconds. We put 45 minutes on the clock. That's for the players to take a break, reset, watch any VOD they need, and of course, take a breath. FG, do you think they're taking advantage of that time? Or is everyone just still locked in? Because that was a crazy way to finish to find out who's moving in.
I mean, if you won your last games, I don't think you really need a break. If you've had a bit of a hard time, maybe you do need a break. The mental tax it'll have on these players, especially the likes of Levi David, who knew they had to give their all in that last game, they might welcome the break a little bit, Shells. Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of these players will want to get straight back into it, won't they?
Yeah, I think it depends how you qualified. So, for example, Neat, he scored a last-minute winner. He had to hope on some other people's results to fall his way. If I'm him, I would like a little break. But maybe Levi the weird way. I think he's been a bit disappointed in himself. I think he knows he's got a point to prove. And that last win against Levi Finn, that's the type of morale boost you want to take into the knockouts and try and start your tournament as fast as you can.
We'll have plenty of time to dive into this bracket, but first I want to revisit our league stage. Reminder, what was at stake? If you finished in the top 8, one of those green positions on the far left, you are guaranteed a top 16 finish at EWC 26. Bonanno, number 1 performer, the only one to go a perfect 6-0, is my player to watch. If you're looking out for some other big names, I feel like Levi Finn was red hot up until that final match. And then, of course, we've had some players sneaking in on the final day. A guy like Neat, who had to come all the way through the play-ins, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the beauty of this format as a whole. We had a last chance qualifier. We had some play-ins before the main tournament kicked off. And Neat knocked out one of the greatest in the scene. Arguably one of the GOATs, Tex, in a penalty shootout. Remember, last year's winner came through the play-ins as well. Manu Bashore, we're going to see him in action as well. As expected, he finished 7th. The big talking point, though, is that massive fixture, 10th against 23rd. Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. And Emre Yilmaz, that will have a point to prove. He's so professional, Shells, that this won't matter anymore. He would have got this league stage out of his sort of mind, and this is all that matters. The chance to get yourself in the round of 16, for Emre's perspective, to face a very good friend, another teammate in Manu Bashore. But look at that round of 16, Alihan Lyon. We've not spoken about him much. He did beat Anders Vergang at some point. They could potentially meet, I think, in the semi-finals if they both get there. He's got a really, really good opportunity.
Yeah, even for like Nassad and Ali Alain, where we was talking about more of them in the start of the tournament, it's just, I've seen glimpses of all these players where I think, ooh, they could win it. But I think for Anders and Emre, what they have to their advantage, they've arguably got the hardest brackets I've ever seen. Whoever makes it out of them two, they're going to have that confidence. And if you beat the next round, Manu Bachor, you're going to be flying with confidence. If you beat Nassada, Levi DeWitt, or D. Fernandez, you're going to be flying with confidence. And if you can carry that to the final, anyone on the other side of the bracket will be absolutely terrified.
We got a very special guest joining us here in just a moment. FG, though, as I'm taking a look through this one more time, who do you think has the toughest quadrant? Bottom right seems to be the easy call out. If it's not bottom right, what is the second hardest?
Well, it is bottom right. I mean, there is no easy games in this bracket, but I am looking at the likes of Matthias Bonanno and thinking, well, okay, I could potentially play PH Zin and Samu Gamer, of course, 2 very difficult games. Then you look at the other section and you think, I've got a good chance. He's on a roll, remember. He's completely undefeated, as you can see on my right-hand side.
The tallest content creator in all of FC.
You know what? When I found out you were coming, Denman, I tried to swap places with Shells, but they didn't let me. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you in Paris. How are you finding it so far?
I'm happy to be here, man. I need to speak about that knockout bracket. I know you've been speaking about it. That's crazy. No, I'm seeing Falcons versus Liquid, literally first round, kicking things off. It's a blockbuster. It's going to be sick.
As soon as I saw that 10 and 23, my old bracket brain started ticking, and I was like, oh, crap, that's happening in the first round. Impact of this first round. If you're Emre and you pull off the upset, are you now fired up, or are you exhausted after that battle?
Oh, to be completely honest with you, there's no better game to kickstart a knockout bracket than up against the current world champion, someone who you've had many battles with throughout the season as well. So it's going to be sick. I think whoever goes through that game, it wouldn't surprise me if they go all the way, because it is literally the confidence booster you need. Don't get me wrong, it's a tough one to start off with.
It was a 15-goal game last time, and it went in favor of Emery, but that was the last time he won a game. He finishes just on 7 points. He is going to be a player to watch out in knockout Shell. So big storylines for you. What have you guys been enjoying? Because every time I come back, the three of you are just chatting it up out here.
Yeah, I mean, we've known Demon for a long time, and for Emre, I think he got it to the knockouts round, and they're all so experienced. Once you get to this situation, everything resets. So you don't want to take in, you're not thinking about your form in the group stages, and he did beat Anders in the group stages, so I mean, he should have that confidence, but anything can happen. But Demon, I want to speak to you about the English players. Of course, you'll be representing them and working with them alongside. We only had one of the guys here, Red Lack. Of course, he had a disappointing tournament from his standard. But what do you think maybe the English side and the UK sides are maybe lacking compared to other nations, such as maybe Argentina? They got Banana and Nicholas, the Germans, Nasada. It's like, what do you think maybe the UK sides are lacking?
I mean, when we look at the English and the UK sides, we say we've got Tex, we've got Stingray,
but they're not here. But they're not here.
That is true.
I love them guys, but they're not here.
That is true. I think there's multiple factors. There's a lot of things which the English players and UK players would say as well. I think mentality could be one of them, which I think some people do admit themselves as well. But I think alongside that as well, opportunity. I think a lot of grassroots stuff. It'd be nice to see more grassroots things coming through for young players as well to be discovered. Some more esports teams in the UK as well to get discovered. But alongside that as well, as we see, Hez is just holding up Red Lack's key as we speak about Red Lack, and he's about to crush that.
Is it true that Hezers is the nicest guy in this competition?
Oh, he's incredible. You just want to give him a massive cuddle and a squeeze whenever you see him. Like, he's such a great guy. I don't know if you want to see this crushed before I carry on.
I was going to say, can we get a tight on Hezer's face? Is there a smirk? Is there a smile?
No, he feels bad, Hezer.
Yeah, he feels so bad, 100%.
Denman, a question for you then, based on the English players, because you mentioned, of course, Stingray's not here either. Will you potentially see, or I know you're involved in England gaming, are you potentially looking at other potential leagues for English players to play in to maximise the amount of players that are making it to these competitions? Because, of course, you've got the E-Premier League. Manchester City have won that numerous times in a row. They invest heavily in esports. From an English player's perspective, would they not be looking at going down a different route, like Red Lac did, being successful in their leagues and making ways here through other routes?
To be honest with you, that's just a brilliant question, because I was going to touch on that before we started to see the keys getting crossed. I've just floated his ego there. He's paid me to say that. But yeah, I think leagues is such a big thing as well, because you do look at some of the other leagues like E-Liga, and it runs for such a long time. Bundesliga as well runs for a long time. And I think for players, they just want to be playing the game at the highest level for as long as possible. And I think a lot of the English players, Shells can obviously say this as well, because he's played and he still does play as well. There's nothing better than just consistently being in competition, playing, staying hot. And you do notice it when you come to these tournaments, when you do match up against a French player or a player who's come from another country that's played in like the French league, the Bundesliga, you notice they're just hot, they're on fire. So yeah, if I was an English player, don't get me wrong, I love the Premier League, I love what it's all about, but hey, it's good to dip your toes in another league sometimes and try that experience.
It looks like they just threw another 10 minutes on the clock. So while we're waiting for that to tick down, can you tell me about your opinion? Who has had the strongest region since the start of FC, and who is at the top right now in 2026?
The strongest region in FC. Hey, I'm always going to back my EU West boys, because obviously the UK are in now. I think historically we've had some brilliant players come out of EU West from the French side of things, especially from the UK side of things, and Spain as well back in the day. They were absolutely brilliant. But I will say that South Americans over the last few years have always been brilliant. You always know when you play against a South American player, they're going to give you a game regardless, whether it's a massive name or whether it's somebody who's coming through like Guga as well, who's been absolutely incredible.
I think with the South Americans as well, they bring that little passion, the Vamos and stuff. That really, I think that really gets to the EU guys. I think the EU guys are more chilled. You see the Dutch and the UK, they maybe keep themselves to themselves. You come against a Brazilian and Argentinian, they're just screaming every time they score, and I think that really gets to the opponent.
I didn't even mention the Dutch as well. I feel like I'm doing a massive disservice to them. Like,
you mean Team Liquid?
Team Liquid, literally.
The Holland boys, I would say in country, the Holland boys, you can't really argue with Emery Yilmaz, Levi de Weerd, and Manu Bachor. I think them three, it'll be a hard three to try and beat.
But even then, we mentioned the Dutch, you're looking at Chris de Boer here as well. You're looking at Luke as well, like who've obviously both won. Sorry, I'm not sure if Luke's won a Cash Cup, but Chris won a Cash Cup last year as well, and Luke's always there and thereabouts. So there is a lot of talent coming from there as well.
And also the amount of work they put in it, the Dutch guys. We spoke to Renzo, we have done numerous times on either broadcast that we do. The amount of work they put in it, is that something that you guys take inspiration from? Of course, you're involved in sort of the more international scene now, working with England Gaming, doing some great work there. But the long-term goal, when you're up against the likes of the Dutch, they are super, super strong. How do you prepare? And then do you sort of take their blueprint and try and take it towards what you're doing at England?
Well, look, the way I see it, whenever you see these teams, the big teams like your Man Cities, your Leipzigs, your Liquids, your Falcons, they all follow a similar blueprint. They all care about their players a massive amount, but you see them all together. There's a massive cohesion between the teams, like all the coaches chiming in, helping individual players and stuff. It isn't separated. They're all together and they work so hard. But also, a lot of them have performance coaches. They try and find them extra 1%, which make the difference. A lot of people don't think it does, but it really does. If you can improve I remember seeing on Twitter a couple of years ago, Nico ended up having a performance coach who like improved like his reactions by like quite an impressive amount, and they're the kind of things which the best players do to find the margins, you know. And yeah, I think that's one which I definitely recommend players to do, to look after themselves outside of the game, and you'll reap the benefits inside of the game. Of course, you've got to be good at the game. You won't see me going to the gym and end up beating Anders Verjgang on a World Cup stage, but you know what I mean.
Speaking of Nicholas was one of the cool stories of this tournament so far. He, of course, started off red hot, ended with a draw, frustrated after that. But then today, he seals the deal on Kasha with a game-ending kick. What did you see from the Iceman, and how long has he been bringing that kind of ice to his game?
Well, I mean, what I saw from the Iceman is exactly what you expect to get from Nico. I think the art of it is it doesn't matter about how you start. It's such a cliche. It's literally about how you finish. And he will take a lot of confidence from that. But the thing is with Nico, he's not a player who really needs confidence. He just knows it. He's going to perform at a high level. And I think when it comes to the knockouts, that's where we'll see the true Nico.
When you can see that free kick from a coach's perspective in the last minute, of course, it's from a tight angle, but I was sat next to Shells, and straight away Shells says he scored.
It's in
goal.
I knew it.
Yeah, it's 100% a goal. When you concede that from a coach's perspective, is that something you're trying to stop your players from conceding? Because it's late on in the game, he's hanging on. You know, that is the free kick that essentially has knocked him out of the competition. Is there any way to stop it, maybe with the forming of your wall, your goalkeeper movement? Or is it just a case of, he's got dead ball, it's inevitable, it's going in? Because, like I said, before he'd lined it up, Shells had already called it was going in.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think a lot of time people do try and put blockers in place, whether it's like a couple of extra men in the wall alongside somebody on the line, move the keeper across in previous FCs and stuff. But yeah, I think especially when you do have some people who are so good at taking free kicks like Nico as well. Like if it was anybody else, I'd probably sit there and say, yeah, put someone on the wall, stick someone else in the line, and you're probably stopping it from going in.
What makes him so good at that though?
Oh, I don't know.
He puts the hours in it. I've known Nico and players like Redlac, for example. Redlac won the EMLS from a set piece. These are some of the things where players don't really see much of, or maybe think, I'm not going to put that much time into it. I was one of those guys. Corners, come on, man. Let me focus on through balls and skill moves and stuff like that. But this is what can separate the difference from the best and winning a trophy. And I think for Nicholas, he is a complete player. And that set piece alone, I would have tried to make him score the other side personally, just because I think that's more harder to score for a player. But Nicholas is one of the best in the world.
Is that the Falcons getting rowdy behind us?
It absolutely is. I mean, no surprise. They've been making loads of noise. Abu Maka's getting ready to face Neat as well. The games are going to be starting very, very soon. It's Knockout FC now, Puck. This is serious. We have to obviously get a prediction.
Yeah,
Mr. Denver.
Can we bring up the bracket one more time? Let's grill our Denver.
Yeah, let's grill him. He's very, very good with his knowledge in the scene. You are the man to beat at the minute, Puckett, because you were fantastic in your predictions. JD, looking at this.
Am I going one by one?
Yeah, let's start top left.
Go on.
Yeah, PH Sin versus Samu. What do you got for me?
You know what? I'm going to back Samu because I think just he's been incredible the last few years. Like he's come through and really shown what he's capable of. And I think it's one of those tournaments where like that bracket could potentially open up for him as well, especially if he gets through PH in and then Banana. I mean, you never know what could happen. Obviously, Banana's going to be hard to get through and PH in, but you know what? Sometimes it's just your tournament. And Samu's shown enough to prove that he can go all the way.
And I can see behind us, Abu Maka and Neat are setting up also on the stage.
Abu Maka's a hard player to play against. I really, really like Neat, but I'm going to go with Abu Maka on this one.
Over on the second stage, MS Jasari will be facing off against Chris de Boer.
So it's either go against the crowd or support Nick, who is the coach of obviously England. Right, let me have a look.
You can say it quietly if you want.
I love Chris.
Okay,
I'm going to go with Mdasari.
And then Kareem versus Milkalov, our lowest ranked player.
I'm actually going to go with Kareem here. I think he's had a really good illegal in season with AS Monaco and obviously his teammate. So yeah, I'm going to go Kareem. I like the passion he brings as well. He's a flair player. He looks good.
You know what? I mean, you'd be silly to back against it. Let's go to if we were to go to the other side, RVP legend Umut. That's an interesting game because Umut is always there or thereabouts. RVP's done really, really well. I'd see that one going.
For me personally, it's a coin flip because when RVP turns it on, you can't defend him. But at the same time, like, Umut is incredible.
I've got a question for you, Demon, quickly. Yeah. See on the left-hand side bracket, I already said it. If I'm a player, I think this could be my chance for my final. From a coach's point, what would you maybe tell your player? Because you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We're not on that bottom right side. We have a chance to maybe become World Cup champion. What would you maybe tell your player?
Honestly, like I think the best mentality is just one game at a time. Because if you look too far down the end of the bracket, you might sit there and think, like, oh, if we win that, we play against him. Bro, focus on the game which you got in front of you first and see what happens. But you are right. If you're looking at that bracket, especially us sat here, you're thinking, yo, this might be my only chance.
Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang. We can't let you get away with that one. We'll leave the Di Fernandez one as well.
Thing is, if I say Emre right now and Anders hears that, he's DMing me on Instagram. Just loads of rubbish.
Final question for you. You, of course, volunteered your time to come up here. So how can we pay you back for all the people that are headed to a commercial break? Where should they head to follow you and all of your content?
Yeah, just follow me, Denman, on all socials, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all them good stuff. And how you can pay me back? These boys can buy me something later on.
There we go. We'll find you after the show. In the meantime, we got to head to a short break. When we come back, I have a feeling the Falcons are going to start flying high. They're getting loud here in Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
TFT finals are taking place today, but there is a little bit more nuance to that. So Trav's joining me to give us an update as to what we can expect and what's happening for the club championship points.
Well, we're in the third, fourth playoffs at the moment, so it's AGL versus Flash Wolves. So big swinger here, it's 500 points or 300 points, depending on who gets the victory. So AGL, being in 16 games across the Esports World Cup, kind of desperate to get these points on the board because they're going to be a real contender in the future weeks. Coming up just after this, though, is Team Vision versus Aurora Gaming for first and second place. So getting those 1,000 points on the board will be absolutely huge for Team Vision mainly, just because this is the last game they're going to be competing in the Esports World Cup. So they've got to get that lasting score. They want to try and stay up towards the later portions of the Esports World Cup, and that 1,000 points will go a long way.
Well, thank you so much for the update. Pretty insightful, especially for AGL and how that ties in with the rest of the club championship points. That's it from us over here. We'll see you around.
What is up, guys? So I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been having interviews over here in this space. This is actually the EAFC Fan Festival, and I'm going to test out my skills. We got dribbling, passing. We're going to test my shot speed as well. Let's see if I can get a high score. So the stats are in. My Ultimate Team card has officially arrived, and honestly, I'm pretty proud of it. 96 overall. We got 95 defending, 95 dribbling. So if you guys are here in Paris, come check out the EAFC Fan Festival. Try to beat my high score. Good luck.
I think we have time to play other games outside EAFC. Yeah, for example, in summer, or maybe if you don't reach a tournament, you have a lot of time to play other game.
I don't really play other games besides EAFC, to be honest. I used to, but I just kind of stopped when I really got competitive into EAFC.
My all-time favorite PlayStation game, I think God of War. I played every single one from PlayStation 2 to now PS5, so I love it.
Once I would say God of War Ragnarok, the last one. I like to play it. It was a good adventure.
Well, my favorite PlayStation game, of course, it's EAFC. Like it's my passion. I love football. It's also my job.
No, I love trophy hunting, but it depends if it's really hard or it's just a hard like a unit time. But sometimes I can go for the platinum, and sometimes I will stay with the silver one.
Honestly, to hunt the trophies in all the games is not like my priority. I just like to enjoy the game, play, just follow the story, and that's it. Even in EAFC, I don't have a platinum trophy, so.
When I'm about to walk out on the stage, I think only to the game, to give all my life to this game, like it will be the last game of my career. My feeling right now is nervous, but also chill, because I know my quality and I'm here to win. I'm creating plays in my mind, but I don't want to think much about it. I just want to play. I don't care about my opponents. I know my quality, and I know if I play well, I win. My reach before the game is like joining the mood of the game, don't eat, and stay focused. When my name is called, obviously I feel amazing. I feel happy because it's my dream. Let's go, no fear.
Well, this is it. The knockout stages have finally arrived here in Paris after a lengthy 4 days of action. 36 players came here to Paris as part of the FC Pro World Championships with one dream: just make it to the knockouts. That was the dream after 6 long rounds of group phase. Now, 24 remain. 12 players eliminated, but after this round, 8 more players will leave the competition. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez taking you through just 4 of these first round games. But Grav, what a bracket, what a knockout bracket. All eyes, no doubt, are on Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. Not in a final, in a round of 24.
I mean, that lower part of the bracket is just something else. Anders against Emre Yilmaz, and then Manu Bashar waiting for one of them. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in there. But not only that, in case whoever gets out on top of that bracket, which is going to be a hard task, should play against the winner between Nasada, Levy, or T. Fernandez. That part of the bracket is crazy. I'm going just nuts thinking about it. But first things first, we gotta go to the higher part of the bracket. And to be fair,
welcome to the knockouts, everyone, of the FC Pro World Championships here on the B Stream. We've got you covered. We've got PHZin versus Samu Gamer in our first game up in the knockouts. We find ourselves in the round of 24. Now, the league stage is done. This now is all about the win. Lose and you are out of the tournament, and you will have to watch from the stands. And for these two, a huge opportunity to go one round further. Bellingham with the first strike of the game, and it's Samu Gamer who will take the lead here against PHZin. So an early, fantastic start for Samu Gamer. But now from the restart, got to defend. Bukayo Saka, Chouameni into Bellingham. Good tackle from Maldini. Just took the power out and the sting out of that shot from Jude Bellingham. This is the side of the bracket that everyone on the desk was talking about being the one that you wanted to be on. So many big names on that other side of the bracket. Here in the knockout stage, good defending coming in from Samu Gamer here. Winning that ball back in the full-back position. Freeman now inside to McTominay. Nico O'Reilly now into Jadon Sancho, been chosen on that left-hand side. Scott McTominay will make it 2. A late burst from midfield from the Scotsman. And Samu Gamer is now up 2-0. Samu Gamer, who came into this knockout stage qualifying in 17th position, 9 points. He managed to pick up, and most of those, well, all of those were in his first 3 games. Had a really disappointing end to his group stage with 3 back-to-back losses. One against Abu Maka, one against Manu Pachure, and one against Luke. But now that he's into the knockouts, it looks like he's ready to play once again. PHZin on the other side, a little bit of a difference in his form coming into this game. 2 losses to start, then 3 straight wins before a loss to Neat 5-4 in his final game of the group stage. So you would say form-wise, PHZin has looked the better, but at the start of this, been all Samu Gamer so far. 2 to the good already. As PHZin will win that ball back. Now, time for the Brazilian just to see if he can find a few passes, string them together, get a bit of time on the ball, but not going to be allowed to do that. Frenkie de Jong. After Samu Gamer wins that ball back high up the pitch, Jadon Sancho now floating into a more central position. McTominay, the goal scorer, out to O'Reilly. Quick passing. Starting to pick up here. Fantastic move. Has to be and is. Kika Nazareth with the 3rd. And inside of 16 minutes, Samu Gamer is 3-0 to the good. What a start it has been for Samu Gamer here. The Italian looking fantastic, both going forward and defensively as well. Winning the ball back high a lot of the time. It's in already, queuing up that tactical pause, and I think it's a smart thing to do. Even if things aren't going to be changed in-game, maybe just a chance to reset out of it. And there is that acceleration in the speed of the passing, just as those gaps start to open up. And again, one back high up the pitch. Desiree Doué being that player who does it this time around. Bellingham out wide to Doué. Who won that ball back now could become the creator. Doué back inside, player lock inside. Kika Nazareth. Shot from distance. Troubles the goalkeeper, but does not find that top corner. And as finally we get into the pause screen, a chance for PHZin just to reset here. 3 to the good is Samu Gamer. So a corner here for Samu Gamer, who keeps the pressure onto PHZin. Doué with the through ball. Yep, Stam in position there. Probably not the player you want to take the strike, but certainly want to wrestle the ball back. McTominay will come away with it, though, for PHZin. Needs to make something of this, and Parahuelo is way down that left-hand side. Runners inside as well. Chance for a through ball, just overhit, though. And Casillas will happily grab that one as it rolls towards him. Hit a bit of an opportunity for the first time in this game for PHZin. That through ball is beautiful, though. Frankie de Jong from midfield. A big chance. I think it was a save from the goalkeeper, which will mean that the corner will be taken all the way back to O'Reilly. Kika Nazareth turns away from the attentions of Saka. Stam again into Bellingham. An opportunity was about to open up, but not to be that time around. Here is Jude Bellingham at the other end. Player lock inside to Dembele. Opportunity here for PHZin. Great player swap, though, just at the perfect time from Samu Gamer. Samu Gamer with the overlap on the outside. Forces the player switch, still decides to use Doué. Bellingham lines up that finesse shot, and Gill turns it around the post once again. Another corner for Samu Gamer here. Pulls the player short. There's going to be space here for Nico O'Reilly, and space on the edge of the box for Bellingham. He's found with the player lock. Another player locker here into Doué, tries to slide in McTominay, who was running from deep once again. I think a goal in this game, very, very important for PHZin before half-time, just to settle him. Really struggled to even find possession in this first half. Tchouameni driving it out to Saka. Maybe this is the chance he's been looking for. Slides it into Bellingham. Dembele looking for that finesse, but Yapsham in the way. But a corner here will be whipped in towards that back post. Touchdown to Bellingham. O'Reilly gets his body in the way. Scary moment there for Samu Gamer and a chance for PH Zin. First time over the top through ball though. The run from deep is good from Bellingham. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. No mistake. Samu Gamer 4-0. He now leads over PH Zin. A phenomenal first 45 minutes so far. The first time over the top through ball as Bellingham run through from midfield. And there's still over 10 minutes left in this first half. PH Zin has not had a sniff yet. Maybe this is the chance. Chouameni still can't take it. Went for the ball roll inside and just presented the opportunity to Casillas to get off his line and smother that. Freeman on the overlap this time. This has been the pattern of play so far in this game. Samu Gamer just completely in control. Doué. Player lock inside this time to McTominay. Initially was triggered on a run. And now on the overlap, it's going to be Doué. He's in behind once again here. Kike Nazareth was looking for that first time ball into De Jong. And now a little bit of space on the counter-attack. As both central midfielders had been committed forward, they finally get back and De Jong wrestles the ball away. And look at the space here for Bellingham. De Jong on the overlap. McTominay through the middle, and a chance for Scott McTominay. Gill keeps it at 4. And without the goalkeeper, this could have been over. Samu Gamer has been all over PH Zin in this half. And still has possession here. And a chance to go forwards once more. Just building for that last attack here. You can see De Jong has been sent forward. Called back this time by Samu Gamer. Doué sent on that run and will be found in a few moments' time with this player lock. Here is Doué. Creeping his way up the pitch. Lovely little leave to Bellingham here. Bellingham, you saw the run from De Jong through the middle again. Sancho couldn't connect with that final pass, but it's been all Samu Gamer. Half time in this round of 24 knockout game. He leads 4-0. PH Zin with it all to do in this second 45 as we rejoin the action here in the round of 24 in the knockout stage. Staring down the barrel of this tournament being over and the FC Pro World Championship. And Samu Gamer with possession continues this element of control that he's had for the entirety of this game so far. has been triggered on those runs. One of those is Nico O'Reilly on the overlap. Instead, it's going to be recycled once again. Just waiting for that press, waiting for the gap to open. De Jong inside. There is the run from Bellingham. McTominay out wide this time to Doué. Turns back to the byline and wins himself a corner here, Samu Gamer. Taken short once again. Frenkie de Jong. Bellingham on the edge of that box. Gets the ball back a little bit, fortunately, but PH in with a couple of tackles. Will regain possession here. Here's Saka. Bellingham continues his run through the middle. And outside of Dembele, Araújo's now been sent on a creative run inside. McTominay. PHC needs to score soon, just to make Samu Gamer realize he's in a game here, but a big tackle once again in that fullback position. Gives control of the ball back to Samu Gamer. And I think he's going to be onside here. Beats the offside trap. Scott McTominay misses the target. A lifeline. Actually a save by the looks of things. PH Sin thanking his goalkeeper. Another pause being cued by PH Sin here. Freeman on the outside. Jadon Sancho. Frenkie de Jong. Finally, it looks like PH might have a chance to strike, but what a tackle that is from Samu Gamer. Yaps down with that sliding, desperate effort, just as it felt like PH was going to get a chance to get back into this game. It's the best chance that's really come his way so far. Sancho tries to drill that pass inside to de Jong. And will be PH now with the ball in his hand. He has runners either side of him. McTominay finds Saka on the overlap. Going to be Dembele. Needs to make something of this PH. Saka can't line up that finesse shot. And again, the tackle from Samu Gamer is superb. Ubil will win that foot race. Musiala turns away from Scott McTominay in midfield. A little player lock onto Araújo, trying to use her pace. Again, just well intercepted. And at the other end, Kike Nazareth to make it 5. Cannot beat the goalkeeper. Time running out here for PH. Under 30 minutes left in game. Plus whatever stoppage time is added. And he has to commit himself forward, but with that there are going to be gaps for Samu Gamer to try and take advantage of to close this out. It's in on the attack here. Kike Nazareth back inside here to Musiala. Again, what a tackle. But given away. Nico O'Reilly steps in. And now a chance with players flooding forward. Dembele steps away from one. Bellingham with a chance to strike. Cannot find the back of the net. No, drags it wide. Possession back here for PHZ. Bellingham. More runners from midfield, but once again, the tackling has been so clean and decisive from Samu Gamer. Now with the chance to run. Might be looking for that fifth. Instead, just going to manage the game, slow it down a little bit, wait for that opportunity. The heavy work and the heavy lifting has been done already in this game. With McTominay slipping away from one. And Doué finding De Jong. It looked like there might be an opportunity for one more killer pass. Another great tackle. And yet another tackle to add to the collection here for Samu Gamer. Really has been a fantastic all-round game. Defensively been very good, but there is the first real mistake that he's made. And the player lock into Dembele. Lays it off to Musiala. Looks for that shot. Hits the crossbar. Stam nods it back to the goalkeeper. I think PHZ knows that that might be symptomatic of the way that this game is going to end up. Into the pause screen we go once more, and it's going to be everything thrown forward for PHZ, but it is looking extremely unlikely that he's going to survive here. Samu Gamer looking so good. $15 minutes left in game for Samu Gamer to see this one out. Looking more and more likely as the seconds tick past, and with Jadon Sancho getting in behind and Pubel trying desperately to catch up. The Englishman, every second is hurting PHZ. Doué on the outside for Samu Gamer to try and top off a fantastic performance. Kika Nazareth, the hero. It's 5-0 to Samu Gamer. I think everyone who's watched the FC Pro World Championships so far this week will understand it when I say it's almost as impressive, the fact that he's limited PHZ to so few chances in this game. Let alone the fact that he's managed to put 5 past him. It has been the complete performance so far. Well, here is Musiala. And that's called a caster curse. He'll be the first one now that does go in for PHZ. Even so, the point still stands. This has been all Samu Gamer. Pace around the outside from Jude Bellingham. Pubel puts a stop to it. Musiala gives it away. Sancho, there's a run from De Jong if he can be found. Cannot be this time around. Musiala can't connect with the pass. It just isn't working for PHZ, and it hasn't worked in this game. O'Reilly on the overlap. De Jong's free inside of him if he wants to use him. But instead, he's just going to run that clock down a little bit more. Sancho, McTominay. Desiree Doué is given the opportunity on a plate to make it 6. And Samu Gamer up by 5, 6-1 the lead. When you're pressing that high all over the pitch, there's always going to be gaps. And the patience pays off. And whoever awaits Samu Gamer in the round of 16 is going to be watching this game and know that they're going to be in for a very, very tough matchup. Casillas forced into a save. Samu Gamer just queuing up a pause just to try and see this one out. Maybe make some final defensive changes just to make sure that this lead stays the way that it is. Here's Bellingham for Samu Gamer. Inside the 90th minute. Not going to be too worried about giving the ball away after doing so much of the hard work. There's De Jong again. Just fantastic defensive play and aggressive in defense. Samu Gamer this time around. PHC knows it's done. A shake of the hands with the coach. He knows the tournament is coming to an end. Samu Gamer is up celebrating already, saying congratulations and commiserations to PHC. But as the time elapses here in this round of 24 knockout game, the referee brings us to an end and Samu Gamer will move through to the round of 16. Let's take a look at some of these replays about how he got there. It was a great start, Bellingham out-muscling Maldini to get that first one on the board. Soon after that, there was a second. Fantastic passing move. Kike Nazarus with a fantastic finish as well. Another quick over-the-top through ball. Bellingham the man on the end of it once again to make it 4-0 in what felt like such quick time. It could have been more as well when you look at what happened at the end of that first half. It became 5 pretty soon after this as a couple of chances went away. Bellingham finally got into a position to try and pull one back for PHC. Finally, Musiala got a shot away, but again, beaten this time by the crossbar. Desire Doué, excuse me, got around the outside of the fullback to feed Kika, and that was one of the final moments of the game. Samu Gamer really did put in a fantastic all-round performance. There was a consolation for PHC, that goal from Musiala. But the cherry on top of the cake was his final moment here from Doué. A fantastic finish for him and a very simple finish for him in those final moments. So Samu Gamer looking very, very good, moving across to that round of 16 now as we take a look at the prizing and one step closer to what he is hoping is going to be $250,000. A lot of money on the line here, of course. If you lift that championship, you're going to have heavier pockets than when you came into this tournament. For everybody else, it's about fighting for the rest of those places. 150,000 for second. The format, of course, is where we find ourselves right now in the knockout stage. We've completed the league stage. We now have 24 players, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, who are fighting out in a single elimination bracket. The top 8 from the league stage went through to the round of 16. They got that bye, and the bottom 12 we have already said goodbye to. We saw some of those keys being crushed a little bit earlier on. So for Samu Gamer, congratulations, commiserations to PHC, and unfortunately that will be the end of his tournament, but we'll continue here on the B stream to make sure that you don't miss a thing very, very soon here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Chris. My gamer tag is Chris de Boer, my normal name as well. And I represent AFC Ajax. Well, I'm a 19-year-old who just loves football, to be honest. And I used to play it a lot when I was young. And then when the pandemic hit, I just started to play a lot of EAFC. And now I'm here in the Esports World Cup. A lot of people maybe wouldn't say I'm the most stereotypical gamer. But yeah, it's kind of who I am. I like to play and compete, but on the other hand, I also am just a guy who likes to go out, to do social things. And, yeah, just a fun guy to be around, I think. If I were to be an EAFC Ultimate card, it would probably be Frankie de Jong, I think. The way he plays, really good on the ball, just really has good vision of the whole pitch. Football IQ, I think that's kind of where I'm good at. The December Cup in 2024 was huge for me. It was a huge change in my perspective on me as an esports player. I was still a rookie in that second season of mine, and then that tournament came, and I beat Jafonso, who was the world champion the year before, in the lead up to winning the tournament in the quarterfinals, I believe. And that kind of gave me the feeling I was actually really good at this and I could compete at the highest level. And I think that was the starting point of where I felt like, okay, I'm gonna really take this serious and take my chances here. Well, how this early elimination last year impacted me was more so being happy I qualified, and afterwards I played the world champion Manu Bachor in the first game, and in the second game I played my Levi de Weert, also my teammate. Of course, I lost against Manu Bachor the first game. I was 4-2 up in minute 70. I played actually really well, but then the last 20 minutes I kind of choked.
Manu Bachor, that's a pen! That's a match!
Then an hour after I had to play Levi. It was hard to get mentally back up after that game, after that first loss. And Levi is also my teammate, and I rate him really highly, and he played amazing. I didn't play my level.
So it's Levi de Weert. Plays it inside again. Corner comes in, time clean. Levi, lovely. Extra pass that makes all the difference.
When I was eliminated, I felt disappointed, of course, but also felt especially looking further in the tournament, seeing them progress to the final and the semi-final was if I were to lose against my teammates and against the number 1 and number 3 of this tournament. They're the worst people to lose to, but it still hurts, of course. For tournaments like this, like EWC, it's the biggest tournament for us. I think now I can really have that experience and take that within me during the games. Well, you're never going to a tournament not to win the tournament, but if I'm realistic, I just want to show myself at my best level and see where I come out. But of course, I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm gonna play for second place. Of course, you wanna win the tournament, it's your dream. So let's say that's my goal.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited for this interview because we are speaking to the lowest ranked player coming into this competition, and he has just qualified for the round of 16 after that win versus Kareem. Talk to me about that match because you absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think I started really bad in the matchup. I was 2-0 down in the first 50 minutes, I think. But I feel like from that point, I played so much better, and in the end, it's deserved, I think.
Now let's talk more about that league phase as well. Your matchmaking was so tough. You had to go against Matthias Bonanno, Anders, Alihan as well. So talk to me how you feel about the entirety of the league phase.
Yeah, I think I had a really good day 1 where I got 6 out of 6. But on the second day, I knew it would be tough because Bonanno and Anders obviously are one of the best in the competition. And yeah, against Bonanno, I still played good, I think. I think I lost by 1. But against Anders, I was really unsatisfied. And yeah, but in the end, I managed to get 9 points, and yeah.
Now talk to me as well, being the lowest ranked player in the competition. People didn't know what to expect, and you were exceeding everyone's expectations. So does that put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder? You had a little bit to prove there, being the lowest ranked player?
To be honest, I don't really care about that because I had that same role at VBA as well because it was my first time qualifying for the grand final there. And obviously everyone thinks that I am not the favorite for any game, but people that plays against me know that I have the level, and yeah, I proved that now.
You absolutely proved that, and you're gonna have to prove that up against Nicholas next round. So how are you thinking about that matchup?
Yeah, for me, Nicolas is maybe top 3 in this game right now from what I've seen in practice, but yeah, I don't know. I just play my game. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. Let's see.
All right, well, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Milka Love, are we just loving his gameplay?
I'm a big fan of this man. He came in with the lowest rank, but he did not play that way. He made it through leagues, and now he's into the top 16. We got FG and Shells to break everything down. Guys, I'm here on Wikipedia. He's got total earnings $13,655. He's already guaranteed $12,500 after that win, Shells.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about him is actually his attitude about it. That interview right there, even just like doesn't seem too phased if he wins or loses. He believes in himself, which is the main thing about it. But I think he's got the right attitude because all the pressure is on his opponents. He is the lowest ranked seeded player, so he should use that to his advantage. And who knows, if he wins this whole thing, I'm sure his prize money will be doubled.
He's not the only one with big wins in this round. We hear all kinds of noise from some Falcons fans here in Paris. The FC fans are out and they are loud, FG.
Yeah, the Falcons fans are here. They made loads of noise for MS Dasari and he answered. What a performance by him.
11 goals.
Only the 11 goals, double figures. And up next for the Falcons fans is Anders Vergang. They've been making so much noise, making this arena a bit of a cauldron for him. Someone like Anders absolutely relishes that. You can hear them in the background making noise as well. When the games kick off, you won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Stage managers had to go over there and quiet them down just so we could do an interview. I think we just let them rip.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you made it out here to watch some FC, you deserve to be loud, and we want to hear you all night long. Let's take a look here at some of our standings, where we're at after league play, and what we have in front of us now that we are into the knockout bracket. Remember, the top 8 performers got that bye straight into the round of 16. Everyone else having to play through after we whittled down our first 12 competitors.
Yeah, so now, of course, the people in the round 24, I would like to say, if you made it to the round of 16, you do have a little bit of an advantage. You're a bit warm. You've just come off a game. So the guys that have been waiting in the round of 16, yes, you got to skip around, but you've been sitting cold for half an hour, 45 minutes, which can come into play, but there's a reason why they made it into the top 8, because these guys have been sensational in the tournament so far.
FG, we see PH Zin now out. Neat is now out. Yeah. We're going to see MS Dossary and Abu Maka making their way through. Saudi Arabia well represented in this tournament.
Yeah, no surprise really. They put so much into esports. They've done fantastically. Abu Maka again. I mean, we're talking so much about MS Dasari and the Falcons, but Abu Maka is the current Saudi League champion. It'll be interesting to see whether them two go up against each other at one point within the bracket. We've got our round of 16 from the left-hand side. Some incredible games to come. If you look over to the other side, the right-hand side, I assure you, it's not 0-0 in any of them games. They're just games we're about to see. That round of 24, there's only one fixture we're focusing on at the bottom.
There's 3 horses, but the biggest one has the biggest fight against the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, Emre Yilmaz, I think all eyes on this game for both of them. I think for both players, there's a lot at stake here, but Emre Yilmaz knows he's got a job to do, even to defend his Team Liquid boys, because they don't want the Anders coming through against them.
Big shout out to everyone who made it out to Paris, and of course everyone who's been tuning in online. We have a mystery nation. They are not represented in this round, but we have more clues coming for you. Hair plugs, some special players, and of course the Crescent Stars. It starts with a letter T and it's from Europe. In the meantime, we gotta go to the stage for another round of action. This is your top 24 playing in to the round of 16.
Well, here you go. It's all kicking off, I'll be honest. So we're just filming a short bit for the official EWC channels, Chris. So here we go. We are underway, and what a game it's going to be. Richard Buckley joined alongside Ryan Pessoa. I was a little bit taken aback, but I'm not going to be taken aback by this upcoming set of fixtures, Ryan, because we are in for some absolute crackers.
Yeah, I think we'll save. Well, I was going to say save the best till last, but he's on camera. Anders Vergang up against Emre Yilmaz. It feels like these two are always up against each other in important moments of tournaments in the more recent seasons. Paolo Neto, he's got a big game up against Luke. RBP legend we saw on the camera as well. He's playing against Umut. And D. Fernandez up against Levi De Veer. That is a huge matchup as well.
I've seen a lot of people asking in the Twitch chat at home and wanting to find out a few more clues on the Mystery Nation. Well, I can reveal one to you now. Arda Güler and Hakan Çalhanoğlu represent this country. If that doesn't give it away, I don't know what will. Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. We only saw him in action 2 days ago. It was maybe the longest game we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of drama.
Here at the FC Pro World Championships. Well, that's not the only game that we're going to be covering, because another cracking match taking place on the stage. Umut against RVP Legend. Just so many titles, so much prize money, so many accolades on the main stage. I mean, Umut, I'll be completely honest, those last couple of results, especially the smoke game,
Yeah, that was a weird one.
just a strange end to the day for him, wasn't it?
Bit of a mixed bag, because he started off so well. He was unbeaten coming into today. So he had a lot of expectation on his shoulders. And his Vergang, if you missed their recent matchup a few days ago, there was drama towards the end of it, and he didn't end up shaking Emre Yilmaz's hand again, which has been a common theme for Anders.
You're probably wondering, how is this even a first round knockout game? Well,
Welcome once again, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championship. Welcome to the B-Stream, and welcome to where you do not miss a single kick of the action. And the FC Pro World Championships into the round of 24 knockout stage. We continue now with RVP Legend versus Umut. And coming into this game to give an indication of how things have been going for the two players. RVP Legend through the play-ins, finished 11th in the group stages. And today has been a little bit up and down. One win, one loss. A loss to Barwan, and then followed by a win against Jafonzo, former world champion. We'll bring him into this game with some higher expectations and feelings that he may have had after that first game. On the other side of things, you've got Umut, former world champion himself. And today has not gone well for him. 2 games, 2 losses. He finished 22nd in the group stages, just sneaking into that top 24. So today hasn't been great for him so far, but how that could change, and all that matters is now this game in front of us. First goal! And it's going to go the way of RVP Legend. Fantastic vision to spot that run from De Bruyne. And a wonderful finish as well. So RVP Legend strikes first. Spent a lot of time in Paris, RVP Legend, in recent weeks. Like I mentioned, coming through those play-ins to get an opportunity to be part of the FC Pro World Championship finals. But having got there, now he's got to the knockouts. And now he's looking to progress to that round of 16. What an opportunity it is for him. But here comes Umut. A chance. Casillas does well. Casillas getting down, getting enough on that and on the rebound, most importantly, to keep that one out. Here comes RVP Legend. Messi's in behind. Stam's trying to come across and just about manages to do so. De Bruyne again was bursting from midfield. There's that creative run inside from Parajuelo, but it's going to be Kika Nazareth who turns inside instead. Can't get the angle for that pass, though, even with the ball roll. Saka out wide here, an option is going to be used. The spin inside. As Bellingham looks to create. Well, dinked over the ball over the top. Stam once again in position this time to win the header. Umut defends well. He could start an attack of his own. Kika Nazareth out wide to Parajuelo. Back inside to Rodri. Xhaka now, chance, a couple of players free in the middle. One of them out wide is going to be Parajuelo, but great tackle from Araujo. Just as things were getting dangerous for RVP Legend, makes an important and vital tackle. And then sends Messi on his way with a little player lock. De Bruyne. Bellingham just waiting for the options to arrive. Gets it back. And fires that ball through. Has he beaten the offside trap? No, he hasn't. Umut perfectly timed, triggering that offside trap to win the ball back. Dembele then for Uma. Just the one goal still between the two players. Parajuelo attacking the outside. Arroyo steps in, just showed a little bit too much of it to RVP legend. And look at Bellingham, triggered from midfield, running alongside Lionel Messi. It'll be Dembele who sends it out wide to Parajuelo. RVP legend looking dangerous again. Little ball roll scoop. And a player lock into De Bruyne. Tried to fire that pass in to one of the waiting strikers inside of the 18-yard box. Really good player switch this time around from RVP legend to win that back. Parajuelo, Dembele, runners, one of them Saka. Saka with the finesse, quite have the angle to get it outside and back in. Gill makes a good save. Messi and De Bruyne are just exchanging some passes here. RVP legend again. Measured in his build-up. Messi will be triggered on that run. De Bruyne into Saka. Dembele. Pacho in the way for Uma. He's been holding on a little bit in this first half. Only one goal, though, the difference between the two for all of the good play that's come from RVP legend. And now on the overlap, Bukayo Saka has a chance to find an equaliser. O'Reilly back in just the nick of time. It felt like the net was about to bulge from a strike from Bukayo Saka. Now at the other end, Saka just got that one wrong. And Umut comes away again. Dembele. Parajuelo is an option. So Umut just takes a little bit more time. Fires it in to Kika Nazareth, turns away. Not once, but twice, but just going to be offside there. Referee will call that one back. And RVP legend survives. Saka taking up a more central position this time around. De Bruyne looking to thread through. Parajuelo. Difficult angle for the shot. Smart save from the goalkeeper. Xhaka now on the ball. Support coming on the outside here from Saka at the other end. Saka with a little McGeady spin inside. Trying to create an angle for this pass. Second man press and a combination of good player switching is going to be good enough for RVP legend to come away with the ball now. And Messi's going to be tiptoeing his way forward. Dembele finds that run of Messi. Yapstam steps in. Once again, waiting for that run outside of Parajuelo. Instead, it's going to be through the middle to Kika Nazareth. Dembele back to Nazareth. Chance to strike. Uma's tied it up. Finds the opportunity to strike into that bottom corner with a low driven and takes it. With 10 minutes to go to half-time here. We have an equaliser. We're tied up at 1-1. That's the level of finishing we're going to see at this stage of a tournament. We're into the knockouts now. Already 12 players had their keys crushed, as well as their hopes. And you have to make the most of every chance that comes your way. Umut with his first real chance of the game. Make sure that he makes no mistake with it. Dembele launches an over-the-top through ball to Parajuelo. Rodri fighting with Bellingham, and Bellingham will actually get the better of him here. Dembele now at the other end. Saka. As RVP legend now steps forward himself. Dembele into Messi on the finesse. And RVP legend restores his lead. 2-1 now the scoreline. Lionel Messi with a finesse shot. Finding that top corner. And once again, chances coming at a premium, but when they've been there, they've been taken. Bellingham with the interception at the end of this half as well, which is going to take the pressure off of RVP Legend here. Now can build for that final attack of the half. Look at the space here for Saka. And there's runners in the middle as well. One of those is going to be Dembele. Can he find the pass to Bruyne? Big save from Gil. Huge save from the goalkeeper. As the referee will bring the first half's action to a close. RVP Legends from the play-ins to leading at half-time in the round of 24. Into the second half then. RVP Legend looking to go one more round in the FC Pro World Championships. And Umut, the former world champion himself, has got to find a way to come back in this game, but he's shown that it only needs one chance to convert and tie this game up. Xhaka, player lock into Dembele. Great tackle from RVP Legend, and now immediately on the counter-attack. Finds the feet of Ousmane Dembele. Messi now. Fantastic passing and a wonderful strike, but it's Gil with an even better save. It felt like that move almost deserved a goal. O'Reilly now out wide to Pacho. Saka. Zuma now comes away down this left-hand side, still looking for this equaliser. Dembele inside of the box, the finesse was there, but the block was as important. And now down the other end, Parajuelo somehow squeezes that ball through. There's too much on that one from Umut. RVP Legend looking for that third. Feel much more comfortable in that position, knowing that Umut will have the chance to push forward. Speaking of which, Bellingham will find the third. RVP Legend. 3-1 up against Umut here. Jude Bellingham with the goal. And that goal will make him feel so much more confident about his position. For Umut, still plenty of time left in this game. And mistakes like that are going to really hurt his chances of getting back in, giving the ball away without even troubling the edge of the 18-yard box. Saka. Gets away from the fullback here. Finds the ball inside. Off the player, locks to Dembele. Bellingham. A little bit wayward, but Parajuelo will rescue it. Umut needs to be aggressive. We enter what will be the final 30 minutes plus stoppage time of this game. Dembele waiting for support. That support is going to come in the form of Rodri. Umut pushing here. Parajuelo. Ooh, you could see Kike Nazareth wanted to put that on her left foot and curl it towards that top corner. A perfectly timed tackle. Does not allow her to do so. Rodri and Arroyo will individually win their battles to get possession back here for Umut. Given away a couple of times by both players here, and it will be Umut who will have possession from this throw-in. Xhaka fires it into the feet. Keegan Nazareth, here's Dembele. Umut looking for that finesse shot again. An offside decision going the way of RVP legend. Space here for Messi. And a lot of space here for Parajuelo. Played it in behind Araujo. Here's De Bruyne. Messi on the edge of the box. Play a lock out wide to Saka. Or a score from him. Messi continues his run. Uses the run of Dembele. Great save from Gil. A run of Dembele just gave RVP legend the angle to get that shot away as the defender was pulled across. Time starting to become a little bit of a factor now for Umut. And you can see the RVP legend deliberately slowing the game down. It's the ball back though, Umut here. Starts to drive forward. Needs to make the most of these opportunities, but again, his pass just not connecting. De Bruyne into Messi on the edge of the box. Tries to feed that back through to the run of Parajuelo. Not going to be able to get past the defender this time around. And now look at the overlap that's happening in the overload in the middle as well. But De Bruyne gets in the way of that pass from Rodri. Now at the other end, having committed men forward, O'Reilly had to make that interception. Saka, great tackle again from Pacho. RVP legend been really good in defence. And that ball over the top gives Parajuelo something to chase, but Gil will grab it and Umut will have possession once more. A chance to build an attack as we enter around the last 25 minutes or so in game of this round of 24 knockout stage game. Rodri into Dembele. Umut with a chance here. Xhaka on the overlap, feeds it back in, but just can't again find that killer pass. Maybe this time for Umut. Pacho again though, strong in the centre of defence. RVP legend who has kept the game pretty quiet considering the fact that Umut has had to be aggressive. Kept this 3-1 lead. Pretty convincing in doing so. Now with runners through the middle. One of them being Lionel Messi off the back of this player lock. Might think about going for that top corner and sealing the deal. It's 4-1 to RVP legend and Umut looks defeated. So whatever changes had to be made for Umut have been made now. He has to fly forward and he has to win these kinds of headers and he has to score soon, but Maldini with a big tackle for RVP legend. With every tackle and every second that now goes past, he gets closer and closer to that round of 16. And with Saka in behind, there's a good chance to make it 5. Oh, what a finish from Messi. first time, bottom corner, 5-1 RVP Legend. Well, what a performance this has been for the man who came through the play-ins. Romanian has been superb so far in this game and in this tournament. Great save for the goalkeeper. Umut cannot find a way to goal. Again, RVP in defense. Timing those tackles so well. Messi through the middle. Chance for 6, taken. RVP Legend is into the round of 16. Umut has been pushed aside in this game. And now you have to start wondering how far RVP Legend can go. Umut pulls one back. With 4 goals the difference, you can see the smile on the face of RVP Legend just momentarily. As he gets closer and closer to achieving his dream here in Paris at the Esports World Cup at the FC Pro World Championships. Umut moments away from having his key crushed. As RVP Legend just sits back and accepts the free kick in the extra seconds that take him closer and closer to a huge win here. Smile from RVP Legend, because he knows even if this goes in, the time is not there for Umut. Not often you'll see a player smiling when they concede, but he knows what he's achieved here. Umut will be eliminated. RVP Legend will carry on to the round of 16 here in the knockout stage. What a performance from the Romanian. And this is how it all started. Fantastic pass from Messi into the on-running De Bruyne, for lifting it into the back of the net. And then there was an equaliser. One of the first real opportunities that Umut had in that game to find his way towards goal. But then RVP Legend, who lent on Lionel Messi to deliver the goods a lot in that game, was not let down with that finesse shot. And the third goal really did solidify the position that RVP Legend had worked so hard for. This was it. Wonderful passing move again. A little low driven from Jude Bellingham in the near post. And then Lionel Messi. Off the back of that beautiful player lock. Ball roll, scoop, finesse, top corner. And that was pretty much it as far as securing RVP Legend's place in the round of 16 here. There was more goals in this game. Lionel Messi with a beautiful first time low driven. And then turning provider here for Ousmane Dembele to make it 6. Umut did have a consolation at the end. You can see RVP Legend smiling at the end of this. Very rare to see that when a player is going to be conceding, but when you're already 6-1 up, you're going to be feeling pretty good about the situation. So RVP Legend through to the round of 16, looking very good, and his work is done for today. He'll be back tomorrow to continue his run. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick break. Then knockouts will continue very soon, so don't go too far. The FC Pro World Championships will continue.
Paulo Neto showing incredible resilience in this tournament, Ryan.
I was going to say that as well, because coming into this tournament, again, if you had asked me to pick my top 8 of players who I think will get there, he would have been one of them. But he was on the brink of elimination. That's just based on what we've seen this season.
So good in Brazil.
1v1 performances even in the E-Premier League, I thought it was sensational. It was a joke going
Maybe
forward.
the best individual player until the final.
For me.
Until Man City really showed out.
Yeah. So the fact that he was a game away from elimination where he had to beat Oberon, who was already eliminated. Normally that would have been like a juggernaut matchup. But he showed his class and he deserves to be in that top 16.
Absolutely. One Team Liquid player falls in. Emre Yilmaz. 1 goes through with Paolo Neto to join Manu Bachore. Well, let's see that full-time result from number 1 and number 2 in the world, Anders Vergang and Emre Yilmaz. 9-2 Anders.
I'm upset for Emre. I'll be honest.
Revenge is a dish best served in Paris at the FC Pro World Championships at 7:17 p.m. He was a bit annoyed about this bracket, was Anders.
Understandably so.
He started it with a 10 out of 10 performance.
And he's also lived up to his words as well. He spoke about how he will step up in the knockouts. He gave the interview, it was very feisty, saying, yeah, you can be happy winning now. I've won all of these tournaments. I step up in the knockout stages. And he's shown it. What a victory. 9-2 against Team Liquid's Emre Yilmaz.
And there is a handshake on this occasion.
I respect Emre for that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have shook his hand.
Vergang on a mission. We've got one game left to wrap up. 6-6. Extra time looming. Ryan Pessoa for the very first time here at the FC Pro World Championships.
I feel like we're going to get a winner.
You think?
We're going to get a winner before extra time.
Right now, it's looking D. Fernandez way. That's what's coming up. Matis Bonanno, table topper, taking on Samu Gaiman. Not a nice match if you do finish top of the table. Hezers will play Abu Maka. Nicholas gets his knockout phase underway against Milka Love, and MS Dosseri against Levi Finn. Ball scoop. D. Fernandez. 7-6. You wanted a winner. You thought we were going to get a winner. That could be a winner.
And I thought he messed up the chance. He had an opportunity to take the shot early. D. Fernandez now is just speaking to Armando. These are big moments. This is where composure and your coach's input could make that difference. We saw one Team Liquid member fall already. Could we be seeing another, Rich?
This will be a big one alongside Emre Yilmaz. 2 of the top 5. Doesn't feel right, does it? But that's the way the World Championship cookie crumbles.
Can't count Levy out, though. I know he's not been to Levy standards, but you can't count him out.
Absolutely not.
That's not. Maybe you can if he's done that.
D. Fernandez with a chance.
It's very
Levy,
smart.
6th in the world. Emre Yilmaz right now, 3rd in the world. It's
1 minute. Wow.
Just heartbreaking for Team Liquid to lose 2 of their big hitters. The world champ's still in, but D. Fernandez goes through. And look at what it means to him. Cardiff into the top 16. So much frustration there. Finished 3rd last year at the World Championships, 4th the year before. It's a top 24 exit for Levi David. Tempers flying high at the World Championship. Seasons are ending. Who will continue? Find out after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
How did you do that? I have no idea.
If my train goes off the track, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. The choice is here. Watch me spin like this. Watch it up when the lights out. Because it's hot on the air, not a track. Gotta go, see you later. I can't beat that because I'm back.
Welcome to the grounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. I am joined by Anders Verjgang, who just got his revenge over Emre Yilmaz in a 9-2 victory. We have to talk about it. You had a match earlier in the leagues phase. You got the match. You got the job done here. How great does it feel?
I mean, to be honest, it's like no surprise. I kind of knew it, as I said, the whole time I'm betting group stage, and it meant a lot for them to beat me in group stage, but everyone always knows how it's going to go in KO, and now I'm going to play Bachoa, and if I'm going to play on this level, then he's the next one going home.
We have to talk about the difference in how you play between group stage, league figs, and a knockout stage. What is it? What is the difference? Because the Anders that we just saw there was not who we've seen the last 3 days.
I don't really know. Of course, it would be better if I could play like this every time, but I'm a human. It's not possible, and I know how to play in these like important tournaments in long formats, like at 5 days. I don't have to play good the first 3 days. I'll still go through easy. That's the difference with them. Like when they play bad, he's like number 23, almost going out. Now he go out anyway, but it's fine. I was there to play against him, and I think I I don't know if I played better than I expected, but he was definitely worse than I expected, even though they keep surprising me how bad they are when it matters. But yeah, it has been the same story the whole year. I'm bad when it does matter, I'm good when it matters, and that's the way to get trophies, and everybody knows that. And I think my trophy cabinet is aware of that. Like, I know how to win trophies, and as I said, if I'm gonna play like this, then I'm also gonna lift the trophy tomorrow evening.
All right, well, looking forward as well, you have Manu Bashore. I mean, let's talk about the bracket in general. Nasada could be lurking right after that Manu Bashore match. It's a difficult bracket, isn't it?
Of course it is. Like, Bachoa now, like, everybody's saying maybe he's the GOAT. Like, he won this tournament twice. Like, I think both times was with a bad bracket, so now he has the hardest bracket possible. So obviously, I think I'm going to send him out. If not, then respect to him, but it's still going to be tough after this. Like, I heard Levi Devier lost, so another liquid player, no shock, but still. And then I heard that Umut lost. Like, I think he lost 3 games today. I think, just like a friendly reminder to my former team, I hope at least now it's time for them to find a better coach for Umut, because he definitely deserves that. And this year he didn't win any trophy. The whole team didn't win any trophy, even though they are capable of doing that. So I just hope that they will give, like, I hope that Umut can get a better coach, then he's gonna get better for sure. And yeah, the same way they could, like, they keep choking when it matters, I keep performing when it matters. And if it can continue like this, then I'm gonna end the GOAT debate, not even like close, then it's gonna end like this.
All right, Anders, well, I'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much, and congrats on that win. Over there to Des Puckett, how sweet is that Emre Yilmaz key crush gonna be for Anders?
Look at that smile. It is from ear to ear. Congratulations on another win for the Falcons. The 2 players combined for 20 goals. They lead everybody in this opening round, but more importantly, that man made some statements, FG.
I've told you about Anders in knockouts. This man, he goes to another level, and he said it himself. When it doesn't matter, by the way, the league stage definitely does matter, he's not as good. When it matters, he's good. Well, he's done a lot of talking, and up next for him is a man who's done this, gone all the way in this tournament twice, Manu Bashore. If he needed any motivation beforehand at the fact that one of his good friends and teammates has been knocked out by Anders, well, all he needs to do is listen to that interview, because that is some extra motivation for Manu, and there are going to be fireworks.
Shells, is this all starting from an unfollow? Where did the drama begin?
I think it just came from Anders leaving RBL Leipzig. I'm not too sure on the full drama. I did think maybe the coach, Daniel, I don't want to bring up the drama, but did unfollow Anders' mom after some sort of incident, but I'm not too sure on that. But I think Anders just wants to psych himself up, because you see how he wins. He wins when it matters most, and he got to do that to himself.
Speaking of getting hyped up, Samu started off red hot in this tournament, 9 points out of the gates. He slowed down, but here in the knockout stage, he comes true.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic performance by Samu Gamer. He's going to be crushing a key, and from his perspective, he'll be hoping it's not the last key he crushes. We've seen some really high-level FC. When we take away the game that we just saw between Anders and Emre, also we saw some other shocks in the round. I mean, the big one was, Anders touched on it a little bit, Umut was knocked out by RVP legend. What a tournament he is having.
Yeah, I think for RVP as well, he kind of went under the radar in the last few days, and I think for Umut, maybe he was going into that game maybe thinking he could have make a run for the tournament, but RVP, he has been a top player in the last few years. But I was also looking at that D Fernandez against Levy. What a game that was. You can see the frustration with Levy DeWitt at the end. Sad to see him go home, but D Fernandez showing why he's in the tournament still.
That was PH Zinski crushed at the hands of Samu Gamer. Samu moves on. What's his reward? Well, the guy who hasn't dropped a game yet. 18 points, the only 6-0 performance. Bonanno is waiting for him in round 2. When it comes to MS Asari, well, he dropped the most goals in the opening round. 11-2 was the final score as he sends Chris DeBoer packing.
Yeah, he's still got it. He's still got the aura, hasn't he? You see it with the smile. It's great to see the King of the Jungle back on the big stage where he belongs. Maybe, just maybe, he might be closing in on something very special, but there is a long way to go here. We have to go back and we have to touch on that. D Fernandez, of course, beating Levy, but also Paulo Neto as well, back in the wins in the next round. He'll be delighted.
Yeah, you can see the Team Liquid's gone from 4 players to 2. They still got Paulo Neto and Manu Bachor still in the competition, but things can change very quickly. And reiterating with Dasari, I think it's a bit of a cheat code for him. He just looks so cool, calm, and collected. Of course, he's always been composed.
2018 world champ?
World champ. He's been competing.
How many years ago was that? 8 years ago?
So he's been around for a long time, and of course, he's built his name for a reason, got his own team now. I think he's sits in such a comfortable position because he knows if he ain't gonna win it, he's got Anders right behind him following up, and maybe he could do it.
Here is the 21-year-old German crushing a key of his own. That's Milkolov getting his win. The surprise player coming in with the lowest ranking of anyone takes out Karim's back.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance by him. And he spoke to me a little bit off camera, and he was speaking about the pressure. He puts himself under pressure, but he's also relishing it. And he looks like a player who is relishing it. He's got the Iceman up next. And this man as well, we haven't really spoken about him as much in terms of Saudi players. He's the one who actually won the Saudi
Top
League.
dog.
Abu Maka, he's a fantastic player. He's had a brilliant run in the competitive scene. And maybe, just maybe, it could be his year.
Yeah, of course, Dosari has been the king of Saudi Arabia, I would say, for the last few years in FC. But Abu Maka, for the last 2 or 3, it has been his game. But we could potentially see them face off later on in the competition. We'll be excited to see, but he still has one more round before that. But yeah, there's so much talent in display.
Representing Al Qadsiya, Abu Maka able to get a 5-2 victory. Now will be playing against Hezers. I know one of your favorite players left in this tournament. It will not be an easy round as 2 of them are top scorers.
Yeah, absolutely. Both love the goals. I mean, the great thing about this game and this game title is we are guaranteed entertainment. We're going to get that in that game with Hezers. There's just so much quality on show here in Paris for the EWC, and it's exactly how I think if anyone had mapped out the World Championships being, it'd be like this position. We're still missing some huge names from this. Remember, we've lost a few huge names already, Shells, but the quality here, the standard that we're seeing is right at the top.
I mean, even with that Emre and Anders game, there was a moment where Emre, I think, took a long shot. It wasn't going to go in.
Right.
And the crowd done the little, I'm not going to lie, if that was me, I would have been fuming. So I think with Anders with the crowd behind him, it's going to be so hard for anyone to knock him down. But
He's
Emre,
right behind you as you're speaking about him, actually.
There's a liquid snare drum out there somewhere. It hasn't been beaten very loud, but I expect it to get louder as the day goes on. For now, enough yapping at the desk. Let's get into the next round of action.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's get right into it. The round of 16 awaits, and we are straight underway. Matthias Bonanno taking on Samu Gamer. Joined alongside Gravison here. Grav, first question I got to ask you, how nice would it have been to see Emre Yilmaz, Levi David, if you're in that top 8, all get eliminated in the first set of matches? Makes your journey maybe a little bit easier to see some of the big seeded players go out.
To be fair, the league stage, it's a huge part of getting an easier bracket. Sometimes we don't talk about that enough. We think, because I completely disagree with what Andrew was saying, that the 3 days before this one, they don't count. They do count.
Absolutely.
It is a great way of knowing if your team is working, if your tactics are working.
Could you argue that Anders has to play more 50-50 games in the grand scheme of things now than he would if he finished top? Because he'd be going into those games as a 70-30, 80-20 favourite.
I don't think it matters for him because when
he don't care.
Round of 16 action continues as we move through the knockout stages here at the FC Pro World Championships at EWC 26. This time we got the Iceman against Milka Love. 2 players who fought their way to this position. Nicholas, by finishing into the top 8, had a bye on the round of 24. Top 8 in that league stage. Whereas his opponent just had to overcome Karim 6-4 in the round of 24. So he would have already had 1 pressure game under his belt. And he's on the attack now. Paruello is way in behind. Rojo trying desperately to get there and just about manages to do so for Nicholas. And talk about retirement. If he wins this tournament, Nicholas, it would be the perfect way to crown off what has been one of the most consistent and successful careers that we have ever seen in FC. So many years, so many trophies, so many moments provided by Nicholas. And that drive is still there all these years on to go 1 step further into that quarter-final spot. There's Granit Xhaka for Nicholas. Inside the box, drives to the byline. Bides his time, gets that shot away, and Nicholas, when no one's going to close him down, decides to take that shot and finds the top corner. Granit Xhaka opens the scoring for him. Frustration for Milka Love. He was just trying to mark that player in the middle. Didn't want the cutback to be easy, and Nicholas just took the opportunity to strike it. And strike it he did, straight into that top corner. Here's Musiala though. Milka Love looking to find an equaliser. Little McGeady cancel into a ball roll. Dembele gets the right side of his man. And there's Desiree Doué fighting to win that ball back. Nicholas now with possession. There is a through ball on if he wants it. Calls the player short instead. Continues to drive with Granit Xhaka. And there's the ball inside. Jude Bellingham round the goalkeeper. Vinny Jr. It's 2-0 to Nicholas. And the player, Vinny Jr., who's making all the headlines today in the real world, is making them on the virtual pitch as well. 2-0 to the Iceman. And already a pause, a tactical pause being queued up here by Milka Love. Defensively solid again, Nicholas here. What a start that is for the Argentinian. We'll play a lock inside. Just McTominay, just a little bit of space here. Musiala preferred in that wide position for Nicholas. Bellingham now turns away from defensive pressure momentarily. Ball out wide again to Musiala. That run through the middle from Xhaka just opens a space for Musiala, who's already scored once from here. Just drags it wide though. And that was a chance for the third. So will these changes make a difference here for Milka Love? He's struggled to find rhythm so far in this game. With tackles like that, confidence in defense like that from Nicholas. It's going to take a little bit more than tactical changes, you feel, to upset the rhythm that Nicholas has found early in this game. Xhaka once again going wide to Musiala. Gets away from Araujo. Drives it into the box again for Nicholas. Musiala keeps going. Here's Bellingham. There's the strike. It's 3-0 to Nicholas. And he is looking so good in this first 45 minutes of action. There's one back though for Milka Love. That is a lifeline for him. Quickly responds to Nicholas. It was so important to do so. If this stays at 3-0 or even 4-0, you get the feeling that Nicholas would not throw away that kind of a lead. But Milka Love scoring next at least puts a little bit of pressure back on. to Nico here, but here's Mazraoui around the outside. Space for him to attack. Keeps wandering inside of the box. Waiting for a little bit of support. Finds it from Doué. Once again, just waiting for his options here. And finds a way towards goal. Doué, across goal. Oh, almost an own goal. Look at the runners here that Milka Love has, though. On the outside is going to be one of them. Parajuelo, it's 3-2. From 3-0 up, it's now a one-goal game. Really quick, decisive and swift counter-attack from Milka Love, and a fantastic finish as well. And here's Xhaka again inside of the box for Nicholas. Chance to strike, hits the post. As the post is still shaking, he's got a chance to put it away and manages to do so. Vinny Jr. again on the score sheet as Nicholas restores his 2-goal advantage. And the momentum swings back in the way of Nico now. There's 2 goals without response from Milka Love. Just starting to see the confidence growing in comparison to what we saw in that first 25 minutes or so. And now with Nicholas getting that goal, re-establishing that cushion, it's going to have to be something special. Oh, it's brilliant from Milka Love. Wonderful technical play. And that's a reminder of what you're going up against in the round of 16. That kind of brilliance individually. Being able to work the ball and manipulate the space so well with those skill moves and the cancel. Not really much Nicholas could do about that one apart from applaud. 4-3. But here's Doué. There's a pull back to Xhaka. Stam put his life on the line to block that one. Mazraoui on the outside again. And a very entertaining first half, this one, in this round of 16. Then Dembele back to Parajuelo on this near side. Attacks the byline, looks to go back inside. Nicholas read it well with Mazraoui. This finishes Junior. Dances his way through. And here's Doué. A chance. Good block from the defender. And that player lock into space now at the other end. Releases Musiala. Already performed a little bit of magic in this game. Here's Dembele. It's 4-4. Milka Love is back into this game. From 3-0 down, it's now 4-4. With half-time just a few moments away. And even this early in the game before half-time, you have to give credit to Milka Love for the way that he stayed composed in this situation. Many players 3-0 down against Nicholas would have crumbled already. But he's drug himself back to 4-4. And now maybe on the counter-attack has a chance to take the lead just before half-time. There's that run from Parajuelo. Going to be used, going to be found. Nicholas scrambling a little bit in defence here. And there's the chance for Xhaka, 5-4! The turnaround is complete before half-time. Brilliant comeback from Milka Love as the referee ends the first half here. And if the second half is going to be anything like this one, you don't want to go very far. Second half of the round of 16 kicks off, and Milka Love, who was 3-0 down in this game, is now 5-4 in the lead against Nicholas. And might be about to create another chance. Here's Dembele. Salah now inside the 18-yard box. And Milka Love tries that McGeady cancel again, keeps a hold of the ball. Been very, very effective, that skill move for him. Tries it again to get around to Royho. Bellingham with the interception, keeps the pressure on. McTominay steps in. And Nicholas can build himself from the back. Play a lock into Vinicius Jr. Here's Doué. There's the goal! But it's going to be offside. Referee will chalk that one off. That's a heart in the mouth moment for both players there. Mazraoui trying to have the legs to just about beat the on-rushing fullback and does so. Musiala, bit of space for Nicholas to drive into here on the overlap. Bellingham ties it up, makes no mistake. 5-5. There's not a lot of situations in the history of this game that Nicholas hasn't found himself in at some point. Never count him out. As now it's 5-5. Space for Musiala once again. Musiala just twisting and turning with a little bit of technical dribbling. There's a McGeady cancel from Nicholas. And Milka Love a little bit of his own medicine. Oh, mistake! Musiala! It's a mess, but Nicholas takes advantage. Back into the lead goes the Iceman. It's 6-5. And this time from the restart, Milka Love will win that header. He can't put the pieces together in the passing move. As Nicholas now with Bellingham will reset himself. Really entertaining game of FC, this one. Ooh, Nico O'Reilly almost turned back into trouble after doing the hard work there for Nicholas. Doué just called short after initially going on the outside. Vinicius Jr. gets the ball back, a little bit fortunate here. Nicholas! 7-5. Vinny Jr. fires across goal. After Desiree Doué won that ball back. And now Nicholas puts the pressure back onto Milka Love. Still 30 minutes in-game left for these two players to find goals and create opportunities. Milka Love just maybe trying to force that a little bit. That's the pressure of the situation playing its part in this game. Oh, here's Musiala again. The man who's done so much for Nicholas in this game. Almost managed to wriggle his way through again. Bellingham now. Runners either side. One of them is going to be not found. A fantastic player switch to cut that pass out from Nicholas. Now Nicholas will stride forward. So pause has been cued here by Milkolov to make those changes to try and get himself back into this game. Musiala around the outside of Stam. Great strength, Vinny Jr. Block from Saliba keeps Milkolov in this game as we will go into the tactical pause. Milkolov needs to make these 2 goals up to keep this one interesting, to send us the distance here in this round of 16 game in the knockout stage. Otherwise, he's going to be going home and Nicholas will be advancing into those quarterfinals. Nicholas going to lean on all of his experience in these situations. Make sure that he doesn't give possession up easily. Make sure that he makes his opponent work to get that ball back. That's a little bit uncharacteristic. Gives that one away. The player looks at Dembele, it's good. The chance for Wharton is massive! And the chance is taken. It's 1 goal now with 20 minutes left for Milkolov to tie us up, and he's won the ball back immediately from the restart. The German will have to build from the back. What a ball that is. Kika Nazareth on the pitch. Scott McTominay, though, stronger. It's a little bit fortunate to get that ball ricocheting back to him. Nicholas keeps possession. Musiala again. Vinny Jr. cannot force that ball into the on-rushing attacker. Great tackle, though, from Musiala this time around. Nicholas heads towards the corner to buy himself a few extra seconds here. Musiala keeps hold of that ball. The press comes in from Milkolov, but Nicholas now attacking that byline, gets inside the 18-yard box. Frantic player switching inside of the box, but Vinicius Jr. finds space, and Nicholas pops off. That is a rare reaction from Nicholas, and that shows how much this means. 15 minutes or so in-game left for Milka Love, the German, to find 2 goals. For Nicholas, though, very noticeable the reaction to that goal. If you're new to FC, he's called the Iceman for a reason. Does not feel the pressure, does not usually react in the big moments. So he's very calm and composed, but that goal hitting the back of the net, you saw the reaction. You could tell that meant a lot in the context of this game and maybe his career. With possession again, and Musiala once again inside the box. And a bit of fortune when it fall into Vinny Jr. It was almost 9. Corner for Nicholas. 10 minutes left in game. Is there going to be a twist at the end of this round of 16 knockout stage game? Frustration starting to settle onto the face of Milka Love as well. The step A of the comeback is to win the ball back, but then not give it away, which is exactly what he's done. Needs time to create 2 clear opportunities. And having won the ball back, he gives it away again. The pressure's certainly getting to the German here. But this is a chance. Nico O'Reilly sniffs the chance out before it really culminates in anything, though. Musiala will collect, and he has been fantastic. This in-game item for Nicholas in this particular matchup. He's in behind again here. Tactical foul coming in from Mo Salah, who'll collect the yellow card, but most importantly, I think just stops the attack and the chance of that next goal going in, which really would just spell the end of the game. Into the pause menu for the last time here for both players. We'll have to see if some changes can make a difference here for Milka Love. Free kick and most importantly possession here still for Nicholas. I'll take this one short just to make sure he holds that football. Most valuable thing for him at the moment is possession. Bradley Barcola, the fresh legs of the Frenchman on the pitch. Milka Love trying to force the ball up the pitch. That's what he's got to do, but he just keeps giving it away at the moment. Maybe a chance for one attack here. 2 if he's lucky. 2 if he's fortunate. But he's going to have to be aggressive. It's going to have to be direct. And there is space out wide here for Dembele. Tries to spin inside, keeps possession here. Giuliano across to Mo Salah. Dembele cannot get through the crowd. And as we go into the 90th minute, with the ball at the feet of Nicholas, and Bukayo Saka bearing down on goal. Nicholas will make it through. He will be in the quarterfinals. And it's Bukayo Saka, the star man for him. So for Milkolov, this is going to be the end of the road. You can see that Nicholas is away from his chair. His work is done. All that we have to have is the final whistle from the referee to cement Nicholas's place into the quarterfinals. Commiserations to Milkolov, but a huge congratulations to Nicholas, who keeps his tournament going. Here's how it all happened. First goal came from Granit Xhaka, just allowed to walk a little bit too comfortably through towards goal. The second goal would also go the way of Nicholas. Ball into the box, Jude Bellingham, back to Vinicius Jr. The underlapping run was good enough to find him. And then Musiala somehow got that ball back. Bellingham with a beautiful finesse shot into the top corner. Made it 3-0 to Nicholas. And then Milkolov really did take the game over. Dembele first, scoop turn. Into that finesse at the near post. Then it was Granit Xhaka finding Parahuelo. Slid it past the goalkeeper with a low driven. Nicholas almost got himself a 2-goal advantage again from that shot, but a few seconds later the ball bounced back to Vinicius Jr., who made it 4. But then Milkolov, with this beautiful goal, one of the best goals that we've seen so far at the FC Pro World Championship, got himself back into the game and then was back in the game here. Xhaka into Dembele. And then from equalising, went into a lead. Parahuelo around the outside. Inside to Xhaka, who scored again at that near post. As we then went into the second half. Doué had the ball in the back of the net. That one didn't count. But seconds after that, Bellingham's did. Finesse shot round the goalkeeper again. Put Nicholas on even terms. But this is the mistake. The little dink out. Vinicius wins the header. And Musiala makes no mistake. And then Vinicius Jr. with a strong finish across goal here to put Nicholas 7-5 up, and felt very comfortable at this point. There was a chance to get back into it. Became 7-6. But Nicholas controlling possession and then finding this goal with Vinicius Jr. Gave him that little bit of breathing room that he needed. And with Milkolov chasing the game, Bukayo Saka, the star boy, puts that one away to close it out. And some trash being talked by Nicholas as well. Now, I've watched a lot of FC over the years, and that's the first time I've seen such an animated reaction from the Iceman. Maybe there's a little bit of fire in the Iceman here in Paris, and we'll have to see how far that can take him. Will it take him towards first place, where, of course, $250,000 is going to be waiting for him should he be able to lift that trophy at the end of play. Over $1 million in total being available for the players to win here at the FC Pro World Championships at EWC. And as we find ourselves now in the knockout stage, this is how everyone got there. 36 players has been whittled down to 24. 6 matches were played in the league stage. The bottom 12 from that league stage were eliminated. And we're now into the round of 16, where the top 8 went straight through to. And as we can see, it is now do or die as we are into our single elimination bracket. Nicholas looking all kinds of fired up. I'm sure everyone on the stage right now who's winning these games is looking all kinds of fired up. I'm going to have to see who's going to be up next, seeing if they can match their energy as we will continue here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Nós estamos na EWC 2026 e vamos fazer desafio de dar caneta. Vem com a gente.
Galera, e aí? Quem será que ganhou essa competição de canetinha? Foi o Bruxo? Ou foi o Vini?
Foi eu. Eu ganhei. Isso é ruim.
Galera, eu acho que fui eu, né? Que o fenômeno aqui sou eu, né? Então, galera, vejo vocês no palco principal no EWC 2026. Tamo junto.
Eu ganhei.
Sem brigar, cara. Não vai sair a imagem, não.
Tinta na palatina, tem uma decisão do público. E quem ganhou foi Vinicius Jr.
galera, nos encontra aqui na EWC 26, estamos te esperando. Vamos lá.
Nos encontra aqui na EWC 2026, estamos te esperando.
Nos encontra aqui na EWC 2026.
Vai.
Nos encontra aqui na EWC 2026, estamos te esperando, venha.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. I am joined by Hezers, who just had a fantastic victory over Abu Maka. Obviously, you nearly slid into that top 8, so you went all the way to the round of 16. But great win. It was pretty neck and neck until halftime, and then you took it away, didn't you?
Yeah, it was like close until halfway. After I start to play better, and also I scored all my shots while I was not doing it in the first half. And so I think it was a deserved win.
Looking forward, though, Mattias Bonanno is going to be your next opponent. And I don't know if everyone knows, but he is now Italian, competing for Italy. So it's Italy versus Italy. At first, I was like, Hezers, he's the last Italian, but Mattias Bonanno is also Italian. So that's going to be a big matchup because it means a lot, doesn't it?
I mean, we are going to play for everything tomorrow. You can win the World Cup, you are going to qualify for Pro Open, you are playing for the Nations Cup, everything. So it will be tense, and I hope that I can win.
How do you beat a player like Mattias Bonanno, who's gone unbeaten in this competition so far?
I mean, we are a lot different. He prefers to defend, I prefer to attack. So usually in Italy we say that the best attack is to defense. I hope to prove them wrong.
Now tomorrow, obviously, we're over on the big stage, the lights, the cameras. It's going to be a very, very big event. Is that daunting at all to you? Does that make you nervous? Or are you just ready to play?
I mean, from when I start to watch esports, it was always about Sunday Champ. So tomorrow is Sunday Champ. I'm going to enjoy it.
All right, well, either way, that matchup, Matti versus Hezer, is going to be a very, very good one tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. But guys, over at the desk, it's going to be Italy versus Italy. What are we thinking?
I think Italy's guaranteed top 4 in this tournament. Congratulations to Hezers. The smile remains on his face 4 days into the competition. He's into our top 8. Were there any doubts coming into the week?
Nah, and I think from his last few goals, you can just see the composure and the way how he's playing. He's playing at a controlled level, and that's the type of level you want to see Hezers playing at. And if he is playing with the right possession, the right play style, he can put his hands on the trophy, but it shows how much he's increased over the years.
I think Grav said it perfectly on commentary. He said, this is parts of Hezer's game when he was keeping possession, which led to a goal that in previous FC titles you might necessarily not have seen from him.
He just let it rip in the past.
His game management's improved so much. He's really good at keeping leads. He's good at building on leads. He seems to be really confident, and it's great to see him up there. He just loves to. He's just great for the esport. He loves the game, and he loves just being here. It's amazing.
He wasn't the only one to walk away with a win. Shells, we also saw the Doctor and crew walking away with another W. We interviewed him earlier, talked about all of the competitors in the event. Thoughts on their performances, because we have an appearance again in the top 8 now.
Yeah, of course, Levi Finn was taking on Desari. I thought that was a tough game, but Levi Finn, he's so composed on the ball. If you saw around the box, it's just like he's walking, waiting for Desari to make the wrong mistake. And he is still representing RBL Leipzig, but listen, Levi Finn has only lost 1 game in this tournament. He is playing at an incredible level.
And that was such a narrow game. Just 1 goal separated the 2 players. Emas Desari, the king of the jungle, eliminated as Levi Finn moves forward. Of course, you saw Nicholas making a lot of noise on the stage. And FG, I know you weren't a big fan of all the words that were used.
Yeah, I'm just a massive fan of what Milkalov's done. Yeah. I spoke to him a little bit off camera. He wasn't really sure the reason for it. He didn't know what was going on. But, I do like to see that from Nicholas, that competitive side. We see it a lot from Anders as well. And this is how much it means to our players. The prize pool here is massive. It's a chance to become the best in the world, undisputed best in the world, which somebody is going to be doing on Championship Sunday. Nicholas right now is going to be crushing Milkalov's key. So, yeah, I wasn't a massive advocate of it, of course, but it happens. It's a high emotion game. The most important thing was there was a handshake. We know he's in the next round. Congratulations to Milkalov as well on a fantastic tournament.
And of course, the key crushing continued as Uma's key was removed from the competition. The legend back in action is RVP.
Yeah, RVP, he's always been known for scoring goals. And on FC, we see how much goals are going in. So for Uma, it was a tough defeat. I expected it to be a lot more closer than it was, but RVP showing his dominance and is still keeping himself in the competition.
Yeah, we've got some absolutely massive games coming up as well as we see some more keys being
This is Luke's
This is Luke's, yep, like you said it, Paolo Neto about to crush that. But, I mean, our immediate attention after the key crushing, which is an amazing format as well, is that huge game that Anders Vergang promised would be a good game and promised that he would beat his opponent, Manu Bashore, who's won this competition twice.
Every time we've gone through a round, though, you can see the emotions get increasing, and the players reacting more. You're going to see tears. Like I said, Nicholas, he is the Iceman, but I ain't seen him react like that in a long time. But it shows what these players have been playing for all season. Everyone wants to get their hand on the trophy, but only one of them can win it.
Big performances lead to some huge moments at the Key Crusher, and we are going to crush 4 more keys before this night is over. Shells, before we get into this next round, we have to give some more hints of what could be our Mystery Nation.
I'm really bad at giving hints, but
I just zoomed in on this iPad for you. I'm trying to make the job as easy as possible for you, Shells.
I'm focused on the guys trying to stay in the competition, but of course they got home clubs of Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, and Besiktas.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, the only reason I handed it to you is I was terrified to try and pronounce this.
You would have done a great job. You've done an amazing job.
I'll tell you how an American would do it. No, excellent stuff to everyone who's already guessed it. Chat, you guys nailed this about 4 hours ago. I don't think I'm allowed to tell you that. That word is the right answer. Yep. You're crushing it. But also, so are our competitors. Expectations moving forward. Who do you got moving on? Manu or Anders?
I mean, Anders is the best player in the game, but I think Manu Bashore might upset him. He's the 2-time champion for a reason. Anders got to beat him if he wants to win it.
Something special here at EWC for Manu and Team Liquid. Let's find out if they can earn some more points here in FC.
What a last round of games we have for day 4 of the FC Pro World Championship. If you told me that we would be looking at Anders Vergang against Manu Bashore in a round of 16 game, with one of those two being eliminated, even bigger than that, Emre Yilmaz against Anders Vergang in the round of 24, I would not have believed you. Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa with the last call of our final game today. Ryan, what a game this is ahead of us, and what a set of games we have.
Ridiculous. Even touch on some of the other ones. You can see the man on your screen there. Paolo Neto up against Alehan, who has been ridiculous this tournament so far. You've got Guga Perez up against RVP legend. Nasada up against Steve Fernandez. But this one, 2 world champions up against each other in the round of 16.
The 2025 FC Pro World Champion against the 2024 FC Pro World Champion, Anders Vergang, Manu Bashore. It is so hard to call this one, of course.
Well, for the final time, welcome to the B Stream, everyone. We have done our best to keep you up to date with everything going on from around the games at the FC Pro World Championship. And we're going to continue here in the knockout stage at the round of 16. And we've got Alihan taking on Paolo Neto. Brazilian versus the Bulgarian. Alihan, who came 3rd in the league phase. 15 points he managed to accrue to put him straight through to the round of 16. Paolo Neto a little bit more of a rocky road here, but he is here. He had to pick up a win in the round of 24 against Luke. He did that 6-4. And already got the pressure onto his opponent here. A corner for the Brazilian, Paolo Neto. The Team Liquid man finds Dembele. Can't beat Casillas. Another corner though. Consistent pressure. And how important might these points be for Team Liquid in the club championship at the end of the Esports World Cup as well, as Paolo Neto making his way towards the quarterfinals. Alihan with a beautiful ball in behind here. People would just about have the pace to match that run, however. And now on the counter-attack, a player lock sends Dembele out wide. And with O'Reilly chasing desperately and out of position, the pullback is there to Bellingham. Ball roll, composure, cold as ice. Paolo Neto finds the net first. He's up by 1. Now, having found the opening goal, Paolo Neto is striding towards the 18-yard box. And he's going to find the second. The pace of Parajuelo just too much to handle. And a ball roll into a low driven. Hurts the Brazilian from Team Liquid up by 2. Here's Dembele. For that finesse early, Casillas equal to it. A little bit of pressure this time from the Bulgarian, trying to turn this game around. Parajuelo to the edge of the box, Bellingham. Maybe thinking about another finesse. Wide of the target this time. Palaneto's in behind here again. Saka bursting around the outside. Bellingham free in the middle. Bellingham found. It's 3. So 3-0 down, finds Alihan in this game. And needs to be the next to score, otherwise this hill becomes a mountain to try and get into those quarterfinals. Dembele might be able to twist and find an angle for a pass. Great defensive shape though from Paulo Neto. Now he looks so dangerous on these counterattacks. Flooding forward, Bellingham, look at the run from McTominay outside of him. He's got Saka as well. Goes back inside towards Bellingham. Trying to use that run as a bit of a decoy. Wins the ball back immediately here, Paulo Neto. Look at the run through the middle from Dembele. Finds Bellingham, who makes it 4. Well, no, he doesn't. It's going to be offside. Scary, scary moments there for Alihan to try and overcome. We'll go into a pause here as players make some changes. Alihan not looking too comfortable at the moment. Paulo Neto with possession again from the throw-in. And immediately releasing Dembele. There's just all sorts of space for him to run into here. The ball roll, the scoop, the finish doesn't match the skill moves though. And from the corner, going to play this one towards the edge of the box. A little knockdown here to Dembele. Opens up for the Frenchman, who opens up his body to curl that one in the top corner, and that one will count. 4-0 to Paulo Neto. De Bruyne then for Alihan, trying to find a way towards goal. Casillas just gets the save away. Wasn't the greatest of angles for that shot. Bellingham trying to create here. Dembele, chance for a better angle for that finesse. Casillas with a save again. Pressure now from Alihan, trying to get himself back into this game. Bellingham with another finesse from distance. Paraguello. There's the pass. Beautifully done. Well disguised. And that's the first goal of the game here for Alihan. It's going to be 4-1 now. And the corner for Paulo Neto. And then the counter-attack. Look at the space here for Kika Nazareth. It is going to be called back for offside there. A scary moment for Paulo Neto. So many players committed forward. And now speaking of committed players running forward, there were so many of them there for Alihan, but couldn't find the pass that counted. And on the counter. And now Alihan releases Paraguello. A real big chance, and it is taken. Now it's just a 2-goal difference between the two. And Paulo Neto will feel a little more uncomfortable than he did a few moments ago. Saka. Paulo Neto looking to restore a little bit more of that cushion that he worked so hard to build. All of a sudden, from that tactical pause, he looks like a new player here. Alihan, here's Kika inside the box. And it will be a goal kick as the ball ricochets out of play here for Paulo Neto. Just a chance to slow down for a second. And that's not been the way he's played. And look at the speed at which he's got through. Paraguello inside of the box, goes across goal. Casillas with a piece of it. Another corner for Paulo Neto, who's been dangerous from these already, looking for that knockdown. Maldini, Dembele from distance! Dembele makes it 5. And the 3-goal advantage is now back for Paulo Neto. And he's hungry for more. And Paraguello's in behind. From 5, it becomes 6. Paulo Neto survives a little bit of a scare here from Alihan, but after that goal, a 4-goal difference is a lot to ask in a round of 16 knockout stage game. Paulo Neto, of course, an Ilha Libertadores champion, but the man on your screen is reminding us that there's still a game to be played here and still plenty of time left. 6-3 as Alihan will get the next one. Here's Saka, though. Good tackle from Pacho. Alihan, a virtual Bundesliga champion as well this year. Already lifted 1 trophy. One of those partner leagues. He's got still a lot of work to do here. Paraguello here for Paulo Neto. De Bruyne just looking for the angle for that pass. Just about keeps the ball in play. Bellingham tries to force it back inside and will win the corner. De Bruyne all the way back to Maldini. Paraguello steals it off of Bukayo Saka. And look at the space out wide here on the other side and through the middle for Dembele. Waiting for the timing on that pass, potentially. Has he done too much here? Saka, chance, goal, 6-4. And Alihan is back in this game. As we go into half-time here, the first 45 ends up with a 2-goal difference between the players. At one point, Paulo Neto had a 4-goal advantage. This is much more interesting, and the chance is still alive for Alihan to make it through to the quarterfinals. Into the second half we go. 2 goals the difference between the two players. Paulo Neto with the chance to attack first here. Great tackle from Bellingham though. And the player lock immediately releases Kika Nazareth. Back inside, the finesse! Just wide of the target. What a start to the second half that would have been for Alihan. Alihan looking for the one to bring it to within 1 goal. Oroiho in with that tackle. And now look at the space for Paulo Neto. That was such an important tackle by Maldini. Both players throwing so much forward at the moment, which is going to leave gaps. The defensive switching needs to be perfect as it was there for Paulo Neto. Tactical pause being queued up by Alihan as Paulo Neto now gets into the box with Saka. Saka away from the attentions of the fullback, McTominay, Bellingham. Saka actually with the block there. Dembele gets the second bite of the cherry. Can't make the most of it, and from one end we go to the other. Kika Nazareth turns away from the attentions of the defence. Parajuelo, there's a run from De Bruyne. The run is found. The finish is not good enough. As the pause is taken, we keep ourselves with a 2-goal differential between the players. So a corner for Alihan. Into the box. Finesse tried from a difficult angle. Doesn't get past Paulo Neto as he'll cynically bring him to the floor to stop that counter-attack. Paulo Neto just getting a little bit sloppy in possession. Saka bursting around the outside of his man. Gets the ball inside as well. Dembele. Kika Nazareth maybe with a chance for that finesse. Goes back onto the left foot. It's a 1-goal game. Neto is letting this one slip through his fingers. And Alihan is back into this. João Neves gets away with that. But now Alejan looks like a man on a mission to complete this comeback. Araujo with the interception at just the last second. The run from Bellingham through the middle is going to be difficult to track. And with tired players, Jude Bellingham goes through, wins the header ahead of the goalkeeper, and will restore parity here for Paulo Neto. The 2-goal cushion is back. And with the ball flying out of play on that far side, he will also not only have possession of that lead, but also possession of the ball. Bellingham slides in Parajuelo on the far side, and Araujo gets back at just the right time. Still 30 minutes left in this game, plenty of time to find these goals, and this might be a chance for one of them. The offside flag stays down. Casillas makes the save. João Neves. Back out to Saka. Saka will keep possession though. Pacho into Dembele. Saka's free if he wants to use him. Instead goes back inside. It's wonderful. The vision to spot Kike Nazareth free in the middle of the box. Uses Saka to drag the attention of the defender, and then the finish as well. It is a 1-goal game. We are set up for a grandstand finish here. So from 4 goals down in this game, Alejan has brought it back to 7-6. Just needs one more to tie this up. And as to who is going to go through at this point, you're not quite sure, but with a goal from Dembele, it's going to be 8-6 again, and the work that he's done has now fallen by the wayside. As Paulo Neto shows a little bit of cool and puts the chance away. Can he go to the well once more? So many times he's brought it back within one. Has Alejan, but now that Paulo Neto has found a way to just make it comfortable again. How many times can you go behind and keep being asked to come back? And the fact that this is single elimination, this is your last chance at the tournament. Got to make it happen now, otherwise you're going to be going home. Paulo Neto releasing Bukayo Saka. McTominay tries to find the feet of Dembele. As Kika Nazareth will get away from the attentions of one. João Neves, it's one again! Dembele with the finish. Alihan will not die. And he's stolen the ball back. Dembele. Xhaka fresh on the pitch. Luckily had the legs to chase down the Frenchman in that position. What way this next goal goes, I have no idea. O'Reilly intercepts. Will it be Alihan who makes the comeback complete? He's got a 3v2 momentarily here. Dembele! Oh, Casillas. Had to be big. Luca Bacchio. And Tomine dispossesses here for Paulo Neto. And Dembele through the middle is completely free. Player lock into the feet of Bellingham. Tries to line up the finesse. Not going to happen. And here comes Alihan one more time. Gives the ball away though. O'Reilly. Finds Xhaka. McTominay back to Xhaka. Paulo Neto looking to just slow the game down a little bit here. But Saliba steps in again. And Alihan will come forward one more time. Yet another turnover. Yet another turnover as João Neves now fights back. And look at this run from Luca Bacchio. He's fresh on the pitch as well. Can he get the shot away? It's tied up. 8-8. And the comeback is complete. We are all square. Now, who wants to go and win it? 10 minutes left in game. It's Paulo Neto on the attack. Araujo steps in strongly. And here comes Alihan. McTominay dispossessed high up the pitch. And a chance to counter-attack. Another brave decision to try and win that ball back. Pays off for Alihan. Luca Bacchio on the outside this time. Kika Nazareth. McTominay trying to burst through. Scott McTominay, no! Will not fall for Alihan. Luca Bacchio. Into Dembele. Paulo Neto on the outside with Granit Xhaka. Oh, he puts it wide. What a chance. Was not able to take it. So possession with 85 minutes on the clock will be with Alihan. Paraguelo's got away. Surely he can't do it this late. The comeback has been magnificent. João Neves. Dembele has done it! What a comeback from Alihan. This is an incredible performance. Paulo Neto looks absolutely shell-shocked. At one point leading in this game by 4 goals. And now is staring down the lens of elimination. Now, can Paolo Neto somehow dig himself out of this hole? Can Team Liquid dig themselves out of this hole? Parajuelo gets in the box. Oh. Will be called back for the free kick, though, and a chance to keep possession. Something magical from the free kick, maybe? He's going to go direct. Casillas has to make that save. Fantastic free kick, but not good enough to beat the goalkeeper. Pressure still on here from Paolo Neto. Dembele! Oh, it's 9-9! In the 90th minute! Paolo Neto finds something. Inspiration from somewhere to keep this game going. One of the games of the tournament so far, without a doubt. And all of this for a place in the quarterfinals of the FC Pro World Championship, as here comes Alihan again. Dembele, McTominay, Kika! Can you believe it? It's 10! 10-9 with the last kick of the game. And Alihan has done the impossible. The referee brings it to a close. One of the best games of the tournament so far. But Paolo Neto and Team Liquid will be going home as Alihan will continue into the quarterfinals. And this feels like a lifetime ago now, these first few goals. This was the third. Paolo Neto 3-0 up at this point. It became 4-0. And he was cruising at this point as Jude Bellingham slotted past the goalkeeper. Dembele then. That one did count after the offside. But somehow or other, Alihan would not go away. The little shot cancel there, beautiful. To find the space for the finish. Then it was 4-2. We joined the game at 5-2. As Paolo Neto goes through again, another 4-goal advantage. Everything's good for the Team Liquid man at this point. And at 6-2, you thought there's no way. But Alihan found one. Dembele finding Bellingham. He found Saka. He found another finish. 6-4. And then Kika Nazareth from distance with that finesse shot finds the top corner. Still, by the way, Paolo Neto's up by 2. But that goal in particular stands out to me as one that put the pressure back onto Paolo Neto. But he still found a way to go up the other end. Still found a way to extend that lead. But Alihan just keeps coming back. And his finishing was second to none. Luca Bacchio, fresh legs, outpaces the defender. João Neves here. For the first time in the game, put Alihan into the lead. And in the 90th minute, from the corner, Dembele finds the top corner. 9-9, but this is the decider. 92 minutes, stoppage time done. Kika Nazareth with the finish to make that man a very happy man indeed. An incredible performance. And when you talk about what that can mean for these players, you've got to look at the money, you've got to look at the prizing and what they're playing for. Now you're into the quarterfinals, now you're into the top 8, and you are guaranteed $40,000. And if you go one round more, you just can see how it goes up to 250 if you lift that trophy at the end of the tournament. This is how things are working here. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. 36 players were in Paris. We're down to a lot less than that right now. 24 made it to the playoffs. The top 8 made it through from the league stage to the round of 16, but we're in the single elimination bracket right now. We are into the quarterfinals, which will be waiting to take place a little bit later in the tournament. But it's been an incredible pleasure to cover the B stream here. Hopefully everyone who's been watching has been enjoying the games, and shout out to EAFC and for EWC to making sure that you don't miss any of the games whatsoever. It's going to be a sad go, to be honest with you. It's been a lot of fun to cover the action the last few days, but I'm sure that everyone on the main stream is going to have you covered. You still won't miss any games, so go check them out, and we'll see you soon.
Okay.